Okay, good morning. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on October 15th, 2021. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss 3 topics. First, the Power with Purpose Generation Project. Second, the cyber and physical security update. And third, the appointment of a chief financial officer and a compensation approval. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Good morning, we sure do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:02 a.m. to discuss 3 topics. The first, Power with Purpose Generation Project. The second, cyber and physical security update. And the third, appointment of a chief financial officer and compensation approval. With respect to the first, the Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update also may involve discussion of legal matters, including contract negotiation matters that are protected by the attorney-client privilege. With respect to the second, cyber and physical security update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and involve the discussion of security for the district property and utility infrastructure information. And finally, with respect to the appointment of a chief financial officer and compensation approval, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitive and confidential compensation and retention information. A closed session discussion is necessary to prevent needless injury to the individual's reputation, and the individual has not requested a public meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Henners, will you call roll?
Bogner?
Yes.
Has Director Kavanaugh been able to join us? I don't see him in the attendee list.
I do not see him. Okay.
Howard?
Yes.
Mulhoff?
Yes.
Moody?
Yes.
Spurgeon?
Yes.
Director Williams is in our attendee list. We are having issues with promoting him. I've asked him to use the hand raise feature if he votes in favor. Director Williams, if you can hear me, could you raise your hand?
His hand is raised.
Awesome. And Director Yoder?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
All right, the motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding 3 topics: the Power with Purpose Generation Project, cyber and physical security update, and the appointment of the chief financial officer and compensation approval. No votes or other action will be taken. All right, so at this time, public attendees will be removed from the WebEx event. We will stop event recording and then lock the event to prevent attendees from joining. All right, we'll go ahead. A motion and a second is required to reconvene in open session.
I move we open.
Second.
Ms. Henners?
Bogner?
Yes.
Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Thank you. Sarah Howard? I see she's taking the call. Molhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
All right, the motion to come out of closed session at 10:04 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding 3 topics. First, Power with Purpose Generation Project. Second, Cyber and Physical Security Update. And third, appointment of a Chief Financial Officer and the compensation approval. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Earlier, before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, October 21st. The board meeting will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events. For your awareness, in August, the board approved a resolution to require in-person attendees wear masks at our meetings. We are following the Centers for Disease Control recommendation to wear masks indoors when Douglas County is designated by the CDC as an area of substantial or high transmission of the COVID-19 virus. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Janice Molhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel Stephen Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our executive leadership team, and OPPD staff. Additionally, we have public attendees in the meeting consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. We conducted a closed session earlier to discuss 3 topics: Power with Purpose Generation Project, the Cyber and Physical Security Update, and appointment of a Chief Financial Officer and compensation approval. Today we will hear the following committee reports. Director Moody will provide the governance report. Director Yoder will provide the finance report. Director Williams will provide the systems management and nuclear oversight report. And Director Molhoff will provide the public information report. Mr. Fernandez, will you please provide the safety briefing?
Certainly. I'm going to start with the same recommendations of following the 3 W's: watch your distance, wear a mask, and wash your hands. We are going into germ season. At least that's here in my house, you know, with colds and flus and sniffles and all the likes. So I think washing hands becomes even more important now. So we continue to remind people to please do those things. It's good for our community, and it keeps us all safe. Call 811 before you dig. As construction projects are wrapping up, we're still seeing quite a few projects of customer owners and our own projects digging. So please visit anyoneCall.com or call 811 to get information before you dig. The last part of the safety briefing is one that I was reminded by Kevin McCormick, our Senior Director of Safety and Technical Training, which I really appreciate his safety reminders. He reminded us that one of the most dangerous activities we do on a daily basis is getting behind the wheel and driving. And that activity becomes even more dangerous when we are distracted, when we have a cell phone to our ear, or even if we have a hands-free option when we're talking. There are studies that show that there's distracted driving is a very, very high-risk activity. So this is another safety briefing. As some of us are working from home and in remote places, it becomes easy for us to call into meetings while we're in transit. I've done it. It's not safe. So I would ask people to consider that when you're driving and pull over, take your time, take your call, and don't incur any more risk. That concludes my safety briefing.
All right, thank you very much. Well, we'll get started this morning with the governance report. Director Moody.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Let's do this. We're going to start with just a quick update and very brief conversation around some items that were on the governance committee. You're seeing the agenda in front of you now. The one that I want to spend the majority of our time talking about in the 10 minutes that we've allocated here is the OPPD redistricting. As a reminder to all involved and listening in, we had a discussion a month ago in this meeting about the fact that it is time for us to do some redistricting, and the core of the question that really was raised was whether or not the number of board members that we have, which is 8, should be increased to 9. I'll talk a little bit about what the next steps are with respect to this process in a moment, but I want to focus on that 8 versus 9 question first. So a few things have happened, and I've updated each of you individually, but for the public and for the sake of us all collectively having a brief conversation about it. After our board meeting last month, Director Bogner and I met with Scott Foch and Steve Bruckner to talk about what additional information we as a board need in order to make a good informed decision about the number of board members that we have in our board composition. We gathered some of that information. Some of it is available for all of you board members in Diligent in the governance report. So if you're interested in seeing that level of detail, please pop in there. The key, I think, and as we talked about it, the more we talked about it, I think there were 2 sort of pain points that we were considering trying to address. One was ensuring that the number of constituents that we each represent was reasonable in comparison to other elected boards and officials, and also as it relates to our scope of work and the complexity of the issues and the narrowness of it versus having it be a very broad breadth of issues that requires perhaps much more a smaller number of constituents so that you can stay abreast of what your constituents are wanting and needing. In the case of 8 versus 9, at 8 directors, we would be representing approximately 117,000 people, constituents. In the case of 9 directors, it would be 104,000 constituents. So the governance committee felt that that wasn't necessarily a material difference from 104 to 117 to cause us to go from 8 to 9. The second issue that we were talking about addressing was the fact that 8 is an even number, and for decisions to be made, it might be worthwhile to have an odd number so that we can always have a vote that would indicate that. As we talked and debated this, a couple things rose to the top. One is, historically speaking, we don't have really any 4-to-4 votes that many people were able to recall. They're very uncommon, and as you all know, as we go through our deliberation and discussion, it doesn't just kind of pop up at a board meeting. We spend months working towards things, and for the most part, if there's an issue that's going to arrive at the board, the likelihood of a 4-to-4 vote is very low, primarily because we've worked through a lot of those issues and worked toward consensus in most cases. With that said, if it is a contentious vote that arises where we've got a divergence of opinions, our bylaws do require 5 votes for anything to pass. So we need to get to that 5 votes threshold, whether or not it's 8 or 9. So again, the governance committee felt that going to 9 in order to solve for that issue wasn't necessarily worth the work that would need to follow, which again, we looked at. So we had eyes wide open about what that work would entail, but the work to go from 8 to 9 wouldn't necessarily benefit us in a meaningful way. So the governance committee's recommendation, as I've discussed with all of you colleagues, board members, is to stay at 8. Before I talk about the next steps in the process, very briefly, I'll pause just for a moment to see if anyone has any additional comments, governance committee members, or if there are questions from the rest of the board. Pausing. Okay, I do not see any hands and I don't see any questions. So we'll quickly next steps. As you all know, and again, these steps are outlined in diligent if you would like to get into the detail on them, but very briefly, legislature's done its work. The county election commissioners are now putting together precinct boundaries. Once that happens, then the work, then we can get started on our work, which is to say, Mr. Bruckner and his legal team, and I believe they've hired the Metropolitan Area Planning Agency, or MAPA, to assist with some of the GIS work to bring us, the board, a preliminary map that would identify what the 8 new sub-districts would be. So that the goal there is to have something before our next governance meeting. So in essence, we would have an opportunity to review and essentially bring a recommendation. The governance committee would to the board for approval sometime in November. Ultimately, new district boundaries must be drawn and submitted to the election commissioner or county clerk by December 30th, 2021. So the work has to be done. As I said, we're waiting on the county commissioners before we can commence our work. But once they're done, we're ready to go, and we'll make sure that we get this done by the end of the year. Any last or lingering questions on that issue? Okay, the remaining couple things that were on our the agenda there that I want to just briefly touch on. One is item number 3. We had a very brief conversation about the governance workshop. I'm not going to give you any detail today necessarily because our facilitator, LRI, is putting together a summary report for that you'll all have an opportunity to read, review, and comment on. I think all really expressed both gratitude for the work that went into the workshop and an appreciation for how productive it was. It was good to have everybody in the same room. It was good to spend a day working through some things. And I was very pleased at, quite honestly, you know, LRI does this work across the country, and the extent to which they were able to, I think they shared with us that we're kind of practicing a higher level of sophisticated governance than perhaps some others, gave me a lot of excitement for the work that we're doing. So more to come on that. Lots of work that is laid out in front of us. So we had a brief discussion about it. And then finally, let's see here, we had a brief just kind of preview about a cyber and physical security update for the public. We had a closed session discussion about that as a board earlier this morning. So we got into really good detail on that. The remaining items that are worth discussing here are part of our agenda for today. So let's move on to the next topic at hand, which is the appointment of Vice President, Finance and Chief Financial Officer, and compensation approval. So we're very excited that it looks like we've got ourselves a new CFO. So I'm going to turn this over to our former CFO and now CEO, Javier Fernandez, to share the good news and to talk about next steps.
Thank you, Director Moody. Lots of acronyms, so I'm going to try to keep it all straight. I am very pleased and excited to announce my recommendation to the board to hire Mr. Jeff Bishop as our Chief Financial Officer, Vice President of and Chief Financial Officer at OPPD. If the board approves Mr. Bishop's appointment and salary on Thursday, he would start his employment with OPPD on November 15th. Let me give you a little bit of background for Mr. Bishop. In addition to what you see on your screen, over 20 years of experience. He is a licensed CPA in the state of Washington. He started his career over 20 years ago as an accountant, as an auditor with Deloitte and Touche in Seattle, Washington, and San Diego, California. He did that for a number of years. And then he moved into the utility space. He served as managing director of finance for Pacific Corp in Portland, Oregon, which is a Berkshire Hathaway investor-owned utility. It's about 5 times the size of OPPD in terms of revenue, so very large utility. That's where he spent his earlier years in the utility industry. After that, he was promoted into the chief financial officer for Seattle City Light. When he was at Seattle City Light, I actually had the opportunity to interact with him while I was a CFO at the Bonneville Power Administration, and he was a CFO at Seattle City Light. So I had an opportunity to work with him on different sides of the table, if you will. He was one of my clients at Bonneville Power, and I actually learned a lot about Jeff and his ability to lead a large organization from a financial perspective. Seattle City Light is about the same. It's a similar size utility as OPPD. It's also a public power utility, member of the Large Public Power Council. So Jeff obviously has the experience of leading the finances of a large public power company, starting with Seattle City Light. After his job at Seattle City Light, he spent a couple of years working with Grid Lions, which is a private investor-owned company owned by Nextera, who focuses on transmission infrastructure. So really relevant experience with all the projects we have going on here in the future with transmission. I think this experience will come in very, very handy for OPPD. Most recently and currently, he serves as a chief financial officer for Grant County Public Utility District number 2 in Ephrata, Washington. Grant County PUD is a large utility measured by megawatts. They own and operate large hydroelectric dams, and by nameplate capacity, their generation is very similar to the generation we have here at OPPD. It's a smaller utility, smaller number of residential retail customers, but very large in terms of the generation and the assets they maintain. I'm very excited to bring this recommendation in front of the board for Jeff Bishop. Let me talk a little bit about the proposed salary and how we got there. As you all know, for all positions at OPPD, all positions, including the executive team, our human capital team prepares a range of salaries that are commensurate with the experience and the scope of the scope of work for each position. For the chief financial officer, that salary range starts at a minimum of $423,200 with a midpoint of $529,000. In negotiating our salary with Mr. Bishop, we considered his extensive experience with managing large utilities at the CFO level, and we offered, and he has tentatively accepted, the proposed salary of $450,000, which puts him at an 85% of the midpoint range. If you recall, this is about the same midpoint range that we also hired Mr. Vai a few months ago under the chief operating officer position. So it gives the executive room to grow salary-wise, and it also acknowledges the experience that they bring to the table and the value that they bring to the utility. Again, very excited to bring to you this proposal, this recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, colleagues, we discussed Mr. Bishop in governance committee and the appointment of him as an officer of the district and his compensation. We also got into this issue and this topic in closed session this morning for members of the public, and also as a reminder to all of you, you've all had an opportunity to meet him when he was in town as well. So we've done some good work here in the due diligence that the team has done to hire a great person. Very excited to have him join the team. Is something that we're excited about. Colleagues, do you have any questions for Javier? Okay. not seeing any hands, so I think we're good to go. As a reminder, this will be an action item on our agenda on Thursday, which requires 6 votes. Okay. Thank you, Javier. Appreciate it. Let's move on. We are on to SD12 Information Management and Security Monitoring Report. Again, for members of the public, we had a good in-depth discussion earlier this morning in closed session about information security and physical security. So we got into a really good level of detail on what's occurring within the district there. Today is, and for Kate, is to talk about our Strategic Directive 12 and give us a sense for how we've done in the last year so that the board can then act on Thursday to approve the monitoring report. I'll turn it over to you, Kate.
Thank you, Director Moody, and good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for the time we have today to review the Strategic Directive 12 monitoring report. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all the leaders at OPPD and employees for their support and passion for keeping OPPD safe and secure, as we couldn't make progress in this realm without everyone pulling together on this front. I also want to thank Ryan Alley, Director of Information Security, and Owen Yardley, Director of Building Services and Security, for their important work that they do with their teams every day in protection of OPPD assets. And they are here with me in case there are questions that I need assistance with. So I appreciate that. I want to mention this is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, so very appropriate that we have SD12 here in front of us. The overarching theme for this is do your part and be cyber smart. This is about empowering individuals and organizations to own their role in protecting the part of cyberspace that they interact with. We have some great cyber sessions at OPPD throughout the month in support of Cybersecurity Month. I want to thank also Corporate Communications for all the support they provide in putting that together. So with that, we can jump into SD12 monitoring report. So SD12 does some wonderful things. It provides a really great framework for us, and it sets the table for this framework that we use at OPPD for our security. So we really appreciate that this is part of a strategic directive set that we have. And this is around protecting customer, employee, and district data. So we can move ahead. So how we take this up is that we want to look at the ongoing controls and the new initiatives and controls. So ensuring compliance in these areas, especially in today's environment where the number, sophistication, and severity of cyber risk and threats we are facing is growing, this requires this combination of how we look at this. The maintaining of controls is super important. So we have things in place, those have to stay in place, but as those function, we also continue to build and grow how we're doing that, because the threat profile and the information out in the environment keeps changing. So we have to have a base level, and then we have to keep modifying to adjust with the ever-growing and changing landscape that we deal with from a security perspective. Over the next few slides, we'll highlight both the ongoing controls that are in place for each of these areas within SD12, and then the new initiatives and controls that we're building as we move forward. We can go to the next slide. So first up, we have information security, and we have our objective here. This is the first component of SD12. And we continue to make progress in this area, including raising the investment, developing strategy and direction, and focusing on improvements here. So within the ongoing controls, our information security program is based upon controls that secure our technologies, our vendor interactions, and the services we provide. These controls are regularly assessed to ensure our capabilities are mature, continually improving, and efficiently and effectively mitigating threats. Our security controls are defined by our policies with industry standards and established best practice alignment. Our workforce receives regular training on security awareness, and we test them often to ensure the awareness produces the desired behavior. I would say we have one of the most robust testing programs in this space that I've seen, and our employees often comment on that. We can move to customer privacy. This is critical. This is the second objective or component of ST12. And this includes processes and practices to protect customer privacy data, including how we collect and share customer information to third parties and within our organization. We have a data sharing policy that outlines customer privacy. Our ongoing controls include identity theft prevention program. We started collecting data on this in October of 2009. This is a cornerstone of our efforts in this space. It includes employee training and regular review throughout the year. We also have the red flag reports. This provides proactive communications to our customers based on fraud-related trends and events. Just a little background on the red flags. The red flags rule was issued in 2007 and further amended in the Red Flag Program Clarification Act of 2010. In October of 2008, the Board of Directors approved an identity theft prevention program, ITPP, designed to detect, prevent, and mitigate identity theft in connection with the handling of personal information on covered accounts. This year, we had formal press releases that were issued during peak reporting times this year, including in February, March, June, and July, proactively to address bad actors as they're moving out there during things such as bad weather, polar vortex, summer storms. The level of activity during those types of situations increases very much so. We also increased education around scam activity, and we proactively pushed to social media platforms and other websites information that had surfaced that we could help share with our customers and help with education in these spaces. The Nextdoor application has been greatly helpful in this space in terms of being able to provide more information to the community about this very important information. We can move to the records management. Records management is the third component of SD12. It's a very critical component. The efficient and systematic control of the creation, capture, identification, receipt, maintenance, and use and disposition and destruction of OPPD records is in accordance with legal requirements. In our ongoing controls, we have a number of records management areas that include training, knowledge sharing of our records management staff, and regularly scheduled internal process reviews to ensure we are meeting legal requirements. We also have partnerships in this area. There are a couple industry partners, ARMA, which is the American Records Management, Association of Records Managers and Administrators. I apologize for that. We are part of that chapter. We are recognized Records and Information Management Authority, so we work in that space with these folks and we meet regularly. We also engage with the Utility Records and Information Management User Group. This is a group that gets together and talks about how to manage individual records within companies and also within the utility information area, and we share best practices with these different groups. That's critical in terms of how we view and understand the records management area. Moving on to compliance. This is the final objective of SD12. This is ensuring we comply with contractual, legal, and industry requirements across the technology domains. In this area, we partner with our legal counsel and OPPD experts for advice from a legal and compliance perspective in the areas of security and privacy. Our ongoing controls. The application and implementation of our security controls is evaluated regularly to ensure that our people, processes, technology have the desired maturity in security capabilities and align with corporate mandates and policy while meeting legal and regulatory requirements. These internal and external evaluations are in the form of audits, assessments, penetration tests, and simulation exercises. Identified gaps are documented and mitigated through our risk management process that we track and monitor to ensure that we're making progress. That covers all the ongoing controls that we have in place. Now we can move to the progress that we're making in terms of continuing the evolution of what we're doing. So we have the progress in 2021. We've broken these out by the 4 different areas and placed these all on one slide for ease of seeing what's going on in this space and for compare and contrast. So in information security, our employees, contractors, and partners are committed to securing OPPD and further strengthening the security of the grid. Sustaining and strengthening a security and safety first culture. We've strengthened the governance and management, including data management policy. We are in the process of socializing policy that we recently introduced to the organization around data management and classification. This is critical and foundational to what we're doing. Getting the policy in place is one thing, but that socialization and the change management around that is really the heart of this, because you can put a policy out there, but if people don't understand it and don't know how to take it up, at the end of the day, the policy won't do what it is intended. So there's much work that goes on in that space, and it's very critical. That's very foundational to what we're doing. In the customer privacy space, we've partnered in terms of SOMOS, their registry that manages 40+ million toll-free numbers. This is critical. The whole phone space is growing in terms of what's happening from a fraud perspective, from a cyber perspective. So this is really critical. And this is to enhance our scam prevention tactics. We've requested that more than 20 toll-free numbers be shut down year to date this year in terms of that, in terms of the activity that we were seeing out there. Since October of 2019, OPPD, LES, and MPPB have had a partner network to bring greater visibility to scam activity in our region, and that's been very, very helpful. Utilities United Against Scams, UUAS, has over 400 members and is a valuable resource to learn about suspicious behaviors and the evolving tactics that scammers use to target customers. In 2021, they provided insights about how to request non-toll-free numbers to be shut down. We have not experienced the same level of success in response to that, but we are continuing to work with them. So this has been another great partnership that we've been working with in that space. Customer education, the Nextdoor platform has been used to raise awareness about utility scams. An email campaign was initiated by product development and marketing in April of 2021, where all 116,000 email addresses on file received 2 scam awareness emails. This is very critical for our customers to receive this information. In the records management space, we're designing procedures and processes while updating current processes. Further develop the district's records management awareness and utilization of corporate records management to safeguard the retention of important records. Our retention schedule that we updated and finalized was sent to the State of Nebraska Records Management Office in August, and we're awaiting approval for that. We're working to make records management more efficient, including working on hybrid remote on-site model for the corporate records management team. And we have industry partners that we use, ARMA, in terms of the records management administrators, the Nebraska chapter that we are part of, and we are recognized in terms of managing and working with URIM, the Utility Records and Information Management User Group that is local here in Nebraska. We have compliance. We're ensuring compliance with state and industry requirements in the areas of technology and security through development of new policy frameworks and new updated policies that create awareness and clarity across the organization. We've developed security and privacy controls in our supply chain process, including our vendor selection and contract processes. These are all done through great collaborations and partnerships across the organization. Security does not work unless we're all involved. And so it's very critical the way that we're working this and the way that teams are working together across all landscapes within the security framework that we're using at OPPD. That completes the progress overall view of these 4 areas and the cornerstones of the Strategic Directive 12. With that, I will move to the recommendation. Based on our efforts in the areas of security, privacy, records management, and overall compliance, management recommends that the Governance Committee accepts this monitoring report for SD12 and find that OPPD is taking reasonable and appropriate measures to comply with Board Policy Strategic Directive 12 regarding information security and privacy. And I would take any questions or comments that anyone has.
Director Yoder?
Thank you. Kate, the SD12's title is Information Management and Security. I I think everything I've seen here is great. It you know it's written in my understanding about security more than giving me an understanding of what kind of opportunities there are around information management for progress, growth, changes in business model. Yeah, I don't even know. The parallel here is, on the generation side, it's firm fixed generation is now moving to renewables and flexible generation, and we know technology is going to change things on that side. What I don't know and have no feel for really here is what the policy might be about information management, where it's going, and how it might change how OPPD should be doing things. Does that make sense as a question to you?
It does. I think it's a great question. Thank you, Director Yoder. So I would say, to your point, we touch on it briefly in the records management area, where you get a little sense of that, but not clearly enough, to your point, Director Yoder, in terms of where we're headed. And what we have done is we have pulled together different areas, and we've done some reorganization within our group around this topic, because we feel that there is much to be done here, and we need to lay a strategic plan for this. And it ties very much into the strategic initiative from a data perspective. And so we are working towards what I think you are seeking, that we would be able to provide to you a view that is more forward-looking in terms of how we will manage data in the future, and what other organizations are doing. I had a conversation not long ago with some folks at NPPD on this topic. They also are reformulating in this area. So I don't have an answer for you today that, hey, this is what this is what this looks like, but it is very much an active topic, because the way data is managed in the past is not how we will manage it in the future, in alignment with some of the comments that were made in the closed session around where we're going from a cloud perspective, how you manage that information in conjunction with how you manage the access of those systems, which is also information that needs to be managed. All that needs to be tied together, I think, to provide the view that you're seeking. I hope that was helpful.
Yes, it's helpful. And most likely the best answer for this moment in time. So thank you, and I look forward to our discussion changing and evolving on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Yoder.
And I'll just hop in and piggyback on that. I think that it's a great question, Director Yoder, and I'm reflecting a little bit on our governance workshop discussion about how we will monitor progress towards aligning with compliance of these strategic directives, while also starting to talk more about what they could be and what alignment is with the future, right? And I think you're really kind of starting to brush up against the second part, which is great. It's good practice. We're doing it. But I think it's a thought that I had as well, partly because I'm thinking about customer privacy as you were talking about that, Kate, and how important that is and how we need to stay focused on it. But I also know that the data that we have in aggregate, it could be really powerful information for others to use in the community, right? So like there's that opportunity that flips over where yes, we need to maintain privacy, but it's also what good can we help others do, because we have such good, robust data about, what electricity consumption is like in 13 county area. So again, that's kind of a future focused thing.
Director Moody, could I add to that?
Oh yeah, please hop in. Sure.
So, because this is really a wonderful topic. We are actively having workshops right now internal to OPPD on this topic to understand data needs, we have a lot of data. We're going to have even more data as we build out the digital world that we're moving to. To your point, there's conversation around what can we do with this information? How do we protect it? But how can we use it? How can we marry it up with external information that would make it even more valuable to those that are interested, and all in the spirit of how do we help the community by leveraging the information that we have, or partnering with other organizations where the combination of that information would just open doors for us to understand and make decisions for the community that would be just super helpful. So I love this topic's fantastic. So I really appreciate jumping in on this, but I think you'll see as we move forward with the strategic initiatives and other work that we're doing internally, how this will all come to be. Just bring really great value in conjunction with Julie Comstock's teams, Lisa Olson, and all the other areas of the company. I think it's a really exciting space that we are in, and the possibilities, I think, are pretty endless, honestly.
I would echo the excitement. Those sound like fun workshops to have and be involved in. So excited to hear that they're already underway. I'm pausing now to see if any other colleagues have questions or comments to offer. Okay, seeing no hands and hearing none, as a reminder, the Governance Committee has previously reviewed this and is recommending that we as a board find OPPD is taking reasonable and appropriate measures to comply with this policy. So I think that's a good indication for where we are and opportunities that lie ahead. Kate, wonderful job. Thank you to you and the team as always. Super, super important work that, you know, we can never take a break from, right? This is really important work. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, Director Bogner, that concludes the Governance Committee's report.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have the Finance Chair report, Director Yoder.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you can see here, our agenda for our meeting on October 8th began with a discussion from Mr. Thurber about a preliminary 2022 rate increase overview. A potential modest rate increase was discussed briefly during our Finance Committee. We didn't have full information from a bond sale that had just occurred, and so since then the Finance Committee has been updated by Mr. Thurber, and I want to thank him for keeping us updated on that. So right now the bottom line is the board will be asked to consider a modest rate increase. But that won't come to the Finance Committee until our November meeting, and so we will dive into it deeper at that point. And so I just want to pause here to ask John if he's got any comments at this time.
I do not, Director Yoder. Thank you.
Yep, that's fine. Or any comments from any of the other Finance Committee members or board members? Okay, just an alert that it's coming. The next two items are on our agenda today, so I don't need to go over them at this point. And then I wanted to talk about SD2 and the work we've been doing on that. So the clock's been running with the time-based language in the opening paragraph of SD2. There it is there. Along with that calendar crunch, the Finance Committee has enjoyed monthly discussions about what other changes to SD2 make sense. The need for the larger rewrite has been reinforced with the pre-LRI workshop survey responses that the board made on that survey. As you can see from the diligent notes, and thank you, Mo, for bringing it up, the proposed revision to SD2 to resolve the soon-to-be out-of-date language can be simply resolved. The Finance Committee is working on other issues that have been raised. I don't expect us to have those other issues sorted out in 2 months' time. Therefore, the Finance Committee has reached some consensus here on splitting the revision into two parts. Part one is the troublesome language that you see in front of us. So that I'm proposing will come out next month. And then part two is everything else. As part of this Finance Chair report, and partially in response to board members' comments made during the workshop survey, I thought you would appreciate some of the topics and changes that we are considering for that part two element. So I'll just bullet through these. They aren't in rank order. One is that opening paragraph. There's an opportunity to improve the goal and metric structure in the opening paragraph. I think we've achieved some consensus around the desire to move from percentage to like a tier metric, something like a quartile, and away from an average of statewide averages to a multi-point set of peer utilities. So that's one element. Second bullet, the interest in addressing our mission, affordable energy service, more specifically than simply monitoring affordability indicators in the third bullet there. A third element that we're looking at is looking more closely at the principles of fairness that are mentioned in that first bullet. One non-finance committee member asked by way of the LRI survey for more specific language supporting and encouraging energy efficiency and conservation and rate making. Our committee hasn't looked at that yet. I'm happy to do that with that board members' input, and then just make the note that non-finance committee members, if you have specifics that you think you would like to see in SD2, it would be good to let us know. And then a couple of board members in that survey wanted clarification about what is and is not included in the rate comparison mentioned in that opening paragraph. To that end is the flat fee or connect fee part of the comparison? The answer is yes. How do we compare? Oh, and then there are many things that are not included in that. Miscellaneous charges. So field collection, reconnect fees, activation charges are not part of those retail revenues. And if you want a complete and thorough listing of what is not included, I can phone a friend here, or you can afterwards ask Julie Comstock's team. And then lastly, among things we might be considering or should be considering is how do we compare among utilities in our minimum bill, our flat fee, our connect fee. We don't make a specific call out for comparison with other utilities on that. So those are the things that may end up in the SD, may not after a finance committee discussion. But that would be part two. Part one is just handling the no longer relevant strikeout you see in front of you now. Okay, other finance committee members, any comments? Trying to get to where I can see that. No hands up from other members. Craig, I see you have a question, comment.
I do, yeah. I appreciate the preview of some of the things that you're discussing, so thank you for that. Don't have any really comment, quarrel, problem, or reinforcement of any of those things. It's just nice to see. It strikes me, and this is just sort of a thought that maybe put in the garbage and move on, but the fact that we're kind of embarking on what I think is sort of a longer term, over the course of several years, examining rates and like a more strategic approach to that is something that I think is of high value. I don't know the extent to which that's something that may be a how rather than a what. But I think that approach has been, I welcome it a lot, and I just offer that as, again, a thought about where I think we're going directionally in terms of how and when and what process we use to examine rates so that it's kind of cohesive and threaded together. Again, not for perhaps discussion today, but it's just a thought that popped into my head.
I don't know that I have any discussion. I thank you for your reflections there, and we'll just double down with Director Bogner's comment during the workshop, how helpful it was to see the survey responses about SD2, because we don't get that always. So how that weaves into how we should be doing this long term, I don't have any specifics here, but I think your comments are right on target. Questions, comments? Javier.
Thank you, Director. Really quick, as a supplemental comment to Director Moody, I really appreciate your comment there on strategy for rates. I think it's a really important one. When you look at the strategic directive that we have in front of us here, I would say most of it really relates to cost. It's a cost strategic directive. There is one bullet point, the second to last one, that maybe really addresses the rates piece, the rate design, offering flexibility and options, and how do we incent or not different behavior. But I think the majority of the SD, it's really related more to cost more than anything else. So I really appreciate your comment about how do we pivot in addition to controlling costs and maintaining affordability, et cetera, which has been our focus. How do we add this additional element of rate design that will have many connections to other strategic directives to advance conservation and promote reliability, resilience, environmental stewardship, et cetera. So I'm excited about what this directive will look like in the future, because it will have many touch points.
Really well put. Other comments? Contributions to the cause? All right. Thank you very much. That's the director's portion of this report. I think now we go to Mr. Thurber.
Thank you, Director Yoder. What I'm going to be discussing, and I've got here with me also Jim Anderson, who's in charge of our payables and tax area, is to discuss a payment that we recently made to the Nebraska Department of Revenue in regards to purported sales tax that we owed. And I would just start off the discussion here briefly and to say that every 3 years we are audited by the Nebraska Department of Revenue to see if we are collecting the appropriate taxes, whether they're sales tax, use tax, that the department requires that we pay. And people sometimes consider OPPD to be a tax exempt entity and does not pay tax. Well, that is not the case. We do pay sales and use tax. And so this audit takes place every 3 years. And through the normal course of the audit, there is reconcilements that are made and payments that are made occasionally to the Nebraska Department of Revenue, and that they can go up into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So paying the Nebraska Department of Revenue a payment of potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars is something that we have done previously. That's honestly part of a normal reconcilement process that takes place when you're dealing with millions of dollars worth of taxes that we pay. In this case, what we're discussing here was during the audit period of January 1st, 2013 through December 31st, 2015, the Nebraska Department of Revenue assessed us for sales tax tied to our pole attachment fees. And those would be for fees that we collect from primarily telecommunication companies. It could be something telephone or cable TV type companies that attach lines to our electric poles, whether they're street light poles or whether they're just electric poles. We do have attachments and we collect fees from these entities for that attachment to our polls. And as part of that, Nebraska Department of Revenue, for the very first time, decided to say we owed sales tax on those fees, or needed to collect sales tax from these entities on those fees in the tune of about $490,000. Well, this is the very first time that this happened. They had never before indicated that. We looked at the language. We thought the language was clear that we didn't have to do that. Um, but but they wouldn't back down from their position, and so we actually went into a dispute with them on that. And in fact, we instigated and worked with our legislature to make sure it was clear that we are not owed, or we do not have to collect sales tax for poll attachment fees. And that was passed in May of 2019. Well, still, the Nebraska Department of Revenue refused to waive the assessment of $490,000. And in fact, they could have assessed us in 2016 and 17 during an upcoming audit for the lack of collecting sales taxes on poll attachment fees. We did start, once we heard and we went through the audit, we did start collecting sales tax on poll attachment fees in 2018. But this is the situation that we were presented. Next slide, please. Again, the original assessment was for $490,000. We did make a payment to the Nebraska Department of Revenue. It was a little over $228,000 that was made within the last week. And in that settlement, the Nebraska Department of Revenue will not assess us for any poll attachment sales taxes that we didn't collect in 2016 and 2017. Again, we didn't know about this until 2018, and so that's when we started assessing sales tax for poll attachment fees. So when you look at the estimated amount, it's a little less than 300,000 that they could have assessed us on in 2016 and 17. The settlement is just under 30% of the assessed value for the period of 2013 through 2017. And so we did make that payment. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we did go ahead and make the payment, as we mentioned. We are reporting this out to the board. Although we feel as though the law indicated that we didn't have to do this, making the payment avoided a lengthy legal challenge. It took off the boards some potential payments for 2016 and 2017. And with the advice of our legal counsel, we decided it was in the best interest to go ahead and make this limited payment to the Nebraska Department of Revenue, representing the sales taxes that they purport that we owe. So with that, I am happy to answer any question. Of course, Director or our General Counsel, Mr. Bruckner, is available to discuss any legal aspects of this. And we also have Mr. Anderson, who's in charge of the audit process, to answer any questions too. So with that, are there any questions about the settlement that was made to the Nebraska Department of Revenue?
I don't see any hands
John?
up. Oh, who's that?
I didn't raise my hand, but could I ask a quick question?
Yeah, please.
Settlement looks great, no problem. Thank you for working through that. It all makes perfect sense to me. Just curiosity question. I assume that other utilities have the same issue, right? So is it fair to just assume that the way that they're assessing taxes for those other utilities is the same as how they're assessing them for us?
That's correct. Other utilities in the state have the same issue. They're going to have to work through that on how they decide to work through with the state on this. All the utilities were in favor of the law that was passed to make it clear, absolutely clear. And again, that was passed unanimously by the legislature to make it clear that sales taxes are not owed on these kind of attachments. So yes, this impacts other utilities.
The one thing that I would mention, if I may, it is very important to note that the Department of Revenue engages with each utility individually, right? So there is no standard settlement process negotiation. So all utilities approach things differently because we are unique. We have different differentiating factors. So, but yes, this affects all utilities. The outcome, the settlement negotiations will vary because that's the way the department engages individually with utilities.
Director Kavanaugh?
Yeah, thanks, Rick. John, is there any way we could possibly go back and approach the folks we would have been charging the sales tax from initially for possibly some financial relief there?
We did discuss that, Director Kavanaugh. I'll let Mr. Anderson, who would have to be the person that would work through that process. Logistically, it becomes very, very difficult for us to come back 4 or 5. Now that you go back to 2013, it's 8 years since that to try to say you use this and we needed to collect that. Mr. Anderson, anything you want to add to that?
Oh, that was the real gist of that discussion, was that it would be very difficult to provide those billings and or to collect that money when we didn't bill it in the first place. And that election was made to not pursue that, but we turned on the tax as soon as we found out and began collecting it.
Okay, yeah, I understand it would be difficult, probably legally, to recover any money, but I thought perhaps it might be willing to pay their share. All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Director Kavanaugh. I don't see any hands. Anyone have any further comments or questions on this issue? See anything? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Thurber. I'm really excited to hear about the green power update, and I hope everyone is actually, not just board members, but the public as well. So with huge anticipation, I guess Ms. Comstock.
Thank you, Director Yoder. We appreciate the time this morning to provide an update on where we are with our green power refresh. I know there's a lot of anticipation around what the information that Heather's going to provide today about the work that the team has done. Just as a reminder, this is something that we had initially planned to do in the 2020 timeframe, and our green power team had to quickly be diverted to address concerns with COVID and the lockdown and how to best provide solutions for our customers who were having financial struggles during that time. But I'm really pleased with the work that the product development and marketing team are. We have a cross-functional team that they have been working with folks from finance, from the public affairs team, with market research, and Heather will touch on some of the work that's been done. But I'm really excited about the recommendation that the team has put together. It is coming together very nicely with our strategic initiatives and the strategic directives, and namely our customer engagement and the decarb strategic initiatives that we have teams working on. This recommendation will support some of the activities that those two initiatives are suggesting that OPPD should be doing. So looking forward to hearing your input. I just want to mention, so this is a recommendation for what we plan to do with the product. The Green Power program is currently a rate rider. And so in the biennial rate package that you will see in November that adjusts different things in the service regs and the rates, you will see the recommendation that we will discontinue the Green Power rider at the end of the first quarter in 2022, and then we will have the new product available that Heather is about to tell you about. So that would be the action item that you'll have, will be part of the annual or biannual rate package, and it's not a separate standalone item for you to approve. With that, I will hand it over to Heather to give you more information about the direction the product is going.
Thank you, Julie, and good morning, all. Just, to echo Julie's excitement, really proud of the work that the team has done. And, I know it's been a long time coming. We've really been looking for this to be a priority, but, priorities shift as pandemics happen. So with that, let's, dig right in, and let me give you some background and history and tell you about where we're recommending to take the Green Power program. This here, we just want to, let's level set. This is history. What is it today? Green Power was introduced 19 years ago and has not had, really a look at or any sort of refresh since then. It hit its peak back in 2009. It's been, for the most part, maintaining somewhat steady, but, it did kind of go on a decline. We actually had a large push in 2018, some marketing campaigns that we had put together to kind of revive the program and to drum up new interest, but also to start receiving some of the feedback that we needed from customers in terms of how the product was meeting their needs. As you guys are aware, and as Julie alluded to, today's current state, this is a rate rider. So it was approved by the board of directors. The funds were used for our generation projects, early on wind projects that the district had decided to move forward with. And overall, we have really low participation. So slightly over 1% of our entire customer base is actually participating in this program, today. So with that, when you think about a product that's been on, been in the market and on the shelf for 19 years, I don't know how many of you can walk into a Target or a Hy-Vee or, any of those type of retail stores and think of something that has stayed the same. It was really time for us to say, let's look at this and what do we need? So Mo, if you want to move to the next slide. The team really established and worked towards what's our problem statement and what are our goals? What is going to drive us forward that we can, keep coming back to and making sure that we meet the needs of our customers. The problem statement simply is it's not meeting the needs today of our customers as well as the district. But our goals for a future state program and what we had heard through some customer commentary and feedback, that is through board meetings like this, that is through stakeholder outreach and other sessions and workshops. We didn't have to have a focus on the Green Power program to certainly get a lot of feedback about the Green Power program. And what we knew was important were these goals. We needed to improve transparency and where these funds were going and how they were supporting projects. We needed to increase participation. The more customers we have participating, the better off we are at achieving some of these metric goals. We knew that we wanted to support renewable and sustainability goals. We have a net zero 2050 goal, and how can we have this program support that? We also knew that it needed to be more community focused than it was today. And through that, we had to differentiate it from our community solar program. The team has been, as Julie said, a cross-functional team. We've worked with individuals throughout the customer service business unit, the public affairs business unit, the financial services business unit, as well as a few individuals from our business technology group. So really identifying, through these goals, are they achievable? Can they be realized? And like I said, they've used these as the cornerstone as they've moved forward. As I go into, the next few slides and the recommendation and the research, just a quick reminder that we do use a framework in our product development and marketing group to really ensure that we're getting proper feedback from our customers, that we're doing plenty of research, that we're analyzing multiple different solutions and testing those before we bring them to market. And so right now we are kind of at what we would call the develop/launch phase. So you're going to see the conceptual recommendation of the program. But we still have to work out some of those, finite details of the how to bring this to market appropriately. So Mo, if you want to go ahead and move on, you can go ahead and skip this slide and go right to the next one. The first aspect for us is always, okay, well, what are others doing, right? How can we benchmark? What are some good programs out there? How have they been successful? And so we went out and took a look at the industry. There was a report, albeit somewhat dated, in 2017, NREL did put out a report of the top green power programs. And so we were able to take a look at that and kind of use that as, I guess I'll say, like a starting point, a launching point. If an outside organization has identified these as some top green focused or green pricing, quote unquote, programs, what were they doing and how was that successful? And, you know, what we found, or what the team found, is there is a lot of green-focused, community-based programs out there. There is a little bit of a mix, and they range anywhere from like our current state program, where it funds utility generation, all the way to where we're going to be proposing this program move to, which is really on, you know, sustainable type projects within the community and anywhere in between. So there certainly isn't just like one standard product out there that it was like, let's just go replicate that. We did see that there's a bit of a trend, however, with those, in addition to what we're doing, you know, phasing out some of these rate rider programs based on the utilities really getting, you know, more strongly focused on some of their renewable generation goals. They're taking away the rate rider aspect of it. So I guess I would say we're following some trends of other utilities out there. You know, this is just a listing of a handful of the utilities that certainly we not only went out and took a look and a deep dive into their programs, but also had some discussions with some peers at those groups. So just a little bit about the utility. And then on the next slide, it's also just as important that not only we research the industry, but that we have good customer outreach and that we talk to our customers about what they expect to see in these programs. So this is just kind of showing our map of some of the activities that we did. And really, you know, our goals here is that we understand exactly what the customer values. What are their goals and what kind of program do they want to participate in? What are the product features? What are the little things about the product that they value and they would like to see in these programs? And then to also use these opportunities with customer outreach to test some ideas and concepts, as well as some of those smaller features and benefits, and then kind of, you know, continuously incorporate their feedback. So again, I think I just said this in another presentation, but it's about creating that infinity loop and just constantly recycling it until we get to where we feel more comfortable releasing a product that we know our customers will enjoy. So through the path, there were existing customer surveys and comments that took place. Like I said, we didn't have to actually launch a program or a project in order to receive those comments from our customers. They were freely flowing in through a variety of other channels. There were some surveys that were completed, including even most notably that there was a survey done by the Sierra Club that we were able to utilize the results from that survey. Or I'm sorry, not Sierra Club, I'm misquoting that. It's Nebraskans for Solar, my apologies. But we were able to utilize the results of that survey, again, to incorporate some, you know, really strong insights from our customers. We had discussions with community organizations, organizations like Together One and Green Bellevue. We even hosted a workshop where we invited all of our current green power participants, electric vehicle participants, as well as a handful of other personas. We had a really good turnout, really good discussion, deep discussion. It was facilitated by a third-party moderator, and we were really able to kind of open up and uncover beyond just the surface comments that we had received, and I'm kind of alluding to in the beginning of this arrow, to really understand their preferences. We also, you know, utilized some members of our contact center to reach out to our business customers and kind of dig into a little bit around their preferences. I think I didn't mention this, but there is 2 rate riders, one for our residential group and one for our business customer group. And I'll talk a little bit about the move forward here on that in a second. And then we also used our power panel. We actually went to our power panel twice. And one, it was just, let's talk about these product concepts. Let's test these. And then we brought the concepts back with some very specific product features. Do you like this or do you like that? And why? Would you participate more if it was this way or that way? Why? So a lot of, again, really good deep insight and some discussion came out of that. And really on the next slide, here's our highlight or executive summary of the key learnings. And I'm going to be honest, the team, myself, and I think everybody here at OPPD really wasn't surprised, right? It's what we had learned early on, and we were able to validate through a number of different outreach opportunities, is that they do trust OPPD, and they also want us to be the trusted source of information and leading these projects on behalf of the community. But they want them to be community projects, not just used for utility scale generation. They want some choice. They want customization. They want to be able to choose and differentiate based on their personal desires, and they understand that what they want to contribute may not be what their neighbor wants to contribute to. Community involvement, I've kind of said that. They want to be involved in it. They want to support it. They want to help decide what projects are there. And as we've known for a long while, this one really hit that top of the learning is, but be transparent. And everything you do with this product, be transparent. Just a little note here, when scoring and taking a variety of different product concepts to our customers, our current state program repeatedly scored last and was the least desired by our customers today. So again, just goes back to that problem statement. It really wasn't meeting the needs. All right, so let's unveil the recommendation. And Mo, if you want to go ahead and move to the next slide. All right, so what do we want to look forward to in 2022 and beyond? And I want to start off with what the team learned around this point of the project is that we needed to separate our efforts from residential to commercial. And so this recommendation is going to be more focused to our residential community. And I'll circle back around on the commercial here in just a bit. So the description or kind of the elevator pitch of it is that it continues to be a subscription program focused on green focused program that focuses on partnering with our customers, and they get to partner with us to choose, to promote, and to execute on these projects. And these projects will educate our community. They'll build healthy, safer, cleaner environments. And that's really, where we want to go with it. So it remains a subscription program. And I'll show you in the next couple of slides how that really differentiates.
Quick comment, just for the benefit of the public who's listening. I know most of us here on the call understand what a subscription program means, but really it is a voluntary program. It's a voluntary rate, something that customers could choose to subscribe to. It would not be applied to all customers. I think it's important to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So similar to today, there is a monthly, again, voluntary subscription option. We'll also consider, one-time campaigns or benefits. The team is looking at multiple price points and different recognition and different involvement based on the price point. And again, that's in some of the detail that's still being worked out before we launch the program next year. Ultimately, we're coming back to what is the customer value, and it's that we're being transparent and that they are getting to play a part of the role in product management and deciding what projects that we bring to the communities near them. Mo, if you want to go ahead and move to the next slide. All right, so these three slides kind of work together. So, it is a subscription program, it is voluntary, it supports green products, but what does that mean? So really what we're looking at is it needs to support sustainable energy, reduce the environmental impact, or support community betterment. You guys can probably read through this a little bit better or in more detail if you want, but really the next slide here will give you some examples. And I want to state a voluntary program from our residential community. However, we're not accepting applications for like individual homeowners. It needs to be for the betterment of the community. It can be like a homeowners association. It could be a group or club. It could be a grouping of individuals. But the intent, Mo, if you want to go ahead and move to the next slide. The intent is not necessarily to say this is a program to put residential solar or rooftop solar on your individual home, because that, although it does, I guess you could say, support the community and in some of our renewable goals, it is more for the betterment of you, and it is your household, and it is not a community-based project. And so here's just a couple of examples of projects that we could see funded through this new Green Power program. Could be, like I said, homeowners association or a public park solar project, all the way to maybe, us sponsoring and putting together some science and innovation fairs. We could look at expanding the Arboretum or opening a secondary location, or even creating and opening Omaha's first sustainability park. And so these are just some examples. Again, it's up to the community on where we want to go with these and really allowing them to decide what they value and what's important to them. So that's a little bit about the new program. On the next slide, the team did just a little bit of analysis. And I'm sorry, Mo, you can go ahead and skip through the animation there. they did a little bit of analysis to kind of say, okay, if we move forward, what's the participation going to look like? And so here you're just seeing a little bit of a before and after. Today we've said less than 1% participates. The average enrollment over the lifetime at its max or at its peak was about 5,500 of our customers. Through our testing and our power panels, we've been able to determine or predict that we could nearly get up to about 41,000 of our customers to participate in this new program. This is after deducing numbers from a say-do analysis, applying just a market penetration, 25% right off the top, that we don't think that we'll maybe necessarily be able to convert. And so these are kind of our starting goals for the program and what we will aim to achieve. The average annual revenue of the existing program was about $261,000, and we're looking to put that around $2.5 million in the future. Again, really bringing in the dollars to help fund these community projects that are so important to our customers. In the past, as you guys know, it's been dedicated to just our renewable projects, OPPD generation. And again, we selected those projects and the location of those projects and what they were. And now what we're going to be doing is really, like I said, getting our customers involved where it enhances, community-based programs and efforts, and that they are participating in the selection, the budgeting, and the execution of these projects. If you want to go ahead and move to the next slide, Mo. And I'm starting to come to a close here and just, wanted to focus on this one more time, is increasing the customer transparency. We've heard loud and clear that this is incredibly important. And so we will be building, websites, web pages so that you can watch the funds as they're coming in. As projects are selected, you'll be able to not only see how the funds are being used for that project, but also just status updates on the progress of the project as well. We'll commit to some e-newsletters and different communications on a periodic basis to our subscribers, again, to make sure that they understand, the facets of the program that they have participated or chosen to participate in. And if you want to go to the next slide. Again, as we're wrapping up here, just showing that there is some strategic alignment with this new program, and this was something that was important to us on the onset of our goals. And really, we see how this helps promote and support a number of our SDs, but also some of our strategic initiatives, really getting the customers engaged and feeling like they are a part of the utility through our customer engagement strategic initiative, but also supporting our pathways to decarbonization through some of these community-focused programs. And Mo, the final slide here on the next, slide, just showing our next steps. Like I said, we are finalized in the product concept. We are moving forward. We've heard really good feedback from our customers. We're just applying those, the minutia, the fine point, the small details, working with, the financial services, the regulatory or legal teams, and everyone else. And, just as you kind of see, customer retention strategy, we want to make sure the current Green Power participants, see the desire and transition over to this new program. We also need to, understand what are our personas and segments of the future that we want to go out and make sure that they're aware in that they can take action on this new program as well. We do anticipate launching in Q1 of 2022, exact date yet to be defined, but we are committed to bringing this to market sometime in that first quarter. And then after we launch the residential program, we will be reevaluating the commercial program and what it means to them. We have another project that we think is going to serve the needs of our commercial customers that is kicking off next year, and that's a commercial and industrial, calling it like a net zero. Again, it's kind of like a community solar program, but for our commercial industrial folks, and that's just kicking off next year. And we really think that that is going to suffice and meet the needs based on some of that early on feedback that we did do, those surveys and that outreach, but we'll continue to reevaluate that. With that being said, and I'm totally skipping around on this slide, going back up that third bullet that's bolded, board action for rate 463A and 463B. That will be coming to you guys next month. There really is not a need to have both the current Green Power as well as whatever this future product is called in the market at the same time. Like I said, this one's just not serving the current needs of our customers. So you will see an action come to you to sunset that product by March 31st of 2022. What that allows is for us to move people and to transition people after we launch the program in the first quarter. It gives us plenty of time to have appropriate communication and outreach with those individuals to move them over. And then come March 31st, have they not transitioned, they will just be removed from the current state program. We are asking to sunset the commercial program. There is only about a half a dozen customers on that, and albeit that they don't have necessarily a program to move into quite yet because we still need to reevaluate that. What we've learned from those customers is that, again, the current state program really just is not providing any value to them. There really is no need for them to remain on it while we work through the future solution. So that will be the action for you. With that, I am closed with my presentation, although I would just like to say, a big kudos to the team that has been working on this. Like I said, cross-functional team, but it has been led by Trisha McKnight, who is a product specialist here at OPPD, Kyle Hoyle, who is the product development coordinator, and under the leadership of Paul Fortney. So just wanted to give some recognition to the work that they're doing, even though I get to be the one that sits here and presents today. So
All
if you
right,
guys have
thank
any
you very
questions,
much.
happy to take those.
Thank you very much, Ms. Siepken. I saw that Eric Williams had his hand up.
Great, thanks. Yeah, this is exciting. I'm glad to see a new program being available for the people who wish to participate, and particularly the opportunity for the increased participation in the future and the increased funding available for the types of projects that are described there. A couple logistics questions. You talked about the finalization of those details, but hopefully you can cover some of these. 460, the rate that we currently have is an official rate in our rate manual. The mechanism for collection of the program from the voluntary program participants in the future, is that intended also to be an official rate, or what is the tool that will be designed for that collection?
Yeah, great question, Director Williams. It will not be a rate. And so it was a rate today because it funded utility generation, utility scale generation, whereas our other products that we have that are not utility scale generation are just a product. And so it'll show up on their bill just like if they wanted to participate in our electric line plan or a surge guard or anything like that. And so there is obviously a price associated to the product, but it would not be a rate rider.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification there. Additionally, you mentioned the number of participants that are currently in the program and working in Q1 to get them signed up and transitioned over. Are we expecting a default enroll transition for the new product from current participants, or will this be a mandatory action step in order for them to be enrolled in the new program?
So it'll be voluntary. We will not mandate that they move over to the new program. So we will communicate with them. We will highlight the new opportunity for them. They'll have the opportunity to opt out of participating should they want. But again, that's that importance of us having that full quarter to kind of have those communications and make sure they understand the product that they're moving into.
Yeah, sorry, the word mandatory, I guess I want to be careful with that. What I should have said would be an automatic transition from the current rate rider into the voluntary participation program in the future, or product. Okay, appreciate that. And then lastly, from the slide that we had talking about the market penetration, do you have an idea of the timeline there? That seems like a significant increase in the number of people who would voluntarily participate here. Do we have a projected timeline for when we think we might reach that market penetration, or are there milestones along the way? Yeah, first question, do we have a timeline when we think we might reach that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I know the team has looked at it, and I apologize. I don't know that. And so I have to honestly say that I can't answer it, but they have kind of projected that out. I don't know if we want, I can have them unmute Kyle or Paul, or I can follow up with that information for you.
I guess follow up would be helpful.
Okay.
Not an immediate need.
We can do that.
Just generally curious, and I guess this follows on the question of the monitoring reports update discussion that we had at the workshop recently, and how we would look at some of the things and how we would have kind of expected progress in different areas. And so this seems like an area where looking toward the expected market penetration, what are the steps toward that outcome that could be checked in? I don't know if it's a quarterly update or how that might work. Something less formal than a monitoring report for a strategic directive, but just a way to see where we're at. And then the follow on there would be a timeline to, or a time to potentially adjust and expand strategy to try and reach that market participation that we expect could be possible. So I appreciate that, and if that can be provided later, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Are you good, Director Williams? All right, thank you. Director Moody?
This is super duper exciting. So kudos to everybody involved in pulling this together. I think it's a really, really fantastic program that you've outlined. I have to assume that part of the appeal for people to participate will be the opportunity to be actively engaged in choosing projects. Sounds like you're still kind of working out the mechanism there for how that might happen maybe, but I guess I'd just be curious in initial thoughts on how that might look and work, acknowledging that you don't necessarily know yet. So any insight you can provide would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think the initial goals is that we will create like an official selection committee. And on that selection committee, we want it to be diverse. So we want to make sure that we have customers. So obviously that would be subscribers. We also need to make sure that we have, OPPD involved in that as well, right? Because there are sometimes, things that the customer doesn't understand about the logistics of, maybe establishing a solar facility, right? And so allowing them, I guess what I would say is we're going to make sure to allow each subscriber the opportunity to submit their vote in some way. And this is where I would want my, the next project to be. I'm sorry about the background noise. The next project to be, but that selection committee, that diverse selection committee made up of both OPPD, perhaps a board of director, and our customers would be the ultimate individual to make that final selection.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. I appreciate that additional level of clarity. Super exciting. Okay, I'm good, Rick. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Director Moody. I share your excitement as well. Any other directors want to opine, comments, questions? I have one. Heather, the slide that talked about categories, 3 different categories that projects had to be in, had something about, what was it? Supporting community betterment. And then in your discussion about what's of value or what would be considered, I think I heard you correctly, you said it has to be up to the community. And Director Moody was just asking, kind of what the specifics of that might be. And then lastly, on the slide that said strategic alignment, you had a few SDs out there. What I'm getting to is trying to provide context for my comment, which is just take it as one person's opinion. I would really, I guess a way to help provide a bright line, if there can be a bright line, to prevent scope creep, I guess, on what projects might fall into this, is to tie things back to the mission, OPPD's mission. And there may be some really valuable projects out there, but if it doesn't help us with our mission, then I get that might be a way for you to make that judgment. So that's all I have. And but I'm really excited about this too. I think it's wonderful that we've got this. The projections you have for participation and what can happen here are really exciting. And the fact that we're definitely going to be in a leadership position versus trailing what other green programs are doing. It's just all very exciting. Thank you. With that, Director Bogner, I think. Oh, did I hear somebody? We're done.
All right, I was just giving a little space in case someone was trying to chime in there. So, Director Moody, do you want to to come back to your thought here?
Yeah, I dropped this in the chat, and again, this is just simple idea, but there's an element of, how can we maximize impact with our money here, and allowing, and again, one idea, take it or leave it, but potentially allowing applicants to bring in some matching funds so that a project that's half a megawatt could become 1 megawatt, could be a way to really accelerate our money and expand impact. All right, it's just an idea.
Yeah.
Y'all.
And I'll just to comment on that, Director Moody, I think that's why you saw that there was a subscription, but also the opportunity for like one-time campaigns is that certainly an avenue or an angle of this that we're looking at, in addition to utilizing grants to help match as well, right? So there's ways to maximize the potential of some of these projects.
All right, this is super exciting. I look forward to hearing more, and I just can't express enough how excited I am that this program's getting an update after 19 years. I moved to Omaha in 2002, so it's like, oh, this program's been going on ever since I've lived here. So, and I think that the potential for impact is significant. So really excited for that. Okay, looking at our agenda here, we are ready to break for lunch right on time. So we will plan to come back on time at 12:10. And at that time, we'll have the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee report. Thank you very much. We'll see you then.
Test, test, test. Can anyone hear me?
I hear you, Rick.
Good. Okay, just making sure I was still hooked up.
Oh, hi, Mike.
How you doing, Mo?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Another nice day.
I know it's gorgeous outside.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started again. Up next, we have Director Williams with the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee report. Director Williams?
Great, thanks very much. This month we did have a pre-committee meeting, and you can see the discussion items from that meeting on the screen now. Several of these are going to be action items, or reporting action or reporting items today, and that's going to be the North Omaha Unit 4 and 5 burner replacement, the Jones Street, and the SD7 Environmental Stewardship Monitoring Report. We did decide to have the pre-meeting this month. We talked at the board workshop a little bit about the balance of when we need a pre-meeting and when we do not. Two of the members of the systems committee are new this year, and so this was a good opportunity to discuss some of the transition at North Omaha that's part of Power with Purpose, moving from coal to gas on those burner 4 and 5. And then also to talk a little bit about the function of Jones Street, which is a relatively lesser known part of our generation fleet. But we wanted to take an opportunity to get some information about the improvements or the recommended work at that location, and then how that functions in our system. And that was best done by the closed pre-committee meeting that we already had. Again, we'll have the environmental stewardship monitoring report here in a little while. And then at the end of the meeting, we did talk about committee direction. And there was some overlap between previous board meetings and the board workshop, which had happened literally just the day before this pre-meeting, in highlighting where our the board work plan was headed for the systems committee. We had talked about SD9 and SD4 at the board workshop. We had talked a little bit about SD7, for which we'll hear the report now. But after this report, we had talked at the workshop about the potential for looking at interim metrics on the way to our long-term goal of net zero carbon by 2050. And so after this meeting, we did update the board work plan to reflect the expected future work to use the summary of the decarbonization strategic initiative to help inform what interim metrics would be appropriate toward that long-term goal. And so that was something else that came from the systems pre-meeting. So I don't know if any of the committee members have anything else they wanted to voice about the pre-meeting. Again, most of the items are going to be covered here, presented, and then become action items. So I don't see anyone with anything else to add now. So that being the case, I think we can go ahead and move to the first item on the list for today. That would be the North Omaha Unit 4 and 5 burner replacement. And I'll ask Mary Fisher to introduce this.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Director Williams. Yes, we are bringing to the board for action a request to be able to replace the Units 4 and 5 burners to be able to complete the conversion to natural gas in 2024. We're asking for that currently because of the long lead and the complexity of this project. When you look at North Omaha 5, it was built in 1968, it's 216 megawatts. North Omaha 4 was built in 1963 and it's 120 megawatts. And each one of those has a different configuration. There's 12 burners, I believe, on North Omaha 4 and North Omaha 5. And there's 16 burners on North Omaha 4 that need to be replaced in order to move this conversion forward. But as Director Williams alluded to, this is part of the Power with Purpose package that we would retire North Omaha 1, 2, and 3 and convert North Omaha 4 and 5 to natural gas by the end of 2023. And so at the end of 2023, We will turn off all of the North Omaha units, and we will proceed in 2024 with the conversion of North Omaha 4 and 5 to natural gas. These burners is an essential part of that conversion. And so we're requesting, due to the complexity of this project, not only in the number of burners, but the trade-offs between design of burners, emissions that those burners have as options depending on the design, that complexity really leads us to the request that we have in front of the board to move forward with competitive bids, but on a negotiated contract process instead of a sealed bid process, so that we can get the best overall solution for these 2 units moving forward. With that, I would take any questions from the board of directors.
So I think the main point that we highlighted during the pre-committee meeting, and I assume everyone that we've got it clear now, but this is the preparation work for that conversion for 4 and 5. And again, we'll have a Power with Purpose update at the end. There's not a lot more technical information here. This is the delegation for staff to carry out under that same process that we've talked about in the past, the negotiation of the contract. So this is the action, and then staff will carry everything out from here forward. Just again, a reminder, because that is somewhat different than the awarding of a final contract. So I don't see any hands or hear any comments or questions at this time. All right, there's some information provided for you in Diligent about this, but I guess if we don't have any comments or questions, this would be moved to an action item on Thursday. And so, well, Mary, I guess that was a pretty straightforward item. We can move on to the next one. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So Jones Street Stations Units 1 and 2 exhaust stacks. During part of our operations, we were doing some testing on these units, and Jones Street 2 experienced some damage to the exhaust stack. These units were built in 1972. They're 61 megawatts each. We need these units to meet our accredited capacity requirements. These units are very dependable, very reliable, but this was a section of the units that is really difficult to get in and see to really get in there and get a visual on how that piece of equipment is looking in the exhaust stack. And we don't typically get in there, but what we found is that there was some corrosion that had occurred in the Jones Street 2. And as we did that, we looked for the extent of condition. We went into Jones Street 1 and found similar damage, but not to the same degree as Jones Street 1. And so we have been communicating with the OEM, who is GE, General Electric, or the original equipment manufacturer, OEM, General Electric. We've asked them, what should we do with these units? How should we proceed with these units? Their recommendation to us was to completely redesign these units because of the age and to replace the components. And so what you have in front of you today is a request based on conversations with GE. GE would not release the information that they protect as proprietary information. And so part of what we need to do is to sit down and actually come up with a redesign of these stacks in order to accomplish their purpose, which is really noise mitigation in that area. Many of you are familiar that Jones Street Station sits in the middle of Omaha, and noise reduction is obviously something we're very, very concerned about. So we are requesting from the board that we go out and solicit competitive bids and that we determine what the best overall design is to make sure that we mitigate any damage, but also mitigate any future issues that we might have with noise in the area and ensure that we have reliable operations going forward at the Jones Street stations. Because of the complexity of this and because we can't get the overall design from the original manufacturer, we are asking the board again to allow us to go out through a negotiated process to understand what that design might look like, understand the trade-offs that different contractors might bring in, and really understand what the project schedule pricing and mitigation aspects of this project could be. So we are asking the board again to go with the contract process as opposed to a sealed bid process. And it requires 6 votes of the board in order to approve this.
Great. Mary, a couple things that we did talk about in the systems pre-meeting. Can you remind us of the capacity for each of the units at Jones Street?
Each one is accredited capacity about 61 megawatts today.
Great, thank you. And then we talked a little bit about recent work that has been done on either of the 2 units. Can you provide some background on when recent work was completed on either of them, or what the expected future work is for either of the 2 units?
Sure, that's a great question. Unit 1 just completed an overhaul. It was basically torn clear apart and rebuilt. So it is in great shape and has been put back in service. Unit 2 is scheduled to go through its borescope. So they go through a borescope, we determine what the damage is on the units, and then we go in and repair all the damage. We do these typically every 7 to 10 years. And my technical experts will ping me if I have that wrong, but we do these periodically to ensure that the units are operating and being maintained in a manner that would allow them to operate efficiently and efficiently into the future. So Unit 2 is undergoing its borescope this fall. We will determine any damage that would need to be repaired and is scheduled for outage next year to repair any damage we find during the borescope this fall.
Great, sounds good. Again, same process as before. I see a question from Director Mulhoff. Go ahead, Janice.
Hi, Mary. Thank you for the update. How much do the improvements or the work that we've just done and then this work on the exhaust parts of it, how much does this lengthen the life of the projects, and how does that fit in really with our decarbonization? I guess, thinking about stranded assets and how much money we're spending, and then what's the life expectancy of these units?
Yeah, that's a fabulous question, and I appreciate you asking that. These units are critical to us. We operate them very little, but when we need them, we absolutely need them. And an example of that was during the polar vortex. We operated these units continuously for a number of hours throughout those 2 days where it was bitterly cold. And because these are peaking stations, they're really maintained and expected to be operated infrequently. The overhaul that we just did on Unit 1 should be good for about another 10 years. The money that we invested in this unit, we anticipated that we would get payback on the money that we invested in a single year. I can tell you the money that we invested this year and the way that they ran during the polar vortex, we've already recovered that. And so it is to our advantage to go ahead and repair these units, keep them operational, and really look for opportunities to not run them as opposed to run them. And so we want to maintain them for those very, very high peaks in which these units are critically important to us.
Thank you, Mary. That makes a lot of sense.
And if I may, thank you, Mary, and thank you, Director Mulhoff, for the question. I would say these 2 units, keeping these 2 units in good working condition is a critical path that enables us to pursue more renewable generation, to pursue decarbonization. Without these 2 units, our jobs would be significantly harder to pursue additional decarbonization goals. So these, as Mary said, these 2 units are standing there. They're not used very often, but when they're used, they could become some of the most valuable units in the system. So it makes me very happy to hear that these units will be in good working condition, and we'll have them in good operational status for the next 10 years.
Yeah, we regularly see the capacity factor report in the president's report, and Jones Street frequently is in the fractions of a percent, if at all. So utilization on this is relatively low, but importance extremely high. So yeah, I appreciate that clarification there. And we'll see the SD7 monitoring report here in just a little while, but as a reminder, on the fleet emissions page, the reporting section of our website, there is a breakdown by unit for emissions across our entire fleet. And I do think that Jones Street is broken down individually in that section. So the overall contribution to any of the emissions from Jones Street is very limited. But again, as was highlighted, the importance of the system is very high. So yeah, I appreciate that question and clarification there. Janice, I do see your hand still up. Did you have a follow-up question or no? Okay. Did any other directors have any questions about Jones Street? Okay, this is again kind of a unique location, but this is the same process again due to the challenging scope of work. So board action here would authorize staff to carry out the negotiation to get the work completed. Just want to make sure that we're clear about that. That this is the time for the action, and then everything else will be done by staff. I don't see or hear any additional questions on this one. I have not personally had the opportunity to visit Jones Street yet, but we talked about that in the pre-meeting, and perhaps some of the other directors would be able to join me at a visit there sometime in the future. I'm interested to see what this looks like. So thanks very much for making the recommendation for doing what's necessary to keep these units operating effectively. With that, we've got an additional item here. Yeah, and this one is Troy. So please help us with this one, Troy.
Great, thanks. We included some pictures so that you can see what we're asking for here. I think the board's seen a few of these over the past few years with all the growth that we've been experiencing in our service territory. And so basically this contract is needed to procure the fabrication and delivery of substation steel equipment. And so that steel equipment, as you can see, supports the actual infrastructure that's inside the substation and gets most of that off the ground. This contract will cover approximately 329 different structures within the substation. So it's a decent project. And as we went out, we received 7 proposals, 2 of which were legally responsive and 6 were technically responsive. And we've been seeing more of this trend lately, where we have some that fall out on the legal side. And the speculation and to some extent some of the conversations we've had in the past are bidders are somewhat challenged to hold some of the pricing with the volatile commodity market that we see, as well as the deadlines can be a little tricky for some too with some of the struggles in the labor market. So we've seen a few of these this year. Luckily for us, very fortunately for us, the 2 that were legally responsive were very competitive and very reputable from that standpoint. This has a desired delivery date of January 18th of 2022, and the proposal from Clutie was evaluated to be the lowest and best bid, was below the engineer's estimate, which was kind of in the middle of the pack. And I can tell you that we are very familiar with this company. They completed numerous steel structures for us in substations in the past. I know of at least 4 myself that I'm familiar with, and they are located in York, Nebraska. And so with that, we are asking for the board to approve this contract.
Great, thanks very much, Troy. I see a hand from Janice, or is that still?
No, that's me again.
Okay.
So we're procuring these from York, so we don't expect any supply chain or transportation issues with the delivery of this product then, as we've been seeing, across the board for other things that have to enter the supply chain.
Yeah, we don't see any at this time. It's kind of a unique world we're in right now where things do kind of pop up here and there, but our engineers feel very comfortable with the reputation of this organization and their ability to time and time again deliver on the product. And so they were pretty firm with what they have. And if the organizations have procured their steel or whatever ahead of time, that allows them to have some certainty. So I would guess that Clutie feels pretty good at this standpoint.
Thanks, Troy. I always like to see that we're using as local procurement as we can. That just makes it a lot easier and supports the local economy as well. So thank you.
Great. I don't see any other hands on this one. So I guess one more second, and I think we're good on this. Kudos to the team on all three of the action items for systems here. Those were well explained, and we didn't have a lot of follow-up. That's great. At this point, I would like to invite Javier to provide some remarks before we get into the Nuclear Oversight Committee report. Javier.
Thank you, Director Williams. I couldn't help but recognize Mary Fisher as she's about to give her last nuclear oversight report, and we will have many opportunities to celebrate Mary's contributions to OPPD. But this is Mary's last committee meeting, and I want to take an opportunity to share with all of you and really recognize the value that she has brought to the organization on many fronts. With over 35 years of work experience in the utility industry, more than 6 of those here with OPPD, the work that she has done will leave a legacy for us, starting with our corporate planning functions when she was instrumental in building that up, and to the stage that it is today, all the way to leading the generation division at OPPD, all Jones Street, North Omaha Station, Nebraska City, all our peaking units, keeping them in good working condition, and also had the gigantic challenge and task of decommissioning a nuclear station. So what you're about to hear today is a just a regular report for all of us, but it's really not just a regular report. I think it marks Mary's contributions, and I want to thank her publicly for all the work that she has done. She still has a couple of weeks left with us, and I know she will continue to work really hard until the last day, but I did want to acknowledge that before she presented the report to you. Over.
Great. Thank you, Javier. And I'm sure that everyone echoes appreciation for all of Mary's work, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But yeah, in particular, the focus on the successful implementation of the decommissioning is absolutely top-notch, commendable. And so, Mary, thank you for all that you have done. And with that, if you have a nuclear report now, we'd be glad to hear it.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate those kind comments. The nuclear report today is going to be just a bit different. We try to, on every 6 months, maybe when we hit major milestones, bring you an overview of the work that's being done at Fort Calhoun. And it's only done because I have a great team, and I have great leadership there. And our leader from Fort Calhoun is going to give this presentation about all of the activities that have occurred at Fort Calhoun over the last few months. It's really quite impressive. I know a few of the directors had the opportunity to go out and take a tour of Fort Calhoun, but that work that continues up there continues to be done phenomenally by this great team that is working up there today. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Tim Muley to give us an overview of all the activities that have been occurring up at Fort Calhoun. Tim?
Thanks, Mary. It truly is an honor to be here today representing the hundreds of women and men from across the district and our many, many subcontract partners on this project. Much like last time when we were here, we're going to talk about the things that are going to go that went well. We're going to show some pictures and even a video today, assuming that technology works for us. But just like last time, I'm also going to talk about some of the challenges. And to foreshadow that a bit, this picture that you see on the front, you're going to see 2 or 3 more times, including when we talk about our challenges. Next slide, please. So this is the video. I'm going to try to narrate over it. Looks like we're a little bit choppy, but that's approaching the site looking towards Blair. The first 2 buildings you see with the white roofs are the training center and the administration building. And then, of course, you see the substation sitting there as well. That's not part of decommissioning. That will continue on throughout once we're past decommissioning. So that gets you a nice close-up view of the deconstruction area. The different buildings, basically from the left to the right, is the buildings that support the reactor. In the center is containment structure, that round structure. And towards the right is the turbine building and the service building that's partially being deconstructed. And so there's the video view of the front of that containment structure. and the one that I promised you'd see 2 or 3 times. As we get around to the back here, where that concrete pad is, that's where the chemistry building used to be. And right next to it was the maintenance building. That concrete pad will stay as a working area as we start to take down those other structures. And then in the very bottom, you can see where our dry fuel is stored. And just up and to the left of it, where that big dirt pad is, that's where the warehouse was. The dirt sitting next to it is what was excavated out. As we go along here, that long skinny building to the left, that is the service building. At this point, that building is, the interior is removed, and it's basically just a frame and a roof, and it's waiting to be deconstructed when we take down the turbine building. And we expect that to start interior-wise, at least by the end of this year. And then I would just point out all the activity going on here, right around that hatch opening, to help set up that discussion later on the challenges around coordination of all these activities. You can see in the center there is a container that's either being moved in or moved out. I don't know which it is, but that's how we get large equipment in and out of containment right now. And this is the waste processing structure that I know Mary has talked about several times as part of her monthly report outs. That's a 100 by 400 foot structure. A lot of work had to be done in this area to put that structure in. We moved about 100,000 cubic yards of dirt as part of this project alone. In addition to the one rail spur that was already existing through site, we added on 3 different ladders, if you will. One for incoming cars, one for outgoing cars, and then the track that runs right through the center, or right through the waste processing structure, is where we load it. And you can see that each one of these rail cars has a lid on it. Once the material is loaded, that lid is put on before it's sent off for disposal. And that's just a look at some of the rest of the site. And I think that gets us to the end. If we can go on to the next slide. So I mentioned we're going to talk about our major accomplishments. We showed you the video of kind of where we are today, or at least where we were in August. We're going to show you some pictures that go with the before, so you can kind of compare and contrast where we started and where we are now. But we're also going to look at the future activities, what we have coming up over the next year with a little more detail, but then also what we have over the next 3 or 4 years. And then we will look at our performance challenges and opportunities, and certainly opportunity for questions. Next slide, please. So last year when I was here at this same October meeting, this is the slide that we showed. We said that all of these things would be done by the end of 2021, that containment would be ready for RVI, which stands for Reactor Vessel Internal Work. That segmentation equipment would be on site. Our waste processing facility would be operational. We'd have several of the clean building demos complete. Our license termination plan would be submitted to the NRC, and we would improve our industrial safety performance. And you saw a lot of those on the video, but we're going to update all of those. And the next slide, please. The short version is, with one exception to equipment that we'll talk about when we get to the RVI section, we've accomplished all of those items. Next, please. So we're going to start with safety. And what we can never forget is we do have spent nuclear fuel on site. And we have people, trained staff on site 24/7, ensuring the safe, secure storage of that fuel. And they will remain on site until that fuel is moved whenever there's a solution for disposal. We've had no challenges to nuclear, radiological, or environmental safety, and we've had no OPPD employee DART injuries since 2018. The project as a whole, so including all of our contract partners, we had 1 DART, and that was last year during the summer, and that was one of the things that led to our reset on industrial safety. I'm glad to say that that has improved, but we know that's an area where we can never let up. Next slide, please. So this is, I'd like to say before or after, it's kind of a middle and after shot. So if you look at the picture on the left, you see all of the structures that were in place that had to be removed to get to the picture on the right. So we could even start expanding that hatch. What you don't see is the underground fuel oil tanks, the fire pipe, all those other utilities. Even in the picture on the left, what you don't see is the transformers that had already been removed by the time we took this picture. But a lot of effort to get to where we are today, that structure is available, and we have been able to expand that access into and out of containment. Next slide, please. Picture on the left really just shows you an empty space, and there's a reason for that. If we'd have shown a before picture, all you would have seen was a bunch of galvanized metal where the ventilation used to be. Our containment, although it looks pretty large for containment, it's actually very small footprint for moving in all the equipment we need to do the segmentation work. So a lot of work was done to just remove things no longer needed, so we had space. And then the picture on the right shows the equipment that was used to remove the 800 or so tendons that ran across the dome and through the walls of containment. And that project is done. Next slide, please. And not really exciting RVI equipment pictures on site, but it was exciting when we first started moving that equipment in. The yellow rails on the left are the gantry system, and you'll see an illustration of what the reactor vessel internal setup looks like. But that system is used as we start to cut up the internals of the vessel. And then the picture on the right is just showing moving in one of those containers of equipment and simultaneously moving out those items that we removed, so we had room to move equipment in. Next slide, please. And this is the waste processing facility that we saw the video of. Again, kind of a in the process picture to the left, and then where we stand today with that facility. Next slide. The picture on the left is the warehouse before that was taken down, and then of course the picture on the right is the area that remains today. Next slide. And inside the blue box on the left shows that chemistry building and the maintenance building that we saw in the video and is in the picture on the right that have been removed. And again, that concrete pad remains there. We're going to use that as a working surface as we take down the structure right next to it. Next slide, please. Now, which we really couldn't see very well in the video is what we term our old security building. That facility was right down by the river, was no longer being used as a security facility. But one of the things I want to point out on this is just how close that building is to the fence. And it speaks to the expertise of the operators in here operating that large equipment. They were able to take that structure down without any damage to the fence whatsoever. And truly it is, feet away and a few number of feet. So that facility is now removed. Next slide, please. And then this one you can't see in the video, but it's our license termination plan. The license termination plan is ultimately what will be our agreement with the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, on how we will prove to ourselves and then to them that this site is clean and can be released for unrestricted use once we get to that point in the project. And that would be for all the areas except the dry fuel storage area. And I included this picture just as kind of a reset of where we are today and what the actual footprint of the site is. I'm starting with the hashed items to the Iowa side of the river. That's not OPPD property. It's just property that we've had an easement on to access it if we needed to when we were an operating facility. The hashed property to the left, or what we term as Plant North, up towards the cargo facility, we've gone through a partial site release on that property already. We did that a couple of years ago. We wanted to make sure we understood the program, the process, we were able to exercise that, and that land would be available if there was an opportunity prior to the rest of the site. The rest of the site that's controlled or owned by OPPD is the blue shaded areas. With the red shaded area, that deconstruction area that we keep showing the video of, and that's where the buildings are, and the little gray box right next to it is where the dry fuel storage is. Next slide, please. And that's what we've been working on for the last year. So certainly plenty of work, but plenty yet to come. So we'll go on and talk about the future activities. Next slide, please. So the good news is I'm not asking you to be able to read all of this. I wanted to include it as so you could see the type of communications we use on site. We have these posters up at various places around site in large size, so you can actually read it. You might notice that this says Rev 1. This is Rev 1 for this year. Since we started into decommissioning, it's probably really Rev 7 or 8. So it gets updated about every 6 months takes off the things that we've completed, adds on what we've got coming up, additional level of detail. But what I do want to do is just walk down the left-hand side, and I'll tell you what they say, since you may or may not be able to see it depending on how big a screen you're looking at. That first pink block is about staffing. The last time we had a staffing reduction was after we finished moving fuel June of 2020. We do not have a planned staffing reduction this year. We do next year. We expect that to be about June of next year. And as far as impacted people, we continue to evaluate that. We would expect it to be 20 to 25 people. And then every 12 to 16 months after that, as we hit major milestones or we complete major pieces of work, we would project another staffing adjustment such that by the end of 2025, there would be maybe a handful of people on site, still part of decommissioning. Other than that, it would just be the dry fuel storage facility. And just deviating from this slide a little bit, I don't have another slide about staffing, but I thought it was important to talk about our people and how we've been able to move some of those folks and use their great skills in the district. And so these numbers are approximate. They change every day as people resign or are transferred. But since we shut down the plant, we've had about 100 employees retire. We've had about 115 employees transferred to other positions within the district. And I think we've called about 114 of them at some point or another to gain their insights on whatever particular project we were working on. We've had about 170 people that have resigned. And there's about 110 people that were terminated or severed during a layoff when we had those staffing reductions. So certainly don't like to have any of those reductions, but do appreciate the fact that we've been able to extend this runway out, continue this project, and find places for individuals in the district where they can use their knowledge and skills. If we move back to the project, that next box down is RVRVI. That stands for Reactor Vessel and Reactor Vessel Internals. That is going to be, to use some slang terms, the big game in town for the next 2 years. We project that we will remove the head from the reactor, and you'll see a picture of that here in a couple of those slides within the next month. We're really shooting to complete that by the end of October if we can do it safely and we have all the equipment we need. Once we start that, it's about a 13 or 14 month project to actually complete the internal segmentation, packaging, and then disposal of that material. So that takes us out to the end of 2022. Once that work is done, then we can start the reactor vessel segmentation itself. That's being done by a different vendor than the reactor vessel internals are. So we'll have to demobilize one crew, mobilize another. The preparation to just start cutting takes 5 or 6 months in and of itself. Once we actually start cutting, that's probably about a 3-month evolution. So if you did all that math, that takes up a good portion of 2023. So that's why I say for the next 2 years, that's really the thing that we'll be focusing on. The next block down, which is RAD building demo, the size of that block is about right for the size of that work. It is taking down those buildings that surrounded containment, what we refer to as our radioactive waste building and our auxiliary building. It's removing that equipment, it's getting it sent off site, and the vast majority of that goes to the Energy Solutions facility in Clyde, Utah. Also encompassed within that project, once the reactor vessel segmentation is complete, is removing all the other equipment from containment. We've removed some of it to create the room that we needed, but there's still a lot of equipment inside of there that needs to be removed. So we'll be removing the rest of the equipment from inside of containment and then ultimately taking down the shell of containment, which takes us out to sometime mid-2025. The next blue block down we call final status survey. That relates back to the license termination plan. The license termination plan I mentioned was submitted, and I don't think I said the date, but it was submitted in August. We've allotted about 2 years for the NRC to do their review of that, to ask us whatever questions they have, and for us to respond before they approve that. And then that is the agreement that we will have with the regulator on how we release the site. The final status survey, we are doing surveys now. We'll do surveys throughout the project. But once all the radiological work is done, we'll do that final survey to prove to ourselves that this site is clean, and then we can prove that to the regulator. So that continues on. It's really the last thing that's completed is that final set of surveys. The next line down, the rad waste really undersells the level of effort of that project, but it is removing all this material and getting it shipped off site. And then finally, clean building demo, that bottom red block. You saw in the video, a lot of that work is complete. We will start on the intake structure still this year and on the internals of the turbine building. The turbine building is the long effort there. That will take out to about third quarter of next year. And if we go to the next slide, all those things that I just said are going to be in much bigger print with dates so you can actually read it. One thing I wanted to point out on this slide is the auxiliary building demo complete with fourth quarter of 2022. That's one of those projects that we did move up, that we saw an opportunity to start that work earlier, to start it this year so that we could get it completed by next year. So that is really the opportunity here, but it's not to beat myself to the punch on the opportunities, but it is adjusting the schedule as you go. And then the last one there, the license termination, the reason I put the approximate sign in front of that is what we control is the quality of the surveys, the quality of the work, the quality of the submittal that we would submit fourth quarter of 2025. We've estimated it will take about a year for the NRC to approve that, assuming that we've done a quality job. But it is a little bit dependent on their resources and their priorities and their ability to come out and do those confirmatory surveys as well. But by fourth quarter of 2025, we would project the major work on site to be completed. And that lines up with what we originally thought. Next slide, please. So a little bit of a picture. I stole this out of a lesson plan that we had that we used as an operating facility to try to explain the different parts of the reactor. And we don't need to know all those little in-between pieces. We just need to know the big sections here. So the top one is the reactor head and seismic skirt, and you'll see that in a picture. The next group of things is reactor vessel internals. That's the part that's going to take about 13 months to remove those, cut those, put them into the proper packaging and ship those off. And then the last piece is the vessel. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the picture on the left is the head and the seismic skirt. And that you can see a person working on it. That's when we were starting to take the seismic skirt off the head. So you'll see in a future picture of just the head, but it's the very bottom portion there that's the carbon steel. The rest of that has been removed. The picture in the middle is underneath the reactor head. That's looking down into the reactor core itself. This picture is from one of our refueling outages. That cavity is filled with water for shielding to keep our people safe. But as you look down into that core, if you look basically to the right half of it, you can see some X's and some long bundles. Those are fuel bundles. So that was as we were taking those bundles out to put them in storage so we could do the work we needed to during the outage. And then the illustration on this page, I just wanted to include it so you could get a feel for it. So if you look at the picture on the left, that's the upper portion that you see in the illustration on the right. What you don't see in this picture is the lower part. And these are cleverly called the upper and lower cavity. Next slide, please. I do have a picture of the bandsaw, or I'm sorry, the disc saw that we'll see in a couple of slides, but these are illustrations of the type of equipment that we're using. There's a turntable, there's a bandsaw, there's a disc saw, there's a shear. And once again, you see the cavity illustration. We'll be doing cuts both in the upper and lower cavity, with that turntable being in the lower cavity. Now, I did mention that there was one piece of equipment we have yet to receive, and it's the bandsaw. And the bad story is that we haven't received it yet, and we were supposed to. The good part of the story is that during testing off-site before it was ever delivered to site, it was determined that it was not going to make all the cuts we wanted it to make, that it had a stability issue. They've been able to redesign that bandsaw. They've tested it, and it's meeting all of the testing requirements so far. And we don't need that bandsaw for another 3 months or so. So it will be here in plenty of time, and it will be a working functional item. Next slide, please. So the picture on the left is the reactor head as it sits today, with that seismic skirt cut off. I think it was last month Scott Edom talked about coating of the cavity. That's that blue that you see all around it. Before it was a stainless steel color, we've now got that blue coating to help with contamination control. And that white or light gray on the bottom is just the panels that have been put on prior to placing equipment on top of that coating. And then the picture on the right is looking down into the lower cavity where that turntable is sitting. Next slide, please. And this is not our system, but it's very similar to the system that we will be using. That disc saw that's in the upper two pictures can operate in both a vertical and a horizontal position. And truly it is nothing exotic, right? It's not lasers, it's not water jets, it's a metal saw, much like you might find in your home workshop. What is the technological piece of it, or kind of the cool piece, if you will, is that it's all operated remotely. All this work is done underwater at a remote station, much like you would see in the bottom picture. Next slide, please. So once that work is done, which is end of 2022, early 2023, we will start the reactor vessel work. So if you think back to the cavity, all we saw of the vessel itself was the very top portion. You could only really see inside of it. So using the illustration on the right, the first thing we will do is pull that vessel up, place that yellow spider underneath it for support, and we will cut it up in the cavity. The structure gets built around it that you see on both the right and the upper left. And then it is a flame cutting system that starts cutting at the top and cuts to the bottom and cuts it up into pieces, much like you see illustrated here in the grayed out boxes. Different pieces will be cut different sizes, and then that will be shipped off for disposal as well. We'll give you more on that next year when we come, but I wanted to give you a preview of what that looks like in 2023. Next slide, please. So that's what we've accomplished, what we've got coming forward. The next part is what our challenges are, and with every challenge comes an opportunity. Next slide, please. And I'm shooting for the understatement of the meeting when I say decommissioning is a complex, dynamic project made up of numerous interrelated and interdependent sub-projects. I was lucky enough to find this picture of the puzzle. I've always been impressed by the ability of people 40, 50 years ago to design and build this facility. But the more we take it apart, the more impressed I am of what really went into creating such a facility. I liken that to a puzzle. Certainly every puzzle's got to be put together in the right order with the right piece to the right piece. But taking it apart is not as easy as taking your hand to the puzzle and sliding it off into the box. We very much have to still take out the right piece at the right time. Some of them can be done in same time. Some of them have to be one right after the other. And there's even times where you could probably take out 15 pieces at once, but they're all in the same space and you can't get all 15 hands into that space at once. So what we talked about in the second bullet here is there is an ebb and flow in the schedule and the cost against that original schedule. What we originally thought going in, right, that gave us a good baseline and gave us a good thing to shoot against, but there are going to be some projects that finish early and under budget. There's going to be some projects that individually go over budget or take longer than expected. Our goal is really, as the project comes to an end in 2025, that we came in on time and on budget. If we can go to the next slide, I'll try to illustrate. And the first thing I want to say is I don't want any of this to sound like excuses. Challenges happen during projects. We know that. It's our job to work through those. I just want to try to explain some of the things that went into just creating this opening in containment. If we start at the top, we've talked before about pulling those tendons out, but I don't know if we've ever talked about some of the challenges we had with that project. When contractors arrive at site, or new employees for that matter, they go through a training session, and that usually takes a week or 2 weeks, depending on what work they're doing and what training they've had before. As the tendon team was here on the site, going through that training, one day, there was 3 or 4 of those individuals that got a phone call from their hotel that said, hey, you need to come get your stuff. We're closing because of COVID. So we looked at each other and said, well, that's not going to work. They have to have a place to stay, and we don't know what's going to happen. So it probably makes sense to just put this project on hold for now, before we've mobilized all that equipment, got everything all set up. We'll let those folks go home. They came back a few months later. That all worked well, but then that put us into the winter time frame, and the tendons are encased in a wax. And as the temperatures got colder, we couldn't make the progress, and it just wasn't safe to have those individuals working on top of containment in the middle of winter. So we were able to demobilize them once again and then bring them back. So certainly that project didn't end on time. The opportunity there was, well, then what's the priority? Well, the priority was to get the tendons pulled that ran through that opening, because we needed those removed to create the opening. So we worked with the project teams. We focused on those items. As we move down, you can see the black lines running across there. That's the deconstruction power ring that Mary's talked about several times. It was removing the historic power that came into the plant and was distributed through the plant in hundreds, if not thousands of miles of cables, and provided very clear, this item has power, so that it could keep our people safe. Not really a challenge with that, just something that we installed. If we move down to that opening, that concrete, just for a little context, is 2 to 3 feet thick. So no small task to get through that concrete in that area. But before you could get to that concrete, you had to move the building out of the way. And before you could move the building out of the way, you had to take the emergency diesel generators out, which I think I've previously shown pictures before of those being removed. But those couldn't be removed until fuel was removed from the spent fuel pool. So that's one of those things where it's very much a series. This has to happen before that. What you don't see is the fuel oil tank that supported those diesel generators that had to be removed from the area as well before we could start putting in our pad. So then if you look down on the bottom, you can see that reach stacker piece of equipment moving in that container. And then on either side of that person are people working on the wings, if you will, of the pad that's going to go in that area. Certainly they couldn't work in the middle when we're loading. We could have just worked it all in series and said, well, we can't load anything in, or we can't work on the pad until one or the other is done, but that wouldn't have been very efficient at all. And just for a little context on the pad itself, it is somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 cubic yards of concrete and 45 tons of rebar. So it is no small structure in and of itself. One of the surprises to me is the number of things we construct as part of the deconstruction project. And kind of going to an illustration of supply chain issues, the day we were ready to pour the final section of that, which was a Wednesday, we couldn't get any concrete. It was all being used for other projects in the local area, which create this great economic development in our area. But the downside was we had to wait 4 days to get the concrete we needed to finish that project. What happens next here is a structure, much like you saw at the waste processing structure, goes up, and then a rail system goes in to move in those heavier pieces of equipment. And then just one thing I would add as well, I forgot to mention it. I talked about the COVID impacts to the hotels for our individuals. Again, not using it as an excuse, but it has been a factor throughout decommissioning. A lot of times it's 1 or 2 people here or there that are either positive or had contact and are off for quarantine, which is fully appropriate. But we have had some cases, including just the last couple of weeks, where an entire crew of 5 or 6 people has to be quarantined, and then that entire piece of the project has to stop. And again, it's appropriate to quarantine those folks to help keep them safe, but there is an impact to the project. It would be difficult at best to put a dollar and a time figure with that. I just want to acknowledge that there's not zero impact. If we go to the next slide, please. So all that being said, despite those challenges, our substantial completion is targeted by the end of 2025. It is about 2 months later in 2025 than we expected it to be. There's still plenty of risk out there. We still have to cut that vessel up. All that equipment has to work. But there's also plenty of opportunity to, if everything works as planned, to maybe move some stuff back and regain that margin. But from the budget standpoint, we are still on track to complete this project at the original estimation. So what's our opportunity out of that? It is really to continue to further refine those individual project scopes, schedules, cost, and critical interfaces to maximize that safe, efficient deconstruction. while, right, these are all ends, we have to do all these things, meet our environmental and regulatory commitments. And I would be remiss if I didn't call out our project managers and our subject matter experts and all the individuals that every day are coming in and finding a way to work together, to work through the challenges that come up, and to keep us ultimately on track for being successful in this project. And we talk to our people about performance as being safety, cost, and schedule. Safety is the base. We can never let that go away, or you don't have a performance triangle. But cost and schedule matter too. So that's what we look at as performance. Next slide, please. And before I go to questions, I'm going to go off script a little bit too. And I too want to thank Mary, both personally and as the project representative here, for all of her leadership over the last 4 years. It's been invaluable to me and the team. So thanks, Mary. Now I'll take any questions, questions if there are any.
That was a great report.
Thank you.
This is Sarah. That was a great report, and I also just want to thank you so much for the tour you gave us a couple weeks ago. It made this report more fruitful because I could really envision the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. It certainly, pictures and video are one thing, but seeing it in person tells a whole different story.
Tim,
okay, Mary,
Tim,
I'm sorry.
I missed the tour the other day. Sorry I couldn't make it, but thank you for all your work and for all the women and men that work up there at Fort Calhoun. We're really bringing this project along as much as you have. So thank you, Tim, and to all the team for all your great work.
Thank you.
If I may echo the comments of the other directors, it strikes me that the decommissioning of Fort Calhoun is kind of equivalent to having to clean out a parent or grandparent's home after they can no longer live there or after they've gone on. It's not a glamorous job, but it has to be done. And in a cleaning out a home, you encounter a lot of dust and maybe some mold and a lot of old stuff. But this is such dangerous work. And we have all these bright, shiny objects of new strategic directives, drawing people's attention here. But this is really no less important at all, because OPPD is not going to go down as being a utility that abandoned its responsibilities in cleaning up, in taking care of no longer needed, no longer used sites and power producers. So my hat is off to you. Having visited there, this just has even more impact. So thank you so much to you and all your crews for all your work.
Thank you. And I really like that analogy. The other thing I'll throw in there is the other thing you unpack is emotions, right? We have a lot of people here that spend a lot of time making this place operate, and now they're taking it apart. So that's a piece we work through as well. Looks like we're back to you, Mary.
I had my hand up. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry. I'll pile onto the kudos. I look forward to these presentations every year, partly because I learned so much about the complexity of the work, and just the fact that we're deconstructing this underwater remotely is just kind of mind-blowing to me, that the importance of the technology and the expertise that's involved in that. So kudos to all involved for the work. I do have a question, Tim. We've got contractors that are helping us as well. Still 130 employees on site who are doing really important work, but I'm kind of interested in your perspective on the performance of the contractors and how they've navigated through COVID and the extent to which they're, working well with our team. Just kind of curious about some high-level thoughts on that, if you would.
Yeah, our contract partners are a very big piece of this. We have at any given time probably 6 to 8 different contract companies that are on site. There's 3 or 4 that are really the big ones and that are with us for an extended period of time. but even down to the local companies that deliver the concrete and the things that we need to support the project. I wouldn't sit here and say everything is perfect, because just like the OPPD portion of it, there are challenges to work through. When we started to create that hole in decided containment, that piece of equipment wasn't working up to speed, even though it had been tested ahead of time, right? And that was a contractor that was providing that. But then they jump in and either bring us another piece of equipment or get that one working. So really, the thing I'm really pleased with is our ability to talk to each other and work for the benefit of the project. And if I go back to that slide where we talked about the challenges, just in that small footprint, there was at least 4 different subcontractors. And it would have been really easy for any one of them to say, nope, nobody else gets to work in here except me during this period of time, or nope, my portion gets to go first. But it really was a collaborative, okay, you can do this piece today, I'll do this piece tomorrow. And it was for the betterment of the project overall, not each individual person. So I think that's one of the things that's been a really pleasant surprise, which maybe it shouldn't have been a surprise, but a little bit it was.
Great. Looks like we've got comments from everyone. The committee name is the Systems and Nuclear, and I think we often focus a lot on the system side of things, but appreciation to everyone who's involved on the nuclear oversight side of things. There's not nearly as much action from the board on this side, but the updates and the reports and the excellent work to stay on schedule and on budget and to keep everyone safe are always very much appreciated. So thanks very much, Tim, and to Mary, and to everyone else who's been a part of this project for so many years. Kudos. Looks like we've got a great plan moving forward over the next months and years, and I appreciate you keeping your eyes on the long-term target there. So thanks very much for this update this year.
Thank you.
With that, we have one more item, the Strategic Directive 7 Monitoring Report. And Mary, I'd ask you to introduce this one as well. Thanks.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to say that Fort Calhoun is in good hands. And Tim will continue to provide great leadership at that site. On to ST7. Mo, if you can go to the next slide, please. I want to thank the organization. When we put ST7 together, it is an accumulation of different activities that occur across the entire organization. And so what you'll see today are a number of activities that really show you the focus that we have on our environmental footprint here at OPPD. Just to give you a little background on Strategic Directive 7, we've made a number of changes from 2015. We started in October of 2015. We made changes throughout 2018, 2019, and 2021, the most recent really being that we want to recognize the effects that greenhouse gases can have on our communities. And so it's really been an evolution. It's something that we strive to meet every time the board makes some changes here. And hopefully today what you'll see is that we are continuing to strive to meet these objectives. Next slide, please. So SD7 says that we need to manage our interactions in the environment and really to ensure that we're serving our customers in the best possible way from an environmental perspective. Recently, the board added that there's a scientific consensus that climate change is occurring and that greenhouse gas emissions are contributing to that, which really makes us think about our activities and where we are and where we can contribute into the overall reduction of emissions within our own operations, not just on the generation fleet, but elsewhere in our operations. And so we'll go through each one of these activities individually and show you how it is that we're managing up to this expectation. Next slide, please. So SD7 is made up of several independent parts. The first being that we will operate in an environment that's we will operate in an environmentally responsive manner and strive for continuous improvement in our environmental performance. You see the green leaf icon to the left. So anytime you see a green leaf, that means that that is contributing to that statement under SD7. The CO2 icon that you see is to conduct all our operations in a manner that strives to a goal of net zero carbon by 2050. And then the check mark is, how do we conduct our business in a manner that not only meets regulatory requirements, but exceeds regulatory compliance where practical. Next slide, please, Mel. So SD7 goes on with these icons and with our goals is to be transparent in measuring and reporting, to engage our customers and stakeholders in energy conservation, and then to advocate and educate local, state, and federal governments. And so each one of these icons you'll see on these slides that tell you how we think we're contributing into these overall goals. Next slide, please, Mo. Okay, how do we operate in an environmentally sensitive manner? On this slide, you can see that we've made a number of changes associated with our vehicles and our fleet. So we are trying to show how it is that we can operate our fleet in an environmentally responsive manner. This year, we're proud to say that all of our passenger fleet is now 100% hybrid or fully electric. We have 38 hybrids, 6 electric cars, and 4 extended range plug-in hybrids. Excuse me, 282 plus total vehicles that are all electric, hybrid, or flex fuel, which is about 45% of our fleet. So we're making significant progress. And then we have equipment, 45 all electric forklifts, yard carts, et cetera. So quite an extensive investment in our fleet overall to reduce our overall emissions. Next slide, please. In terms of investment recovery, excuse me, we have an extended focus on how it is that we can reclaim usable items for recycling. And here you can see, 27,000 pounds of batteries, 3,000 pounds of metal, 32 gallons of oil, and I'll explain that one here in a minute, over 800 utility poles. But it's really those recyclings that help us to not only get some money back for OPPD, which is good for us and for our customers, but to make sure that we're taking our environment. And then 86% of all our fly ash from North Omaha Station is recycled, and 26% from Nebraska City. We've also contracted with a new oil recycler, and that's really helped us to recycle much of the oil that you see here. So it's not just oil that's disposed of, but it's actually being recycled. Next slide, please. So some of that oil that I just talked about, Tim also alluded to when we took out our fuel oil tanks. Those had to be drained, and from Fort Calhoun, and you'll see these numbers ebb and flow, so they'll continue to go down as we take over, or as we get through most of the components at Fort Calhoun. But it's over 4,000 gallons of plant oil and grease that was out for reuse, 150,000 pounds of materials from the diesel generators, and then just a large portion of the battery recycling that you saw on that earlier slide actually came from the Fort Calhoun efforts. So it is a consistent across the whole OPPD, but these large numbers are really coming from the Fort Calhoun effort. We'll continue to do that in other areas, but as I said, in the years to come, you'll start to see those numbers fluctuate down as we no longer doing the decommissioning of Fort Calhoun. Next slide, please. We've also improved our overall renewable generation, and the fleet continues to grow. So back in 2010, we made a commitment in 2015, we made a commitment for a long-term goal of at least 30% of our retail energy would come from renewable by the year 2020. And as you can see, now I think I've messed that up, so I'm going to back up. In 2010, I believe we made a goal of at least 30% would at least 10% of our fleet would be renewable by 2020. We met that goal in 2017, and we changed the goal to be 30%. And now we're reaching almost 40%. We're at 38% as of 2020. And so as we look at this generation and the renewable generation over time, you'll continue to see that grow with the goals and objectives that we've put in a Power with Purpose program and other avenues that we look at in order to increase our renewable generation over time. Next slide, please. So here's just a snapshot of what this looks like. We have hydro, we have wind farms, we have solar, and we have landfill gas. And so we look to continue to expand that, but you can see it's spread throughout many of the counties within eastern Nebraska. Next slide, please. Our newest, as you know, in our Power with Purpose solar announcement was Platteview Solar. It is 81 megawatts, and it is located south of Utan in Saunders County. Its planned operation will be the spring of 2023, so we're really excited to bring in one of the largest solar, if not the largest solar utility scale project within the state of Nebraska. Next slide, please. We're also working on the Bright battery project. The Nebraska Environmental Trust in air quality category did grant us funds in order to bring this project to OPPD. They granted us $600,000. The funds were approved in June of 2020. We've taken this project and we've actually looked at the technical and operational learnings that could be acquired from that. It allows us to learn about the interconnection, the permitting, the engineering, and it also allows us to identify the different specifics of the project that will help us to gain that understanding. On this project, we've decided is a 1 megawatt, and it's located at the substation in Cass County. And the technology is yet to be specified, although I can say we're working on contracts and hope to be able to make an announcement publicly in the near term. Next slide, please. We continue to work on our electric vehicle programs. NDEE provided a grant for us. It was made possible, and from the application that we made, we received the grant for multiple sites. We have 5 sites. Each site is on the highway system. I think that was critically important for the NDEE to ensure that we made those available to people as they were driving through the state of Nebraska or making long distance trips across the state of Nebraska. Each site will have 2 EV chargers, a level 2 charger, and a DC fast charger at each one of these 5 locations. Next slide, please. So how are we going to meet net zero carbon by 2050? And I will say I'm going to give you a very quick overview of the accomplishments that have been made by the decommissioning project team since the last time we talked. I'm not going to go into depth or detail here because you'll get an overview later today. It's part of our agenda. And so just a brief overview of the decarbonization and what's been able to be accomplished. Next slide, please. So in the energy portfolio section, the completed objectives to date are the multi-sector modeling, which we established to provide plausible economy-wide pathways to decarbonization and how OPPD could be part of that future. It could be part of OPPD's future. We provided a detailed reliability and resiliency analysis framework, but there needs to be continued focus on that after the energy portfolio modeling is done. And we analyzed a universe of potential technologies to support decarbonization. And some of that you'll see later this month as we report out what the energy portfolio might look like. Next slide, please. We also took a look at our internal operations. We developed a standardized carbon accounting framework, and we have a base year of 2018 and 2019 greenhouse gas inventories. We're going through the official steps of making sure that that's confirmed by an outside independent party. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're thinking about all of the operations that we do on a day-to-day basis, going out and trying to establish a baseline and that framework was critically important for us, and it took quite a bit of effort on the part of everyone within OPPD to contribute into that. Next slide, please, Will. We've also looked at a way to increase our view of what customers want and how we can help them to achieve what their goals might be associated with carbon reduction. So we've done detailed and piloted repeatable product evaluation framework. And so that's really important. What we're doing here is we're putting in the baselines for the future. So we completed that analysis of 228 concepts. And once we were done with that, we went in and did detailed research and analysis for 26 according to the concepts in phase 1. We get more on that later today. Next slide, please. On the community side, we focused on understanding what the community decarbonization goals might be, identifying and cataloging community-scale decarbonization strategies, developing an evaluation framework that could be based on greenhouse gas reduction potential and the degree of influence that OPPD could have on that within the community. And then we prioritized those potential strategies where OPPD is well positioned to help lead that change. Next slide, please. We've also completed what we feel is critically important are the objectives of what we want to do with the community, and we've identified 4 objectives for our community outreach. The first is to advocate the advance of energy codes and green building standards, to accelerate the transition to electric vehicles, to support distributed generation, and then last but not least, to address the water energy nexus. Next slide, please. Moving a little bit off of our decarbonization, Pathways to Decarbonization project, we've also focused on our demand side management portfolio. And what you see here are the goals for 19, 20, and 21. Excuse me, 19 and 20 actuals and the goal for 20. You see that they're basically pretty consistent across the given years. We continue to work with our customer owners to find out how it is that we can make this program more sustainable and more of interest to them. So one of the things that we've done over the last year is that we've expanded the Smart Thermostat program. It was established in 2020, but as we found more and different thermostat programs different thermostats that could contribute into the program, we've been able to expand that and be able to track that a little more succinctly than we had. And our customers are really buying into that program a bit more than they had in the past. Next slide, please. LED street lighting, I'll have to confess, when I looked at this, I said, boy, those numbers must be wrong, because they're huge. And the contribution that LED street lighting is making to the overall decarbonization in and amongst the community was a bit of a shock to me, I might say. But LED street lighting replacements have created 23,000 megawatt hours of savings on an annual basis. And it's really contributing to about 26% reduction in street lighting maintenance. So overall, just a great contribution into the community, a great way to reduce our carbon that is also reducing that maintenance that we have. We're saving almost 12,000 now I'm hesitating here. Almost 12,000 tons of CO2 on an annual basis based on the street lighting program. I'm going to pause here and see if we have any questions. We're going to really move over to the regulatory and outreach part of this, but I wanted to just pause and see if there were any questions or comments that needed to be responded to, especially on this DER or decarbonization section.
Yeah, directors, if you have anything, feel free to unmute yourself. Rick, you had a question in the chat, I think. Do you want to voice that one now?
Yeah, it was back on the first orange pathway community, where you talked about completed objectives, and in parentheses on the second bullet, you refer to a CAP catalog, CAP, capital C-A-P. I don't know what that is.
I don't
Yep.
know either. Maybe I'll phone a friend because it's
Oh, okay.
escaping me at this point in time.
Sure.
So I don't know if Jamie Wagger's on. Jamie, do you know what that stands for? Or Ryan Stiggy? I don't think either one of them on. I'll get back to you. It's escaping me right now what that is standing for, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Okay. Hearing no further questions, we'll move on now.
Oh, just one other, sorry. And on that second orange slide, I don't know how to dwell on this, but I do like the fact that we narrowed down the objectives here for working with the community on 4 items. So just a comment, thank you for doing that. And I don't know how that bubbles up then to future action, or how we would hear about future action based on that. But it's good to have something that we can lock on to there. Thanks.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. It's Community Action Plan, or excuse me, Climate Action Plan. And so that's what CAP is standing for in that. And I appreciate that comment. It's taken us a while to focus in on those. And so it's a great observation that you've made there. But again, you'll hear more about this afternoon from the decarbonization team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to meet and exceed environmental regulatory standards. Mo, if you could go to that slide, please. So here's the check in the upper right-hand corner about how we're going to conduct our business in a manner that meets all environmental regulatory standards or beyond compliance where practical. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we do beyond compliance. So we have almost 30 environmentally regulated permits, air, water, waste permits that we monitor and track, and we report on a monthly, quarterly, semi-annual basis. It takes a lot of time and effort by a lot of people across the district to be able to do that, not just on the generating fleet, but we have those at our substations and our buildings, et cetera. So we do it across many of our operations. We also facilitated 3 virtual NDPES inspections, and so that has been quite interesting as to how we work in this COVID world, and we do these inspections on a virtual basis. Those were at Fort Calhoun, Nebraska City, and North Omaha Station, and then just multiple City of Omaha inspections at North Omaha Station, Nebraska City, Cass County, Jones Street, and Sarpy County stations. Where we go beyond compliance is we have implemented a plant-wide applicability limit permit up at Nebraska City. That was voluntary. We did not have to do that, but we put station limits on what we would be able to admit up at Nebraska City. We're attaining and have attained with every coal generator low emitter status, with the exception of one component on Nebraska City 1, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We're near zero opacity excursions, and so we've put a real focus on how can we manage those as we go through our day-to-day operations. We comply with our stormwater requirements at Sarpy County, Cass County, and Jones Street, even though they're not required by permit. And then we have our PURI in progress and our avian protection program, which I'll talk a little bit more here in a bit. Next slide, please. So we are at low emitter status at all of our stations for particulate, which is PM. We are at low emitter status for all of them, with the exception of Nebraska City for hydrogen chloride. And while it's not applicable at Nebraska City 1 and 2 for mercury, we are compliant and meeting those tests for North Omaha 4 and 5. Nebraska City 1 had an upset this summer on our hydrogen chloride. We have yet to figure out where the hydrogen chloride came from. But as soon as we realized that, we took immediate corrective action. And I have to just really tell you that the team responded extremely well, which is what I want them to do. You know, in the past, may have been 50 years ago, we wouldn't even be paying attention to our emissions. I will say the focus that we have on the generation fleet and how we watch our emissions is extraordinary. These people do it day in and day out, hour by hour, minute by minute. And so they do a tremendous job in watching this. And to have an upset like this is obviously something that we pay critically close attention to. We did go in and do a causal analysis. We're waiting for the outcome of that. But we'll continue to take corrective actions to make sure that we stay in compliance. And we hope that 12 quarters from now, we will be in compliance at Nebraska City 1 for the emitter status as well. Next slide, please.
And Mary, if I may just, again, to reemphasize here, this is for the low emitter status, right? We are meeting all the standards. This is to a bar that we have chosen to meet, which is even higher, which is meeting 50%, right, of the standard. So we missed one quarter. We were not at 50% of the standard, but we are very well within the standard. And I think that is something that is lost on some people every now and then. I think we have held ourselves to that low emitter status standard for so long that that's a norm for us. But I wanted to put that in context, that you know we are beating the standard by half in most of these cases. Over.
Next slide, please, Mo. The other thing that we have done, and we took it upon ourselves, and I really have to give credit to Lisa Olson and Emily Muth, to put an environmental audit program into effect. They came out and they go through all of our compliance, they go through all of our permits. They really set this program up very well. And then they came back and said, you know, now that we have this established, this is something that we really think that our corporate audit program should really take over. Corporate auditing then geared up to take this over, and now corporate auditing is actually doing these audits. But the genesis of this and the build out of this program really came from the public affairs group. So really kudos to them. They help us to understand what our permit requirements are. They assess whether or not we're meeting those requirements, or in fact, what they do is they give us ways and help us to understand ways that we could be more easily in compliance with the operations, and you know, just activities that we can do to improve our overall compliance of all of our permits. Just a great program. I talk at our nuclear station a lot about how any audit with any finding in it is a golden nugget, because what it does is it helps us to get better. And this program is really helping the overall energy production and the stations get better in their compliance on our permits. Next slide, please. And I will add on the environmental audit that is not a requirement. That is something that we do voluntarily. We've also voluntarily taken on a program to go out and assess transformer oil and whether or not we have PCBs. We do that sampling. This requirement is not, we don't have to have this done until 2025, but we felt like this was such a critical component that we wanted to go out and try to get it done early. We had anticipated having it done before now, but we ran into a few bumps in the road, one called a pandemic, and the other one called a storm, a major storm, and a polar vortex. And so that has really led us to get a little bit behind, but we anticipate that all of this work will be done by the end, sometime in 2022, given where we are today, which is about 48% complete. We really have not found a whole lot of transformers out there that had PCBs in them that needed action. But this has really helped us to understand that how we might prioritize the replacement of these transformers going into the future, even if they have minor amounts of PCBs in them going in forward. The great program, again, voluntarily, we're well ahead of the compliance date of 2025, but we thought this was critically important to continue to do and to finish up in 2022. Next slide, please. And here we get to some of our avian projects. Fort Calhoun, through their decommissioning, they went in and took down the meteorological tower that was there. We had birds that would come through and they would actually nest on that tower. And so we worked with the Nebraska Game and Parks to bring in a 65-foot tower that provides the osprey the habitat that it was looking for. Within a few weeks of putting this up, it did come back and return. The nest is up, and we anticipate being able to watch this through a camera. I think later this year, it should be up and running. Next slide, please. So that would be similar to the avian program that we have at North Omaha. We've been able to watch our baby falcons as they left the nest, Flash, Flicker, and Storm in 2020, and Volt, Watt, and Ohm, Ampere in 2021. And so we've had 7 chicklets that have been born at Nebraska Station. And it's just been a wonder to watch them and to see them grow and fly off and to see the parents come back in the spring to create another nest and to repeat the cycle. You too can watch out on our website. If you go out to our environmental page, there's a link out there. You can watch them in the spring, and hopefully by then we'll have the one up for the tower at Fort Calhoun, and you'll be able to watch the osprey as well. Next slide, please. We continue to be focused on our prairie in progress. We have put 325 acres as an intensive program to reestablish the prairie for the migrating monarch butterflies. We found a few sites that were targeted in 2020, 50 acres. We put down new mix and new seed, and we tilled it, and we're happy to say that we saw in June that there were 12 species of insects there and 27 plants in bloom. So we're hoping to create an environment for the monarchs that will be helpful to them in the future and continue to increase their numbers across the state of Nebraska. Next slide, please. Okay, active transparency. We do try to be transparent, not only in our environmental, but in all of our activities. And so I'll give you a few examples about how we do that. If you go out to oppd.com/environmental, what you will find is this page, and this page has 3 different components on it. One where you can actually see our reports, one where you can see the programs that we do, and one you can see an overview about everything that we do from an environmental perspective. I'm pleased to report that overall, over the past year, we've had over 15 million hits on this page alone. And so this is of note. We do know that the community is interested in this, and we provide this transparency to all of our customer owners for their perusal to see how it is that we're meeting our environmental programs and the reports that we put out. On the next slide, what you can see is the report out that we do. And we've just given here the overview of the annual emissions. You can go in and pull these up by unit on these web pages. But as you can see, we're driving down our CO2 in tons, and we're driving down our NOx in tons. The disparities here, the waviness that you see in these lines is really associated with how it is that we conduct our outages. So there are years in which our major units are down for a more extended outage, other years where they're down for just a mini outage. And what you see here is the variation associated with those outages. And on the next slide, you see what we've done in terms of NOx and mercury associated with each of our units on our annual emissions. And as I said, you can go out and look for each one of these on each unit out on our web pages.
And Mary,
on the next slide.
Sorry, Mary, 1 second. Earlier today, we were talking about Jones Street, and I inappropriately said that Jones Street is broken out on its own on the fleet emissions reporting. Knowing that this is going to be here, I just wanted to correct that for everyone. The fleet emissions reporting does include Jones Street in the peaking units. And so I apologize for earlier saying that incorrectly. And anyone who heard me say that earlier, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure we are first and best source of information, but thank you for having this information available here and for the link to the fleet emissions on the website where people can find more detailed documentation of all the reports that you have here. Thanks very much, Mary.
Thank you, Director Williams. And I really have to say thank you to our public affairs who've put these pages together and track and monitor and make sure that they're up to date. They're just great partners in everything that we do, and I truly appreciate all the efforts that they put into it. On the next page, you can also see our community solar dashboard. We continue to track and monitor the production of our community solar. I know earlier in the year we'd had some questions that had come in, and we had talked at one of the board meetings about the fact that we had seen some damage at that facility. I'm pleased to report that all of that has been corrected, and this facility has been up and operating ever since. And even then it was operating well, but now it's fully restored, and we're happy to see the contributions that come in from community solar. Next slide, please. On our stakeholder and customer stakeholder engagement, we do engage our customers and our stakeholders, and hopefully I'm able to demonstrate to you how we engage them in conservation and energy efficiency programs. So we have web pages out there and presentations that we do on an annual basis and then also by request. So we do annual updates to all of our information. We had 64,000 site visits in 2020, which is about a 41% interactive house. So they're really looking at how the house works and what they can do in order to increase their overall energy efficiency. New Phantom Load video has seen over 3,000 views, and we think that that's a real nice addition to this webpage, and so we're proud to have that out there. I can say we've done 6 presentations to 220 customers, 4 in person and 2 on virtual, and the Lewis and Clark Junior High School students workshop, and then Bellevue Elementary. So we go out not only to the community, but we go out to these schools in order to educate them on energy efficiency. Next slide, please. We are happy to say that we're celebrating our 500th customer application to own their own generation. And so that has increased 500% year over year. Applications have gone from 59 to 350, and that's where we get the 500%. 203 of those installations are now solar installations, and they are online. It's 157 residential and 46 commercial. And it represents little over 3,000 kilowatt hours of AC solar capacity that's out on our system. And in these graphs, you can see in the lower right, kind of how those applications have come in year over year and how they've increased. And then on the left, you can see that they're pretty widespread across our service territory. So this page gives you an overview of all the customer-owned generation, and we're really happy to work with our customers in this manner. Part of the thing that has really helped to do this is we've changed our processes to make it a bit more friendly to our customers, and now we see our customers taking advantage of this. So it's quite an accomplishment, and the team that put this together just deserves a lot of kudos to make this happen and to make it much more easier for our customer owners to engage. Next slide, please. And then I wanted to show you the accumulation of that. And so what you see here are the slides, and you can see we started in 2009 up through 2021 and how that has grown, not only on the commercial side, but it's also growing a little bit, or not only on the residential side, but it's growing on the commercial side as well too. So overall, we're having a good relationship with our customers that want to have customer-owned generation. And to something that Director Williams said earlier, we want to be the first and best source of helping our customer owners be able to accomplish their customer-owned generation if that is their goal. On the next slide, we also made some net metering changes. Schedule 483. What changed was we really changed the basis from a 25 kilowatt limit from DC to AC, so that was clarified. There was always this question about, you know, when you say 25 kilowatts, is it direct current or is it alternating current? And so changing that really gave us a lot of clarity. And then we also increased the size limit for net metering up to 100 kilowatts. It benefits the options for our customers. It decreases our loads during periods of high or strong solar generation, and it gives increased levels of renewable generation and helps us to meet our environmental goals. So this is really a win-win, not only for the community and our customer owners, but for OPPD as well. Next slide, please. In terms of alternative energy was something that I put into my organization in 2018 as I reorganized and took over energy production. They have far exceeded, their small and mighty group of 4 have far exceeded our expectations. They go out and do a lot of customer education, whether that be through Careers in Energy or Alternative Energy 101, battery storage overview, our Power with Purpose Solar, they've led that effort, and then community solar. They've given presentations to the Wind and Solar Conference, the IEEE engineers, Society of Engineers within our own business here at OPPD, and the Optimist Club and Nebraskans for Solar. They continue to be an important cog in the overall changes that we want to make in our fleet, in our education, and how it is that we look at alternative energy into the future. So I want to thank them for their efforts. Next slide. And last but not least, we do advocate and educate our local, state, and federal governments. We want them to protect and help us promote our environmental impact. On the next slide, you can see the education initiatives that we have done. We provided testimony in operational environment for solar and a number of different jurisdictions, as you can see them listed there. We've also gone out and promoted Speakers Bureau education and policymakers, 2 policymakers on renewable energy topics. And you can see some of the topics that we've addressed, whether it be EVs, our decarbonization plan, solar, our BRIGHT project, renewable energy portfolio, to name a few. And then we also attended Alternative EN, which is a meeting to assess downstream political impacts on Platteview Solar Project. We attended the Fort Calhoun Town Hall discussion on community solar, and through Metro Smart Cities Initiative, support the City of Omaha and their climate action plan and development of that. So we are involved in a number of different community events, and we try to go out and make sure that we give, again, the first and best information to help educate our political and governmental entities. Next slide, please, Mo. We also have been out talking a lot about solar zoning and regulations and presentations to a number of elected officials and community leaders. So we're trying to give a very broad overview to, Sarpy County commissioners, Burke County, Washington County, Dodge County. So we've been out in our service territory really talking about zoning and solar zoning. And Platteview Solar, we did present, and we were able to really help educate the Saunders County on the benefits of Platteview Solar, and happy to say that Saunders County did approve that, and it was really a testament to the team that hit the ground running to really help educate the Saunders County commissioners on what Platteview Solar could mean for them. On the next slide is the recommendations. The Systems Management Committee has reviewed this monitoring report for SD7 and recommends that the board find us to be sufficiently in compliance with SD7. And with that, I will take any other questions that you might have.
Great. Thanks very much, Mary. Appreciate that. I've got a couple thoughts, so I'll ask a couple things, and then if others have questions, they want to raise their hands and jump in. That would be great. First, we talked in the pre-committee meeting. I wanted to reiterate some of that. There's a lot of excellent stuff in this report, a lot of great progress that we have been able to both define what we're looking for and then measure the success. A few of those areas, you mentioned the LED streetlights. I'm personally very glad to see the documentation of the excellent improvements that we've made there, both in terms of energy savings, which translates to cost savings for the cities, but then also to the reduction in maintenance. So kudos to the staff who helped implement that program and then documented it as well. We've talked about the smart thermostat program, and there was a slide on that, although I think we skipped past it kind of quickly. There were a couple of different individual programs. We had some graphics that went with them. The smart thermostat program, we did recently expand to include new hardware and make additional products eligible for that program. And pretty quickly, we are able to see a significant increase in the number of participants in that program, and then by extension, the megawatts or megawatt hours of energy savings that have been delivered from that. So appreciate both the policy updates based on the pilot, moving to a more robust program with more hardware, and then documenting those results as well. I know Julie and her team had a lot to do with that. So thanks very much to them. In the area of the electric vehicle rebate program, again, very glad to see this, that we're documenting the success of our involvement in electrified transportation. I think there is some more data that we might be able to continue to pull in over time. The number of electric vehicles is probably something that the Department of Motor Vehicles in each county would have available for us. And so the graphics there are a little challenging because it's been grant funded and it's kind of bounced around a little over time and the numbers have changed. I think it's difficult to draw any real clear trend lines and tie that to what specifically did our involvement in electrified transportation mean, or is this something that's occurring kind of naturally in the market and we just happen to be documenting some portion of it. I think that's an area where a little bit more data will help us to better understand, are we pushing things in a particular direction? And if so, is it in line with some of the objectives that we're looking for, both under Strategic Directive 7 and then also under Strategic Directive 9 with some of our future resource planning activities. So glad to see success there. And I think it's possible that some more data would help us inform potential policy updates there. On the area of customer-owned generation, another personal passion, the documentation that we have is excellent. I appreciate the map that shows the breakdown of where these projects are being installed. I would like to follow up with staff for a little bit of additional discussion about that data in particular, see if we can draw any kind of a conclusion about where is this type of activity occurring, and are there ways we can understand and facilitate that better across our entire service territory. The measurement of the timeline from the time of an original permit request or review to the completion of that, I think that's excellent data for us to have and analyze. And I think that really helps us understand, are we facilitating that customer-owned generation, and what can we do to make it a more streamlined process for our customer owners who wish to participate in that type of generation at their facility. The number of both systems and kilowatts installed has been seeing an acceleration over recent years. I appreciate that. Very glad to see that we're seeing more adoption. Again, I believe that distributed energy resources are going to be a very important part of our future, and I appreciate us studying where we are now and understanding what that projection for the future will mean, so that again we can use this to help inform policy decisions about how will DERs on the distribution side be incorporated and have some influence with what we're doing on the bulk electric system long term. So I appreciate all of the work there. I don't have any particular questions right now. Just wanted to say thank you for all of the specifics that we've been discussing over the last year and getting those incorporated into this report, so that we can use that to understand what additional action might be necessary in the future and help us guide where we're going. I do see a hand from Director Yoder. Rick, if you want to go ahead, glad to hear from you as well.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. So I was particularly happy to see a lot of things, I guess. But I'll just mention one. I like having the beyond compliance called out and the activity that we're doing there. And I'll just reflect a little bit. You know, my lens on this is how the laws and regulations were created to begin with. You know, you get two different parties hammering out language until I've always said they're both equally dissatisfied. It seems like, in spite of what you hear after the laws are enacted, that the regulations are kind of you know, the minimally acceptable things that are out there. So when we go beyond compliance, so that's my personal take. When we go beyond compliance, we are doing more to show environmental sensitivity as part of our mission than merely meeting the checklist and the regulations. So thank you very much for paying attention to that and doing so many things in the beyond compliance category. I do have a question about the audit. As I heard you describe it, the audit is, so there are two different kinds that I'm thinking of. The one I heard is more, these are the regulations and we are certain that we are doing all of those that pertain to us. There's also like that ISO 14000 audit that would look at all of the things that OPP is doing, all the aspects that OPPD has, and then the impacts, the environmental impacts that come from that. And have I got that correct? That we're doing more the review of our conformance with regulations?
Yes. But we're doing that outside the bounds of the regulatory aspect, meaning that we're not only looking at that, they go in there with open eyes to assess ways that we can better meet our compliance requirements. So it's not just an assessment of, are we meeting? It's an assessment of, are we meeting it in the best possible way that we can?
Gotcha. Great. Thank you for that. On that other approach of looking at all of our activities and everything that we're doing, and then asking the question, what is the environmental impact of that? I think as I look at this SD7 report overall, I'm wondering if we are giving short shrift to what I perceive, and I could be wrong, to what I perceive as the greatest environmental impact. So those are our emissions, right? We're doing a lot of things, but if we were to prioritize, you know, our biggest environmental impact, as I understand it, would be the emissions. So this is more a comment about that we've had in governance about and that we had in the workshop. You know, what are we trying to monitor here with our monitoring reports? Yeah, what are the outcomes? And there are a lot of activities here, a lot of really wonderful activities, but I'm wondering if we're helping the board focus on what the biggest impacts are with the report that we have. So just comments on that question? No?
I'm not sure there was a question there, but the
okay.
comment that I would have would be that, you know, this was the reason that we set off to do the decarbonization study and the modeling and how it was that we were going to meet net zero carbon, which is part of SD7. And through that study, we also were encouraged by the board of directors to look at not only what we could do from a fleet perspective, which is, I would say, the major component of that, to your point, but also how we can improve customer community and internal operations. So we are focused on all four.
Bless you.
But your comment is accurate. Thank you. Your comment is accurate that we certainly see the greatest component of our environmental footprint
being associated with emissions at our power plants.
Yeah. So good. Oh, go ahead, Javier. I'm sorry.
What I was going to say, I think you're pointing out to a fantastic topic here. If you all remember, 4 years ago, at least that's as far back as I can remember, when I joined OPPD in 2017, our strategic directive 7 was really focused on percent of renewables. Bring as many renewables as fast as you can, and that's what we were doing. And halfway through that, maybe in 2018, in 2019, that time frame, the board switched that focus from just percent of renewables to carbon emissions. And we landed in the interim, we had a carbon intensity metric that we ended up not keeping for too long, and then we had the net zero carbon by 2050. And I think your point is very well taken. And I can tell you from the organization's perspective, we are very focused on carbon emissions, even though the report that you saw here doesn't necessarily have a lot of reporting on the lowering of emissions, because the way we are lowering emissions will come in very, very significant discrete chunks. Right, so there is not a lot that's happening today on big changes that really significantly reduce emissions this year. However, all the work that's happening around Power with Purpose, around the retrofitting of North Omaha units 4 and 5 that we talked about earlier this morning, all of these work is building up so that we can cease operations on coal on North Omaha 4 and 5 and convert operations in the 2024 timeframe. You will see a discrete reduction in emissions there. And I think that's where there's a challenge for us in how do we demonstrate that commitment in the interim years, right? And I think what Mary's pointing out here is all the other activities that are happening that still show our commitment, but being very clear that the larger reductions in emissions will happen in discrete installments.
Right, in step function, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good insight. Thank you very much. And it's very helpful to make that observation today as we were reflecting back on our earlier conversation about Power with Purpose and all the work that we're doing at North Omaha to get us to that retirement. I guess my other thing is that's related here, and it's not a rebuttal. It's just kind of another nuance, another element to this. Is that if you look at our emissions graphs, we are clearly making headway. And my desire, and this is for, I guess, for all the board members really, is when we talk about metrics and how we measure things, is it suitable to only look at how we're doing by looking at past performance? So just looking in the rear view mirror at, year over year changes. I'm hoping the answer is no, that you would also say, no, we also want to look side to side to what our peers are doing and forward to best in class. So as we have always given, here's what we've done compared to how we've always done, but there are in fact other entities. This is all public information, right? We report to EPA, we report to Energy Information Administration, as do all other utilities. So there are third parties that do provide that kind of context. And in being the first and best source of information, I guess maybe that's something we want to think about doing as well. But Javier, I really respect what you were saying about, we're doing a lot of work to get to that point where, and that won't always show up year over year. I think in looking at the other utilities, board members will see that there's this market pressure that other people are doing that, and some will have success this year, but we won't. But in 2023, we'll have success that they won't.
Yes, and if I may just thank you for that. That's a great way of bringing these back into the report. I talked about carbon intensity which is again a topic that a metric that we considered in the past. And I would say as we move forward and as we look sideways, I think it'll be very important for us to continue to consider that metric as a potential one in the future, because it's really as we are moving forward into the future, we are serving a lot more load, and we are not necessarily adding more emissions, right? So if in order for us to accurately compare ourselves with our peers, we also need to compare, to include the fact that some of us are growing significantly more. And so the challenge for us to serve a growing load without increasing carbon emissions will be an important one to consider. But I think there are a lot of ways for us to show and to demonstrate our commitment. And I'm really excited about the work that has been done so far, the work that Mary has been helping us to lead so far, and how we will be able to demonstrate our commitment into the future as we compare ourselves to ourselves in the past and to our peers in the region. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I'm complete.
Great. We've got a hand from Director Moody. Greg, go ahead.
Great conversation. Couple thoughts, comments. First, I want to step back and acknowledge just how far we've come since I first saw this report in 2017. And Mary, to your point about, that goal was originally 10% renewable. Like, we are so far ahead of where our conversations were and where we were pointed. So that gives me, I'm super excited about that. One of the things that I often tell people when they ask about what's going on at OPPD is that I really do feel like there's alignment in terms of direction. And this isn't unique to this issue. That I think this is a broader comment, but there's alignment both on the board and between the board and senior man and executive management, CEO, et cetera. And I think this is another indication, as I've seen this grow over time, that there's alignment there, which again, I think makes our future together really exciting. Rick, some of the comments that you made, I appreciate them a lot. This question about helping the board understand what it really needs to focus on in terms of a metric, I think is important. I think for this one, to me, it's abundantly clear that it's our generation emissions is where our material impact is. And so that is obviously where we need to spend a lot of our time, energy, and resources in driving those down. But I also think that if in the same way that you want to compare to peers, I think that makes a lot of sense. But I also don't want to minimize the reality that we do have significant emissions for other operations. And if we learned anything from the IPCC report that came out in August, it's the importance of addressing as much as we can, as quickly as we can, to drive down all emissions, regardless of where they come from, right? So to me, I think I appreciate line of sight into, and that's the reason I asked the question in the chat, is the line graph that shows our emissions are going down is generation emissions. I'm looking forward to, now that we have a greenhouse gas inventory for 2018 and 19 as a baseline, I'm looking forward to what that shows over time as well. For the other operational elements where we're going to see our emissions going down, because it's time to act, and I don't think there's any two ways about it. And I'm excited about the fact that we are taking, important and reasonable measures to continue to drive down those emissions. So yeah, no questions in there anywhere. I just wanted to offer a couple thoughts. It's a really good report, though. I appreciate everybody that was involved in not only pulling it together, but executing the work to inform the report. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Craig. I don't see any other hands. I did have one other comment I wanted to throw in here as well. We had some chat that mentioned the CAP, the Climate Action Plan catalog. It's my understanding that there's been a recent meeting with representatives in the local community about steps forward for a climate action plan in our area. I have mentioned before, and I continue to appreciate OPPD's involvement and leadership, because it's not going to be possible for us to achieve our long-term net zero carbon outcomes unless we have ongoing collaboration with other significant stakeholders, including the city of Omaha, major businesses, and community organizations throughout our service territory. City of Omaha and other cities, of course, throughout our service territory. So we need updates to building codes. We need updates to policy that can help electrify transportation. We need all kinds of steps forward in order for us to achieve our goals and to help others achieve their goals. So I appreciate the fact that we are involved in providing that kind of leadership. And I don't have the bullet in front of me about how we engage with other community organizations, but the highlighting of that work is great to see in this report as well. A little difficult to quantify that in a specific numeric metric, but I just wanted to make sure that we recognize the ongoing engagement that staff and our executive leadership team has had in that area, because of how critical it is both for us and for the broader community to reach those objectives. That was somewhat a comment and an appreciation for staff. Also somewhat a little bit of fill to allow anyone who has additional comments to raise their hand, but I don't see any. So the recommendation here is to approve this report sufficiently compliant. So without any additional comments here, I think that will conclude the Systems Committee, and we'll pass it back over to Chair Bogner. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're rocking it out today on this agenda timing. We are right at 2:15, and our agenda said we would conclude this at 2:15. So we're going to take a 5-minute break here. We will return at 2:20. Thank you. All right, that was a short break, but if everyone's back, we'll move into the next agenda. So I see no one turn on their videos. I suppose we'll wait.
I'm sure they're just all waiting for SD13.
Right, Director Mulhoff, are you around? All right, there she is. I will pass it over to Director Mulhoff for the Public Information Committee report.
Okay. We met, but almost everything that we discussed at our meeting on October 12th will be covered today or has been covered already. So I'm going to turn it over to Lisa, and she's going to start with the legislative and regulatory update. And you folks have been so busy with everything from the Public Utilities Commission to the federal government to FERC and NERC and everything else. So take it away, Lisa, and thanks to your team for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Chair Mulhoff. And yes, welcome to Public Affairs, right? We end up talking to everyone and really telling the OPPD story. But I do want to begin with the next slide quickly on agenda. And we're going to shake it up just a little bit, just because last month when we met, Mo, if you could go to the next slide, please. Last month, actually, the legislature, the unicameral, had just started a special session when we had our board meeting. And so they concluded that on the 30th. And in governance, you talked a little bit about the redistricting. So thank you for that work. Appreciate that. We are going to be talking about the Nebraska Power Review Board. We did have a meeting on Friday, hot off the presses there. I went to, LES was speaking at that hearing, as well as MPPD, and then of course OPPD. A special thank you to Joe Lang and Steve Bruckner, who talked to the board about the utility and really what's going on and what's going to be happening next. And then, so I'm going to have Joe give you a briefing on that, and then we'll do a quick recap of, we have another hearing that's going to be coming up at the end of the month, the Legislative Resolution 136, and Chair Bogner, along with the other chairs from the utilities, LES and MPPD, will be speaking to the Senator Brewer and Senator Bosselman on that legislative resolution. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that. And then just talk briefly right now. Yeah, there are items going on in the federal. So we have an update on that. And then we'll end up going on to SD 13. So with that, Mr. Lang.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, everyone. One more slide, please, Mo. Okay, so just diving right in. So on back in February, as we all are acutely aware of, the SPP controlled outages certainly has driven some resource adequacy review for us all. And so there's been numerous discussions with various folks. Just kind of jumping to October, the Power Review Board sent us some potential draft legislation in early October, and we've discussed it with MPA. And the Power Review Board meeting, as Lisa just noted, was held last Friday, and we'll touch on that. Next slide, please. So just briefly, the Power Review Board, just some quick background. They have a multitude of responsibilities. Some of their kind of noteworthy ones certainly are service territories for Nebraska Electric Utilities, and then also they approve the construction and acquisition of generation and transmission facilities. In essence, this focuses on for utilities primarily on ownership. So the Power Review Board does not approve today any like power purchase agreements that we would engage in because we don't own those types of facilities. And then certainly also around decommissioning facilities, they're just focused on the construction and acquisition. Quick piece of legislative history. Back in 2016, there was the bill 824 that was passed, where private developers are no longer required to get Power Review Board approval for constructing renewable facilities. But they do provide notice to the PRB to ensure that they're aware of their activities. Next slide, please. Okay, so some pieces here around the generation retirements on the draft legislation. Kind of the big pieces provided in there are they want utilities to provide written notice if we have an interest to retire generation, and then they would hold a hearing where utilities would provide information and context around a potential generation retirement, and then the PRB would be required to provide a recommendation whether they feel and agree that the specified generation would be decommissioned. Next slide. And then on power purchase agreements is the other kind of bucket or topic that's provided in the draft legislation. In essence, they're looking for Power Review Board approval of and prior to entities such as OPPD engaging in power purchase agreements for electric energy more than 1 year. And certainly these are elements that they don't have jurisdiction over today. In the meeting on Friday, we discussed these decommissioning decisions and power purchase agreement issues in significant detail, and the MPA, as Lisa noted earlier, provided comments, and myself and Steve Bruckner provided comments on behalf of the MPPD, on behalf of OPPD and the MPA, and also there's some private developer comments submitted, and members of the public submitted some comments in letters and verbally, and all comments were in essence in opposition of the draft legislation. And on Friday, the Power Review Board did vote unanimously to not move forward with the legislation around decommissioning the power purchase agreements, but they did ask the MPA to provide a proposal to them on how we could structure ongoing conversations to see if there's ways that we can ensure resource adequacy going forward. And they asked for that feedback and proposal to them by the November Power Review Board meeting. So we're in the process of putting together some ideas and thoughts to provide to them. I think that is it, if any questions.
I have a question, Joe. Can you tell me a little bit about what prompted the 2016 legislation for LB 824? Do you have that historical content to share context.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So back then, and Steve may be able to jump into certainly as well, invite your input, Steve. There was just a multitude of concerns that when we would work with private developers back then, Nebraska was viewed as an area that was good for development for wind energy, and Nebraska was lagging behind significantly compared to neighboring states. And so LB 824 in 2016 was an attempt to levelize the playing field between Nebraska and neighboring states for development of renewable energy.
Let me just add a couple comments to that. Joe's accurate. LB 824 was passed because prior to that, the renewable energy projects needed to meet the same standard that utilities have to meet in the Power Review Board statutes, namely to establish public convenience and necessity, economic, that it's the best economic choice and not duplicative of other assets. And it was challenging to do that. OPPD actually was the first and perhaps the only utility in the state that went through the full-blown process of having a power purchase agreement for renewable energy, specifically wind, approved under the old legal standard. LB 824 came in to kind of lower the bar from a regulatory standpoint to, as Joe indicated, lead to more development of renewable energy in the state.
Thank you.
As part of the ongoing discussion with the PRB, sounds like there's a proposal to be presented in November. Thank you for the update on that. I've seen some discussion about the results or the outcomes from LB 824. Has either the NPA or anyone else undertaken documentation of the amount of investment in the state of Nebraska in renewable energy since that bill was originally approved, or is that something that will be included? If the intention was to help to develop that local economic opportunity for the clean energy resources that we have, that feels like it'd be a really relevant fact to provide that, yes, the bill was effective in providing streamlined approval for projects in the state of Nebraska. Is that something that has been undertaken so far, or do we know if that is something that is going to be undertaken?
In the EE, Nebraska Department of Environmental and Energy, they keep close track of that, and they have reports of all that information. So I think maybe Director Williams, to your point, one would just need to go back and look at that information and look at since 2016 which generation, renewable generation has been developed in the state. And you could potentially parse it as, which is utility based, so which has a PPA with utilities versus which is with, Smuckers, for example, in the state of Nebraska.
And Director Williams, we do have a report like that we talk through at the MPA when we're talking to senators as well, because we were all at the table during those negotiations, those active negotiations.
Great. Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Any other questions for Joe? Otherwise, we'll pass it over to Tim O'Brien, and we'll go through the upcoming events that will be taking place for LR 136. Tim?
Thanks, Lisa. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a couple slides for you here to give an update on state activity and then one on federal side of things. So Lisa mentioned earlier, legislative resolution 136 was introduced at the close of the legislative session to further study what we had testified for after the polar vortex events. It was scheduled just a few days ago for the 29th, and then last week we directed further that we would have Chair Bogner represent OPPD at that hearing. So we're actively working with the Nebraska Power Association to understand the best details that the committee is seeking. We know from the past legislative resolution and then conversations with members of the Natural Resource Committee, they're interested in our action plans. And so in the last few weeks, we've provided the action plan that the board heard of last month at the scheduled board meeting, along with prior to that, the SPP. There's two detailed reports that they've provided. They also had some other questions just generally about SPP. What's the membership look like? How do we look at contingency plans for unplanned outages and other things like that? So that material has been provided to the county, or to the committee. So that is where we're at the moment. We're syncing up with the utilities this week, and it'll be in preparation for the testimony next Friday at 1 o'clock. Special session concluded, so it's crazy how quick things go from last board meeting to this board meeting. The congressional districts and legislative districts are actually in place now, and so now the data is to the local electoral offices working through preparing for the 2022 primary, and then for those interested in running for office, I believe that you can start around the first week of January. So all that is in action, and as Director Moody mentioned earlier in his report, our work is beginning on our board adjustments. So that is what I have for the state work. Mo, if you want to go to one federal slide. Seth is on the line if you've got questions. I get quite a few questions about, how do we work? What does it look like? Seth is actually coming to us from Georgia. He's at an APPA Legal and Regulatory Conference, so trying to get the best intelligence about what's happening there. And then he actually spent nearly a week in DC the week prior, so we do keep an active boots on the ground approach to meet with committees of jurisdiction and our delegation there as well. I wish I had clear information. I have been reading, I have lots of alerts and subscriptions that we subscribe towards on what's going to happen. And it remains really unclear, other than there is a focused march to figure out and vote on a package at the end of the month. That is still the schedule. There has been discussions about the Clean Energy Performance Plan and how that fits or doesn't fit within the infrastructure and reconciliation process. That's really the big piece right now. I was actually looking at the president's schedule for what they would show today, and he's actively involved with some of the highest members of Congress working to move forward the agenda. So the politics are playing at the highest level is another way that I would say that. So there has been most conversation again around the Clean Energy Performance Plan. There has been some discussion, if that comes out, is there a potential for a carbon tax and dividend approach? So those are the two sort of items that are front and center. Then also potentially, not potentially, but moving down the $3.5 trillion budget process to something less than that. That has all changed since we provided this last update to the PI committee, and so the slide is directionally accurate, but wanted to provide a current status at the moment right now.
Thanks, Tim. I think Eric has a question or comment.
Yeah, thanks, Shanice. So yeah, on the Clean Energy Payment Program, do we have an official position on that? Or I know that some of our engagement is through LPPC and APPA. Do they have official positions on the Clean Energy Payment Program right now?
So Seth, I'll let you talk about if they have an official position. I'm not clear on that. They have sent letters to the committees on citing some of their concerns and opportunities, maybe for potential enhancements of the program. A lot of it is around timing. The program is about an 8-year program with continued growth over time. And it was operated from DOE, Department of Energy, as a grant program. And so because of that, there's rules and regs that would need to be put in place as well. That in those instances, it always makes it a little more challenging to understand exactly what your full position might be. But Seth, I'll let you take it from there on how APPA has taken a formal approach to this.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. It was a great question, Director Williams. As of right now, both have concerns on the implementation and how it would work, because there's just certain provisions in there, the 4% renewables each year going forward. It's hard for utilities. A lot of times these things come on in big chunks. So if you get a bunch on in early on and then you don't have any in the out years, you're going to get fined for all those out years, even though you might have well exceeded the entire, your few years that you had, but you're going to get that fine there. So they're concerned on the timing and the workability. They're also concerned about the penalties that could come to utilities, because it's stipulated in the bill that you can't have your customers pay for it, pay the penalty. Well, for us, that our customers are our owners, it's saying your shareholders have to pay for it. For public power, that they're one and the same. So there's concern about that too, that, you know, the investor-owned utilities, their shareholders have to pay for it, but our customers have to pay for it. So that's going to put us in a conflict already on how that's going to work. So they have concerns about how that would work as well. And it's just those kind of workability issues that they're trying to work their way through right now. When you get to the Clean Energy Performance Plan, as of right now, the rumor out there is that it's going to go away. They're going to get rid of it because Senator Manchin won't support it so far, and there's a couple others that have it that way. And then, as Tim said, we're looking at a carbon tax, but literally 41 minutes ago, it came out that Senator Manchin has a problem with the carbon tax, but now Senator Tester does too, out of Montana. So it's all in disarray. They don't know what is going to be in there, but they are working frantically to see if they can get other, see what can stick to the wall. They have the climate core, the staff that's out there. They have that in there. They still have incentives for the production tax credit, investment tax credit, and direct pay on those. They have a whole slew of other things they're trying to get in on that side of it. They just don't know what that package will look like yet.
So, and I can add quickly, just from an LPPC perspective and APPA. I was recently in a meeting with LPPC CEOs and with the APPA executive director, and I fully agree with Seth. I think the general consensus is we are all, I shouldn't say all, but the majority of LPPC utilities and the majority of APPA utilities have some form of decarbonization goals. Whether it's net zero, absolute zero, 2050, 2045, 2040, all these different years. We are all trying to do the same thing in different forms. The interim goals, which is what this CEPP program is really focused on, will vary significantly. And I think as Seth said, the implementation of the program as written is incredibly problematic for many. Simply stated, just that the IOU, investor-owned utility versus public power disconnect is alarming in that, we were not consulted in a way. It also provides incentives for utilities to drag their feet, right? If I have a lot of renewables to come online 1 year, I may not put them all online 1 year, because I may want to save them and release them little by little every year so that we can meet the 4% and don't get penalized. Where again, the overall goal is a noble one in that it aims at having interim goals, but the way they're implementing it's very problematic. So we support the idea of interim challenges, interim goals, but really we cannot support it the way it's written, because it really wouldn't be, we wouldn't be able to implement it as a public power entity, as written.
Yeah, I appreciate the updates there. I think we're going to talk a little bit in the Power with Purpose discussion later, but the main reason I ask is that, I mean, our ability to achieve our goals in a state or under a federal legislative framework that doesn't have any clear support or encouragement for decarbonization through the utility sector is going to be extremely challenging. And so I understand that the politics are national, and you mentioned both Manchin, West Virginia, and Montana. I mean, those are places that are outside of our direct sphere of influence, but I mean, a lack of ability to find a workable path to the end here, and knowing that LPPC and APPA are not specifically supportive here, I guess if the alternative is that we don't have any federal policy toward decarbonization of the electric sector, we are going to really, really struggle for a very long time. And I am very concerned that I apologize. My point is that we will really struggle if something doesn't get done nationally. So I hope that we are doing everything we can, because again, we'll talk with Power with Purpose about forces outside of OPPD's control having influence over our ability to meet our internal objectives. And so I hope we're doing everything we can. And if there's additional comments, I would welcome that. But I guess I'm just concerned. I hope that we're doing everything possible.
We are, and let me just correct a little bit. You mentioned that APPA and LPPC are not supportive. We are supportive. We are not supportive of the way that the legislation is written, because it disadvantages public power. It's one that we cannot implement as public power as much as we want to move the conversation forward. And I think we are all supportive of interim goals. The way it's written, it's problematic. So that's the only reason why public power, both APPA and OPPC are not on board. It's because we were not at the table. We were not invited. We were not, the legislation or the proposed legislation was not designed for us. So let me just make that clear that we are committed. We want to move forward. The specific legislation language is not, it's not appropriate. It's not conducive for good progress with public power.
And Director Williams, we do have conversations with our Nebraska delegation on these topics as well. So we have Seth and the team, we have constant conversations with them on various topics, and this is one of them.
And to add on what Javier said too, APPA is working with Senator Manchin's staff and everyone else to try to find a path forward. They just feel that they have challenges on how it is now, just the workability side of things. They're not outright, no, we're going to kill the Clean Energy Performance Plan. They're just trying to work through the challenges that Javier brought up. But one other thing that I always bring up on these things, because it needs to be brought up, is the transmission interconnection aspect of all of this as well. Without those pieces put together too, even makes this even harder to achieve going forward. So they're trying to work through all of that stuff, soup to nuts on everything it is in there to try to get that moved forward.
Thank you for that. Is there more federal update, or are we finished with that section?
That concludes our report, Dr. Mahal.
Yeah, and the rest of our slides that we normally have each month, that is in your appendix.
All right, thank you. And let's go ahead and move on to SD 13. And so this is a lot of work, this outreach and engagement. It's been a year of outreach and engagement, even during the pandemic. So there's a lot of slides. I would like to go through the report, and if there's something pressing, I'll watch for hands raised, but I'd like to let them just go through the report, and then we'll have questions at the end if that works for everybody.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Director Mohab. Greatly appreciated. And I will tell you, the team started working on this monitoring report when we finished it last year. So that's how much work. And it's better to have too much than not enough. And that's the part that I'm really proud of. So I'm proud to present the work of many dedicated individuals, including the board, and the efforts to fulfill our commitment to SD 13. So let's get started. Mo, next slide, please. I stood here on this WebEx last year, but it's been another historic year for many reasons. And in the midst of a pandemic and recovery from an extreme weather events, multiples of those, OPPD not only delivered successful stakeholder engagement efforts for current projects, but also strengthened the engagement tools, technology, and infrastructure that will serve stakeholders into the future. And you know, this team does not rest on their laurels, and you'll hear that from the last component of how we're constantly trying to get better. Next slide, please, Mo. But first, let's really review our commitment to our stakeholder outreach and engagement and what SD 13 looks like today. I remember when we started this journey, and many of you on this call remember that as well. It has grown tremendously. We've evolved our efforts to support many business and community objectives, and I'm extremely proud of the team for their outstanding work and commitment. And to the board, I mean, you've been engaged every step of the way, so we greatly appreciate that. We continue to work on being the first and best source of information. Thank you, Director Yoder, on that. You'll be hearing a lot about that language. We are still working on how do you measure success with that? So it is a work in progress. We'll keep building on our outreach strategy as we move through these projects, and you know, our job is never done. So today you'll hear me talk about art and science of our stakeholder engagement, because it truly is about striking a balance between relationships and creativity, and the use of data and proven approaches that help us measure our success. Simply put, we are conveners, collaborators, communicators, and educators. And through stakeholder outreach, we build trust. And you've heard that before, that the community really does trust OPPD. And Director Mulhoff, you stood in front of the Saunders County board, and they said that outright. They trust OPPD, and so we can't take that for granted by no means, because once you lose that trust, game over. So we will be a good torchbearer of that. So simply put, our stakeholder outreach, as we build this trust, we help to amplify the voices and gather input from those impacted or interested in what we are doing here at OPPD. Those interested in our business operations continue to evolve, ranging from organizations, communities, regulators, and of course, customers. And with that, on the next slide, we'll have more details about the dedicated work that the teams have done on that. What we've alluded to in the past, but perhaps haven't shown in this way, is how our stakeholder efforts have grown over the past years. What may have been 1 or 2 meaningful projects each year has grown very rapidly. And with the pandemic entering the scene in March 2020, we saw the need to become much more resourceful in our efforts. We needed to scale efforts while keeping a personal touch. And the personal touch is an important part of it. And you'll hear a little bit more about that on the art side of it. Next slide, please. Since our last monitoring report, we've been involved in many large-scale initiatives, and many of these large initiatives, like Power with Purpose, have multiple outreach efforts around them, all the way from solar to siting solar to natural gas plants to transmission and distribution. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. You heard me say it takes both art and science to achieve successful outreach, and it requires we use both relationships and measurement. By doing this, we build trust and affirm our position as the first and best source of information. So how does this tell the success story of SD13? There's an art to building relationships and trust. We need to understand our audience and meet them where they are. Let me repeat that. We need to meet them where they are. And you'll see later on in this presentation how we have multiple tools in order to do that. The science part of it provides the data we need to measure our effectiveness, achieve our outcomes, and identify where we need to improve. Let me provide you with a really recent example of how we did a check and adjust during one of our outreach efforts. And Chair Bogner will know this well. When we heard that some of the customers near the site of the Standing Bear Generation Station had questions and potential concerns, we first spent time deeply listening to and understanding the root of their concerns. What became apparent was that customers didn't have a good feel for the layout of the site in a way that they could see real and meaningful ways that they could see what was going to be built there. Showing renderings alone wasn't going to help. So we came up with a creative solution. It was basic, but it was real time. Let's do a walking tour of the site. So we did a check and adjust right away. That's the art of this outreach. We actively listened and tried something new. And Director Bogner and our team, along with our team, we put on our boots and we had our heavy coats on, stood at the top of the hill and went down into the ravine off of Military there and walked the property with the neighbors so that they could see. We even had a boom truck so that they could see how tall that the stacks were going to be for the actual the plant. So I'm really, really proud of the creativity. And that's part of the art there. But part of the science there was at the end of that, we made sure that each of the people that attended, did they understand and was that helpful so that we could make sure that that was useful going forward. Next slide, please. The team has listened to you, board, and really worked hard on how to measure success. The answer isn't simple. As you know, what we do know is success comes in many different forms. And I'm not going to go through everything on this slide. Success is measured both internally and externally. Internally, we develop a plan and revisit it often, just like we did before with the check and adjust. What are our business objectives? What are our goals? And did we achieve it? From a project standpoint, we can deliver on action items and a timeline, but outreach brings the human element to the process, the trust, the input. And that's why you see outreach incorporated in all OPPD's projects and initiatives. And you heard me say, it's really a cornerstone of public power and who we are, right? And being able to have a voice and listening to what people are, what's on their minds, and then letting them know what we've done with that information. Externally, success may not always mean agreement, but it does include understanding. Our plans and measurements are focused on ensuring stakeholders have a voice, feel heard, and understand the why and why not behind the decision. If the final decision is not what they had hoped for, were they satisfied, and did they feel like they were heard, and did they trust us and the process? Next slide, please. So here is the first deliverable of the SD. Oh, I apologize. Can you go back one, please? Here's the first deliverable of the SD. So did we provide an integrated, clear, and transparent engagement? These slides will address how we use process, people, and a platform to accomplish this. So let's go to the first one. The first one is process. You've seen this process methodology matrix on the next slide, please, Mo. IAP2 is a proven approach. It's a process. We start by discussing how to engage stakeholders using the International Association of Public Participation framework shown here. It's important to note that this reflects levels of engagement rather than steps in the process. You don't go from the left to the right, but you can determine if you're going to inform at one project, or it may be involve, or it may even be empower. So we'll talk through, and we identify that during each of our projects. The spectrum provides consistency and transparency around our promise to the public and our goal, depending on the level of engagement. The IAP2 level is only part of the picture. The way we engage the public and who we engage is also important. Next slide, please. Let's talk about the second P of the commitment. It's people. Stakeholder outreach engagement is much deeper than the IAP2 framework. It's about the people. Stakeholder outreach is very relational. Much of the work we do revolves around relationships, and these activities are core to the work we do every day. This is the work that most people don't see. We do it day in and day out. We could do it during storms for them. We could do it during a parade and talking to the communities. And I really want to take this time to thank Jamie Wagner and Jenny Ravi and the team, and Chris Barnes, and of course, Lori Zagorski for all of their work. They do exceptional work, and for all of our employees. They hear me say this all the time. We are the brand. OPPD, we are the brand, and that's why people trust us. So thank you for engaging the way that you do. And in turn, that trust turns us into thought leaders in the community, just like it did in Saunders County. They said, OPPD, do you think that this is the right thing to do? And we had to put our badge on that and our brand on that. So we're going to make sure that it happens. Next slide, please. And the third P really is the platform. And so this is a segue into really how we provide meaningful ways for customer owners to participate, provide feedback. And with this is where we meet them where they are. And let's talk about that, the toolkit. Next slide, please. All of this formal outreach must live somewhere, and we are so fortunate what Lori Zagorski and the team has done, and Tim O'Brien, to find such a beautiful platform with the OPPD Community Connect. You have heard people talk about it and reference it numerous times. And Sarah Lake, she does a beautiful job making sure that it's current and up to date. In fact, even some of the conversations that we talked about earlier today, they're already making changes to OPPD Community Connect. So it's a platform that we can have real-time changes. That's where our platform comes in. OPPD Connect was launched in July 2020. That's hard to imagine that it was just a year ago. And it has allowed us to lead the way to be the first and best source of information. Since its launch, we've highlighted numerous projects and had more than 47,000 visitors. And we have nearly 500 stakeholders that have registered to engage in that site. Next slide, please. While we have a robust platform with OPPD Community Connect, We know people are using it, but we also need to meet people where they are at multiple times, multiple ways, and we have extensive tools. And this matrix really shows all of the different ways that we do outreach and get feedback on constant ways. So let's get some details of some of these various channels. Next slide, please. Once again, the team really was leading. They built the content marketing site called The Wire. We've constantly seen the growth in that particular channel, and we really are proud of having the loyal following that we have. Our content has been much richer and more focused on topics customers are most interested in, and we've improved the quality of our graphics and approach to video. And then our storm and outage center, boy, listen to this statistic. 2,500 visitors have been on the site per minute at one time or another. And we know how important that site is, especially during storms during this last July, and how important and what a reliable source the Storm and Outage Center is. So I want to thank the team for that, and then Kate Brown and her team for keeping that site up and running when there was so many visitors on that. Next slide. Our content marketing channel, The Wire, it continues to grow its reach and viewership. And as you can see, the sessions, user and page views have seen significant increases. Next slide. And we're seeing even greater increases on our Storm and Outage Center. And we're doing enhancements on that site each and every month. So more to come on that. Next slide, please. We're also making strides in becoming a first and trusted source of information. And for example, 6 stories of The Wire consistently ranked in the top 5 for Google searches on related topics. This positions the site as a trusted source of information on how our utility does work. And I really want to emphasize that we're working hard on our search optimization on this tool. So you'll see much more on that during the next coming years and months. Next slide, please. And of course, social media is an important channel. We measure sentiment and overall engagement across multiple channels, and we're improving, and we'll keep improving. We have a commitment to that, so more work to be done. And then our next slide talks about our power panel. I am so proud how the market research team brought this to OPPD for the past few years. We have our own power panel, and it's a proprietary research platform for nearly 5,000 of our customers that participate. And they've been helping us better understand what's on customers' minds, so we might translate those insights into better engagement and service with our customers. And you've heard how we've utilized that across just not products and services, but all of the district. And that's what a service is that we provide as a corporate service. Customers who participate know that OPPD is there, listening to their firsthand input and engaging in further conversation with them by probing based on customer real-time feedback. Panel members also know that they're part of a OPPD's online research community versus just receiving a phone call or emailing asking them to complete a survey. While we use those techniques, and they are very important, this panel really provides us that we get comments just about every time we do qualitative work reflecting participants' appreciation for the unique experience. And what a gift that we have for OPPD. Not only are they engaging with us, but they're engaging with us, other customers in real time. That's a true gift. Next slide. The second component of our commitment on SD13 is to share context with customer owners for key decisions. Next slide, please. I want to take a moment and go down memory lane. As seen in the amphitheater graphic that I did at the beginning of this and how far we've come on our stakeholder outreach, when we first started this journey, we focused on maybe 1 or 2 outreach efforts. Now, they were big efforts, don't get me wrong, but now you could see how many that we're doing, and they're spanning multiple years. We're bringing the customers along with us during this journey. Today, the sheer number of projects have not only grown, but also the horizon for engaging around these projects and the complexity. As board members, you know just how complex that is. If you consider power with purpose and pathways to decarbonization, I call those heavy lifts, right? But impactful heavy lifts that really OPPD could lead. We often refer to power with purpose, but let's pause for a moment to think about all of the outreach efforts that go around that. We are developing plans for 2 natural gas plants, multiple solar arrays and major solar arrays that started in Saunders County, and that won't be the last by no means. And in each of these sites, there's going to be routing and siting public involvement. And I know that the directors have been part of that outreach as well. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. But then we also have other outreach efforts that take less than a year. Examples, definitely the CEO transition. As for the board members, we needed to provide information to the board of what are people looking for in a new CEO as their public power utility. And then we provided that information to the board as they used that in their selection process. And SD7, we just heard from that monitoring report, that has come a long way. And that definitely took stakeholder engagement as we made the changes to SD7. So thank you for that engagement. And Powering the Future 2050. Oh, the exciting things that are going to happen with that coming forward. So those are just a small sample, but big, complex projects. And let's go to the next slide. This is a real-time stakeholder outreach, the Starpeak Transmission Project. We recently held our first hybrid approach to the outreach, and that was another new approach with a virtual and an in-person event that was in Springfield, Nebraska. We offered it in person safely so that people would feel safe, as well as a virtual option, and people took they participated in both of those aspects. I also want to take the time to thank Director Yoder. It was after our long day during the board workshop, and then we spent the evening along with many of us in senior management and the organization in Springfield, listening to the concerns of the landowners. This particular instance was the actual landowners that were impacted by the siting after we had gone through a whole rigorous process. And success there was really listening to the people. They had concerns, right? But at the end of that, they still could have had concerns, but they understood the why. And that's where I consider success of stakeholder. But of course, we did research and a survey at the end of that as well, so that they could take that time. Next one, next slide, please. Flatview solar engagement, and Mary talked about that in SD7. That was a major, major accomplishment from an education standpoint, along with meeting multiple elected officials, community leaders, impacted landowners, and it was, you know, Director Mulhoff knows it firsthand. It was an intensive outreach effort. But we had a successful outcome. And I want to thank Michaela Valentine, Tim O'Brien, Lori Zagurski, Brooke Kennedy, Courtney Kennedy, and Mary Fisher, and so many more that were stood in front of those elected officials and really said, yes, we believe in this project and we will be there for you people in UTAN. So this is really just the beginning of our solar journey, and we'll be working on with lots of different counties along the way. Next slide, please. This is truly an example of leading the way, and I'd really like to thank Director Moody and the board. When we started this journey, we had a conversation about how we wanted to be a catalyst. Let me repeat that, how we really wanted to be a catalyst and make a difference in the communities that we serve, and the bigger for the state, as well as the whole region and in the whole country. And that is exactly what we're doing. And Mary talked about that in SD7, and you'll hear more about that this afternoon with the all of the work. So next, please. This is a complicated subject, and we knew people wanted to be involved, but how? So we embarked on a new approach, once again, that we added this year, of discovery sessions. The objective, to listen and understand how they wanted to be involved and what success would look like for them. So we started this journey. As you can see, that went from December and into January. The sessions were very relational, The project, and next slide, please. The project and outreach team met individually with key stakeholders from various environmental advocacy groups and organizations. They asked several open-ended questions and listened with the intent of using feedback to help formulate the outreach strategy. And you'll hear about that in the upcoming slides. Next slide, please. So here is a list of some of the key takeaways. There were several key takeaways, and it's nice to get that feedback because we incorporated it. And I'm not going to read every one of the bullets, but instead, these are just examples, but just some highlights. They wanted some upfront communication, time to digest information and opportunities to provide input before final decisions are made. Bullet 3, OPPD can help stakeholders translate technical information and provide shareable information. And Colton Kennedy and the team has done a phenomenal job on that. So kudos to them. Next slide, please. Another key takeaway that I'm extremely proud of is the shareable content. During these sessions, stakeholders recognize OPPD's challenge. How do we design outreach for stakeholders who are educated and engaged at different levels? You're going to have highly technical people that live and breathe this every single day, to the people that really want to make a difference in their community, but just are at the beginning of their journeys. There was a mutual agreement around a layered approach here, as stakeholders who also need help translating technical information to their organization members, and you'll hear a little bit more about that. From that, OPPD created executive summaries of the 2-hour workshops. That was not an easy task, which served as really a Cliff Notes version for distribution. And we've just heard, we just met with the Citizens Climate Lobby just on Friday, and how they utilize those tools, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We also provided a 22-minute animated video, which provides a baseline education for stakeholders who do not want to participate in hours of workshops. This video has been viewed over 350 times already, and it really serves as a baseline as we're going along this journey, and we'll keep that updated. Next slide. We communicate to stakeholders throughout the entire journey, and in many cases, we sent personalized emails and asked them to join us and share with their membership. People are busy. They have lives to live, and kids to take care of, and parents to take care of. So we really wanted to provide ways that we could have a ripple effect. When stakeholders are educated and engaged, they trust us. They affirm we are the first and best source of information, and then they share and encourage others to participate. And these are just examples of how they're taking some of our tools and passing them on to their membership. Next slide, please. And feedback from the discovery session, which was no surprise to us, they'd like more transparency. People want to understand both the why and why not behind the decisions. The team recognized the large gap between workshops 4 and 5. That was a heavy lift where the modeling analysis were taking place. So we listened to them. And this phase was, while it was intensive, we said, you know what, let's have an interim workshop just to give people an update of where we're at during this modeling and analysis stage. And I think they really appreciated that check and adjust along the way. Next slide. So let's talk about the energy portfolio workshops. Many of you have been involved in our workshops, and a special thank you to the board members that have been on those as well. This is a new approach, and it has been well received. In fact, we're getting recognition by a lot of the other organizations across the country. The workshops allowed stakeholders to be part of the journey with multiple opportunities to participate. Next slide. So far this year, we've held 4 deep dive workshops and the interim modeling update in August. We still have 2 more to go later this year. One to discuss the initial final results, and then another to present the final results. So I know everyone's excited about that. Outside of these workshop, participants and organizations invited us to speak to their groups. And we love these opportunities. So remember, go to OPPD.com, Speakers Bureau, and we'll be glad to talk to anybody. So pass that on to your family and friends. But we need the data. So go to the next slide, please, Mo. On this slide, you can see the stakeholders have been very satisfied with workshops 1 through 4. And we received lower scores with some of the areas, but they were highly technical. So not everybody came along with the journey with us, but we offered the opportunity to explain their ratings, allowing us to make adjustments along the way. So once again, this is part of the science portion before around our stakeholder engagement. Next slide, please. So far, we've had approximately 100 unique attendees at our workshops. Mostly attended the first workshop just because it gave the channels and the pathways that we were going to be exploring. And then we held across a section of attendees from customers to advocacy groups to other utilities. So people have come along with us on some portions of the journey, but others, but we've provided the tools for them to get caught up. And the next slide, I just had to put it in, I'm sorry. I know there's no way to quantify this, but I wanted to take a moment and reflect on this quote. I want to read it out loud. Thank you for this update, emails, and all of the information in the workshops. Well, all of it. I probably don't say it enough, but you guys are doing a great job in making the process truly public and valuing the input of your customer owners and other stakeholders. So I can't say who that is, but he knows who he is. And with this organization, they may not agree, or should I say, they do not agree with many of the things, but they're coming along with the journey. So I consider that somewhat of a small victory. And then the next slide, last but not least, the last phase of our commitment for stakeholder outreach is continuous evaluate and improve our engagement processes. We always want to be the best, and I'm really proud of what the team has done because they want to be the best, and they look at themselves and they're critical of themselves, and that's what drives us to be better. So that means we're constantly looking at how we can improve, and that is exactly what we did. Next slide. We listen, learn, and we look to improve by several methods, using post-event surveys, poll everywhere, seek customer feedback during and after all public involvement activities. This helps us measure understanding and satisfaction and receive feedback for improvement. Internal debriefs are also norm. After every event, we get together and talk through what went well, what could we improve on. And then training, network, research, and benchmarking are always avenues we use for gleaning insight. So next slide. Mary talked about how in public affairs we had the environmental audits, and that's going beyond compliance. So we thought, you know what good is good for the goose is good for the gander. So we went ahead and embarked and engaged our corporate internal audit group to say what's beyond compliance, and they just finished that up. And I want to thank Scott Foch and the team. They were really, really great at this particular audit. This is the first time we've ever done this, and we will continue to be in the rotation so that we can see the movement on that. I'd like to thank them for that, and I will report out to the PI exactly what it has found, but I just wanted to highlight some of those components on that. Next slide, please. We didn't stop there. The team also recruited the help of the market research team in public affairs to do a customer outreach study. The purpose of the study was to determine stakeholder preferences when it comes to public involvement. The team wanted data to better understand how deeply customers wanted to be engaged, if level of engagement varied based on topic, and if so, why. Using the Power Panel and phone surveys, we completed more than 800 surveys. Most respondents expressed they want to be informed versus involved. Let me repeat that. They want to be informed versus involved. Why? Because they trust OPPD. But we're not going to stand on our laurels there. About 1/5 of the customers desired a deeper level of engagement, especially when the topic concerns energy costs and environmental impact. So that has really helped us as we develop our programs going forward. And you've seen that, the Green Power program, as well as the energy efficiency tools as well. Findings confirmed the need for a layered approach to stakeholder awareness, from broad awareness campaigns to options for those who want more detail. Findings also aligned with our mission. Customers are most interested in anything that affects the affordability, reliability, and environmentally sensitive energy services they come to expect from us. So I just want to thank the team for doing that. We will put that on the rotation as well to talk and check and adjust. And then the next slide, please. And I heard Director Yoder, when we talked about SD7, looking behind, of course, but looking forward, but then looking to the side as well. What's happening in the industry? And this past year, we also solicited a third party to help us in conducting a stakeholder engagement benchmarking study. The objective was to conduct in-depth interviews and evaluation of how other utilities and organizations employ stakeholder engagement, and to identify gaps and best practices and share information gathered with participants. Interviews were conducted with Austin Energy, Colorado Springs Utilities, and a number of other utilities that you see on the slide. An additional desktop research was conducted to include Ameren, TVA, and many other utilities. So what did we find? Next slide, please. The full report provides utility information, including number of customers, governance, and public participation best practices for each. We had some great takeaways from the benchmarking, and I'm proud to say that OPPD is setting the standards in many ways. For years, we focused on how we measure up and have adjusted accordingly. We do not rest on our successes. Many that we interviewed did not follow the IAP2 and other standards, and so they were intrigued. And so once again, they'll be looking to us to help them through that. Recommendations also included a hybrid approach, which we utilized, especially on one of our stakeholder outreaches just recently, in-person and virtual meetings when safe to do so, continuing to tailor message based on audiences, involve stakeholders for establishing rules and expectations, and considering dedicated staff just for IRP and generation related outreach. So once again, we will continue to check and adjust and improve. You have our commitment. You have my commitment to that, and we're proud of that. So which brings me to stakeholder feedback. Next slide. And I'm not going to go through all of this. Before I wrap up today, I wanted to share some of the verbatims comments we've received following our decarb workshops this year. What are our stakeholders saying? These aren't words. These are not my words. They're theirs. I'm incredibly impressed by OPPD's approach to tackling this problem. Being future-looking, data-driven, and open to all options is the path to success. That really is our stakeholder engagement promise. Next slide, please. We're trusted. We've worked hard to be trusted, and I'm proud of this team, and I'm proud of the support, especially from the PI committee and all of the various divisions across the district, because this isn't just one business unit. It truly is a district-wide effort. So takeaways, next slide. In conclusion, we've learned a lot over the last year. Our internal audit and benchmarking helped affirm we are leading the way. Our outreach maturity and performance have accelerated, along with the number of projects we support. We don't rest on our success. Our continuous improvement process cycle is working, and it shows in the data. And we've solidified our aspiration to be the first and best source of information. Now, the next step is, how do you measure that? So we'll be working on that. We're never done. So last but not least, I can't forgo my marketing and communications hat. We invite our employees, customers, and stakeholders to stay engaged with us. Come on the journey with our, OPPDcommunityconnect.com. We welcome the comments, the questions, the ideas, and keep them coming because we want people along with the journey. And with that, Chair Mulhoff, I respectfully submit the SD13 monitoring report.
Thank you, Lisa. And the PI committee has reviewed this and our recommendation is that we accept this monitoring report for SD13 to be sufficiently in compliance. So thank you for all your work. Oh my gosh, it's a whirlwind and it's been a year and y'all have done great work. And I will look for hand raised, but I didn't see any, but other directors, please just chime in if you have questions or comments or kudos.
I'll just hop in real quick. Similar comment to the one I made with respect to SD7, which is about how far we've come since I joined the board in 2017. This is an extraordinarily great report. I feel like Lisa, the team has really taken ownership of and invested in the work and is doing a great job. And I like that the check and adjust is a really good model, right? Because you get into it and sometimes you don't know exactly how it's going to unfold. So I appreciate the nimbleness with which the team is approaching the work. So great job.
Thank you. I'm just the person giving the report. You know that there are a lot of people behind the scenes here, so I'm so proud of them. Just
Yeah.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in and say thanks very much. As Craig said, the improvement over the last couple of years has been great. In particular, all the tools that we have developed that will continue to be useful for various engagement opportunities in the future. That's excellent. I really appreciate that. A lot of this development has been during times when in-person engagement has been challenging or not possible. So we have a lot of virtual tools that are going to serve us well, especially across the very large portion of our service territory where making it, multiple hours to drive to a meeting, something like that would not be possible. So I appreciate all the kind of engagement infrastructure that we've been creating. And there's been big steps forward. So thanks very much for documenting that and letting us know about all of the different times when we've used various types of engagements as we look toward policy and project improvement. So thanks very much, Lisa.
great. Thank you, Director Williams.
I'll jump in. Thanks again for the report. Yeah, there's been a lot of work, and I'll echo Director Moody's comment as well. Yes, there have been many positive changes that have taken place since I got on the board in 2017. And I'm glad, Lisa, that it was just at the tail end, but that you included the work that is going on and will be ongoing on developing the metrics, and certainly do appreciate that. And thank you for listening and responding to board comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, Director Yoder. The team has worked hard on that because and through the benchmarking, that was one of the biggest items because we were like, how do you measure success? And so that's a work in progress. So maybe we can be leading edge on that as well.
I'm certain of it.
My hand raise feature doesn't seem to be working, so if I may just jump in here. I will just say this whole meeting today, all the strategic directive reports, it's been like a Christmas stocking with things falling out of the top because it's been so full. The ST12 information management and security report, the environmental stewardship monitoring report, the stakeholder outreach and engagement monitoring report. I mean, I hear in all of these reports about cross-functional teams working together for the best result, creative input and action, going above and beyond compliance, all in just this huge cooperative teamwork approach. It is so impressive. It is just so impressive. I don't think that the word thank you adequately conveys my feelings about this. It's just terrific work on the part of everybody. Gladdens my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Spurgeon. What warms my heart is many of you were stakeholders on the other side of this before becoming board members. So you've been with us a long time. So thank you. So you truly have seen the formation and the breadth of what we've been doing.
Yes. It's been an evolution for sure. So Amanda, I think that concludes the PI committee portion of this day today.
All right, thank you. We truly are working to make the public part of the public power effort. So excellent. Thank you for that information. All right, next on the agenda here, confirmation of board meeting agenda. So Mo, if we could pull that open. We have several board consent action items. Would anyone like to request anything to be moved to board discussion? Are we all good, including the various monitoring reports to maintain them in consent? Okay, going once, going twice. We're good with this agenda here. And so these items will, 6 through 12 will remain on consent action. And then 13 through 16 will be part of the board discussion on Thursday. Just lost my agenda, just a second. Okay, next up is review of the board work plan. I know many of the committee chairs made a nod towards work plan and items during their committee reports. So I think at this time we will we'll move on because we're going to retool how we talk about this too from the board workshop. So don't want to dwell on that, and we have a couple other items here that are more lengthy. At this point, I'm going to pass it over to Miss Mary Fisher for the Power with Purpose update. Mary? Is she here? I see her on the attendee list. There she is. Hello.
Apologize. Double mute. Double mute. Thank you, Director Bogner. And we're just going to give you a very brief overview of the status of the project, just to keep you informed of how the activities are progressing. And so with that, I am going to turn it over to Megan Walker to talk about our natural gas plant. Megan? Megan, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Sorry,
I don't see Megan on here, so. Okay.
It looks like Megan's on the attendee list and maybe needs to be promoted.
I believe they're trying.
Okay.
Maybe in the interest
while
of
we're
time,
doing
I'll start
that,
and Megan.
Sorry, while we're doing that, if we could, I have a request to take a 5-minute break. So let's do that while we are getting our panelists set up.
Thank you.
This is Megan. Test.
Yeah, sorry about that. We can hear you.
Yes,
Okay,
Megan,
thank
we
you.
hear you.
All right, thanks.
Mary, is there anyone else that needs to be promoted?
Let me run through here real quick.
Courtney's on.
Courtney, Megan, Danny, Gary Rule, and Scott Edom. And they may or may not be joining us, but if they are, we would promote them.
Okay.
Thank you, Mel.
This is Danny Bilt, Mary. I was just doing a mic check too, real quick, before we get to the transmission portion.
Could hear you, Danny.
You
Thank
are
you.
loud and clear, Danny.
All right, thank you.
I'll do the same. This is Courtney Kennedy again.
Courtney, you sound good.
Jamie Wagner.
Great,
can you
thank
hear
you.
me okay?
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you, Mo.
All right, we'll give everyone about another minute or so, and then we'll get started. All right, Megan, you're up.
All right, thank you, Director Buckner. Good afternoon, Megan Walker. We'll provide an update today on our natural gas generation project and fuel supply. On September 22nd, OPPD did execute a contract with the Zachary Group for the engineer, procure, and construct of our two new natural gas generation facilities, Turtle Creek Station and Standing Bear Lake, and their associated substations. Preliminary grading is underway at both sites and will continue through 2021. Metropolitan Utilities District's board authorized approval of a ground lease and main extension agreement on October 6th at their board meeting. Approval to occur with the finalized gas supply agreements. As effective as of yesterday, all those agreements have been executed between MUD and OPPD. Our community engagement is ongoing for this project. We will meet with the City of Papillion near term for a project update on our Turtle Creek Station. As a reminder, we met with them back in July and continue to meet our commitment of periodic updates to them. We will also attend the annual Ramble Ridge Homeowners Association meeting in November in support of our Standing Bear Lake project. On the right-hand side of the screen, there's project milestones I'd like to call attention to. The first three were discussed. Standing Bear Lake and Turtle Creek Station construction is anticipated to start Q1 of 2022. The Standing Bear Lake commercial operation date remains as May 1st of 2023. And for the Turtle Creek Station, commercial operation date was adjusted to August 18th of 2023 as part of our negotiations with our EPC vendor. The next couple slides will show progress that's underway with a preliminary grading. Mo, next slide. This is at Standing Bear Lake. If you were standing at Military Road at the north side looking south, and 120th Street would be on the right-hand side, this is what the grading looks like as effective of October 6th. And then the next slide, for Turtle Creek Station, preliminary grading, this is in progress as of October 6th. Also standing on Fairview Road, north of the site and looking south, and 168th Street would be on the right-hand side. So that concludes my updates for the natural gas generation project, but I'm happy to answer any questions that there may be.
directors, or do you have any questions? I don't see any hands raised. All right, thank you,
Okay,
Megan.
I will. Thanks. I'll turn over to Courtney.
Thanks, Megan. Happy to talk a little bit today about the solar strategy. So we'll first talk about where we've been, just as a reminder for the board and the public. We issued our first utility scale solar sourcing back in November of 2019. At that time, we received proposals from a variety of projects across the state in a variety of stages of development. Since that time, we've executed the Platteview Solar PPA in this spring of 2021. This is the first utility scale solar in the state of Nebraska and for OPPD. And so this is something we're really proud of and continue to carry out. We did close out our first phase of sourcing this summer, and we wanted to bring that back and talk a little bit about why we closed that out and where we're going next. Next slide, please. A little bit before where we're going, we want to talk about what we've learned. So as this is our first major utility scale solar sourcing event, we wanted to take some time to compile lessons learned that we learned across the project team. So those lessons learned were around business strategy, our sourcing, negotiations, and contracting, the generator interconnection process and the complexity around it, as well as some of our key lessons learned in community and with our stakeholders. Some of the key challenges that emerged in the first phase of solar sourcing were we saw a lot of solar industry and supply chain experiencing significant challenges, really kind of starting in the pandemic early in 2020, but still existing today. And this is something you've probably heard consistently with other projects and probably are feeling in your own life, but this is something that we are seeing impactful to solar. There are state, federal, and FERC policy constraints. There's been evolving solar regulations at the local level. So planning and zoning jurisdictions within our territory are growing and evolving. And then finally, the generator interconnection process has a significant backlog, which has added significant risk to our projects. And that's something we're seeing nationally. And so I want to talk a little bit more about it here on the next slide. So there are national challenges, as I mentioned, with the generator interconnection to the transmission system. So for anyone interconnecting to the transmission system in the United States, this is existing today. As a reminder, we talked about this early in Power with Purpose, but OPPD is an owner and operator of the bulk electric system, and so we have a regulatory obligation to comply with federal requirements. Furthermore, we have to comply with federal interconnection processes for new generation. So any new generation connecting to the transmission system is subject to these processes. This is really to ensure, one, the reliability of the system, but also open access of the transmission grid. So interconnection studies exist, and what we're seeing is that there are backlogs forming across the country. This is resulting from an increased volume and magnitude of interconnection requests, largely from developers of emerging technologies. So where we might have seen historically primarily utilities driving those interconnections, that has changed with many developers also wanting to interconnect to the grid. And so what this is causing is really a paradigm shift and is a significant challenge for how the current FERC policy landscape is. And on the right here, you can see OPPD is part of SPP, kind of in the middle of the country. You can see that primarily the interconnection queues are made up of wind, solar, and storage projects. SPP has a large backlog, but if you go west, if you go east, if you go south, we're seeing that happen in our neighboring RTOs. And so this is something, again, that's really a national problem, but we're feeling here locally. Next slide, please. So what does this mean specifically to Power with Purpose and to our solar projects? So as I mentioned, this is a national issue, but if we look at SPP and interconnecting projects in our territory, there is a backlog, and this is a multi-year backlog. The study that SPP has to do as part of those regulations ultimately dictates our transmission expansion costs for new generation. So when we add new generation to the system, there may be costs required on the transmission system, and that's what these studies look for. What that means for our solar projects is that there are proposals that we received. Those were all impacted by this backlog with an unknown cost risk. And so the challenge that we face in the middle of these proposals and the process of where we're at is that these potential interconnection costs, the risks are very unclear, and the study timeline is still multiple years until we know exactly what those costs are. And so I want to note that this is something we anticipated being a challenge going into this. We've seen some of the challenges with the backlog, but our perspective was that the backlog would continue to get better, and what we've actually seen is that get more challenging, again, both in SPP and across the country. So what we decided to do is with Platteview, we continue to move forward and are excited about that project, but we wanted to come back internally and really understand how we can mitigate some of these risks for the rest of our solar projects. Next slide, please. So where we're going. So I want to make sure it's clear that we continue to be committed to the November 2019 board resolution. We're committed to the 400 to 600 megawatts of solar. This allows us to cease coal operations at North Omaha Station by the end of 2023. And I know we talked a little bit about this previously. And it'll allow us to initiate projects to support the fuel conversion of North Omaha Station by spring 2024. So that is a huge piece of this whole Power with Purpose project. We also are going to pursue a generator interconnection strategy that mitigates uncapped risks. So we are actively engaged with regulatory bodies such as FERC, SPP, to understand what are the best strategies to mitigate against these risks and ultimately to help us serve our load. And then finally, we're incorporating evolving energy policy changes into the remaining solar projects. So as we've heard previously as well during some of Lisa's updates, there are federal infrastructure proposals that may benefit OPPD solar projects. Additionally, FERC has an advance notice of proposed rulemaking really around the transmission planning and cost allocation for generator interconnection. So exactly trying to tackle the challenges I just talked about. So all of these things need to be included in how we roll out our solar going forward. Next slide, please. So finally, the strategy. What are the next steps? For the next quarter, here towards the end of 2021, we want to make sure we adapt our strategy and the timeline in alignment with any policy changes. So as we see the impacts federally with some of FERC's efforts and even SPP, we want to make sure that those are all reflected in our strategy and how we're able to bring these assets online. We continue our solar education and advocacy. We're meeting with community leaders across our service territory, and we continue to support the local planning and zoning efforts. And then finally, we have our project development strategy. So we need to research options that mitigate these generator interconnection risks, conduct financial, technical, and legal due diligence, and ultimately understand if there's other risk in the execution phase. And then finally, lay out our sourcing strategy for projects. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Courtney, I don't know if this is a question for you, but perhaps Danny, you'll be able to remind me of this. I'm challenged between understanding that generator interconnect agreement differences between the gas assets that we're building versus this solar. Can you guys refresh my memory and remind me how those GIAs are different and how we can move forward with one project at a better cost structure than the solar projects that we've been evaluating?
Yes, I can take a stab at that, and then I would definitely allow Joe or Dan to come in if they're panelists, or Javi or others. So the gas facilities also have to go through the generator interconnection process. Those are subject to the same process. A little bit of the difference is OPPD is working through that and drives that process. And so we're able to work through the application process. A lot of it goes into the siting of the assets and the timing for when we bring those on. That's kind of a high level. I don't know if there's other SMEs that would want to weigh in.
I can summarize that. That's an excellent question, Chair Bogner. as Courtney mentioned, there are many differences, but one of the things that is certainly a difference for us is the ownership of the generation. So Courtney mentioned that, but that is big. Once we acquire an interconnection right with an SPP, we own that interconnection right for a really, really long time. And so when we were evaluating and discussing solar projects with developers where we would not own the generation, but we would rather have a purchase agreement, power purchase agreement with the developer, we wouldn't own that generation, yet we would still pay for the interconnection right that would then be owned by the developer for a really long time, a time that would be beyond the useful life of the solar panels. So that is a big difference when we are looking at the gas peaking stations that we have. That is an advantage of owning and operating a generation asset, in that we would own that generation interconnection for a really long time. The other piece, and I think Courtney alluded to these too, is that the control over the location of the generation. Even though it's not a perfect mitigation, our transmission planning experts have a pretty good idea of how SPP runs their studies. So we can choose a site, a location that minimizes the expected interconnection cost. Again, we don't have full control over that, but by choosing the specific site that is close to substations, to existing transmission infrastructure, and to load, we can minimize or mitigate the risk for the cost of generation interconnection. When we are again discussing with developers on solar projects, we lose a lot of that control, because they come to us with locations that may or may not be conducive for lower or less volatile costs. So those are some of the differences. The last one that I will mention is, we on the gas generating assets, we have a place in the SPP queue that we know when we put those requests. So going forward, we know that we have a lot more control over many other queue requests that are on the same queue year, where we can control, then make sure that we don't have a mass exodus of projects coming out of the same queue that will leave one project carrying most of the costs from that queue. So there's another advantage where we have not only our gas peaking stations, but we have other requests that we own on the queue, and that gives us more control and lowers the volatility of interconnection costs. It doesn't eliminate it, so there is still risk in generation interconnection costs for our peaking stations, the Standing Bear Lake and Turtle Creek, but it is significantly more mitigated than the other solar projects. Hopefully that helps.
It does. And I think I've asked the question before about, what do we need to get queued up now in order to be able to build, in 10 years time or whatever. And I know it's a really murky crystal ball, but I'll just I don't expect an answer to that. I'll just throw it out here right now of how are we, I know that Courtney, you're talking about strategies to mitigate these GIA interconnects, and there's some new rulemaking that will go into that. I want to make sure that we don't run into this challenge repeatedly over the next 20, 30, 40 years. Let's see, I do not see any other hands. Are there other questions out there?
Yeah.
Wagner, if I may just a quick comment to your last piece. This is something that all utilities are facing, and I know this is something that FERC is very high on FERC commissioners' minds, where there has to be a solution to really facilitate this interconnection. So I sure hope that 20 years from now, the regulations have evolved enough that we're not dealing with these. We will be dealing with something else, but these issues need to be resolved, and so we're not alone in this.
Right, right.
Just for clarity in that conversation, I'm not sure we ever directly answered the question, and the community might still be wondering. We follow exactly the same process that the developers do, but what we talked about is how we mitigate the consequences of that process. And so there isn't really a difference between the developers and OPPD. We follow exactly the same process through SPP.
Okay, so then that maybe adds another question, I guess. Why do we not have, or how is our confidence on risk better on the natural gas assets than it was on some of the phase 1 solar projects that we were looking at? We talk about site and like where power gets entered into the grid. Is that the primary difference between the gas projects versus the solar projects, of where there was cost risk that we were trying to mitigate, or is there something else?
It's that, as well as the transmission planning modeling that we're capable of doing internal to OPPD. So it's really those 3 items that we have a little more control over when it's an owned asset as opposed to a contracted asset.
Okay, thank you.
This is Troy. I'll add to that a little bit. So the natural gas assets that we're discussing are within the load pocket, right, of our service territory. It's near large infrastructure that's already in place. If you think about a solar facility which has a large footprint, it generally isn't in that same load pocket. So you tend to need more infrastructure to get that deliverable to the grid. So that's the piece that's a little different in that space. And then I think just to kind of hammer that home, the ownership of that interconnection agreement is so important. So the developers, because of the risk associated with that, are not willing to pay for that or to be subject to that kind of risk, and they want the off-taker of the PPA to have that risk. And so that can be in the millions of dollars, right? It's unknown. We don't know what that looks like. And so the risk of that is that OPPD could pay for that interconnection, and then the developer actually default. So that's the type of situation we're trying to avoid as we kind of traverse these waters. So hopefully that provides a little additional clarity in the risks associated between owning and not owning.
It does. I appreciate that. I've gotten some questions recently about this specifically that I have felt like I've wandered to an answer, and I appreciate that. I don't think I have any other questions right now related to this. So Director Williams, go ahead. Oh, I see that you've never mind. You're going to hold your question. Director Moody, I see your hand.
Yeah. I mean, so first, for those members of the public who are tuning in, as a reminder, we talked about this at considerable length in closed session this morning, and obviously there's sensitive information there that's extraordinarily important and relevant, but it's as we described this morning, we can't share it with you for a variety of reasons. So I want to underscore that we really ran this to ground this morning. With that said, I mean, I think if I could attempt to just boil it down, and somebody tell me if I've got this incorrect, but as I've kind of reviewed these slides a few times while we were talking, I think ultimately what it boils down to is, for a variety of reasons, we had to essentially close out the first version of pursuit of solar, right? Except for the 81 megawatts that we've signed. So those negotiations are done. We've moved on. We're capturing learnings. We've developed a strategy, again, which we talked about this morning. And now it's sort of solar 2.0, where we're going and what we're, the commitment is still firm. The plan is still solid. as many things that we've talked about just over the course of this board meeting today, we're learning and adjusting as we go. But I wanted to make sure that, like, again, for the public, I want to kind of identify these key decisions that we've made and sort of where we're going. Did I boil that down? Is that too simplistic, or is that a decent summary of where we're at?
I think, Director Moody, I think that's a great summary. I would add it's that, and really to consider this as part of a comprehensive strategy. I think one of the things that we discussed earlier this morning was solar plus gas minus coal. Yeah. Right, and that this whole strategy, the fact that we are building Turtle Creek Station and Standing Bear Lake Station, that are natural gas peaking stations, we continue to pursue solar, adopting all the lessons learned, trying to get the best deal for our customer owners on solar, still unwavering on our commitment to meet the resolution between 400 and 600 megawatts of solar. And very, very important, these allows us to start to continue our commitment to refuel our North Omaha stations, units 4 and 5, from base load coal generation that runs all the time to natural gas peaking stations that only runs a fraction of the time. So it's really all of these together that has to be taken into consideration. I can see how a viewer can look at the solar piece only and say, hey, this doesn't look right. You're moving too slow. We're not advancing solar as fast as we should. And I would ask that person to look at the entirety of the strategy and say, well, you know what, OPPD is actually doing the right thing by looking after our customer owners, making sure that as we continue to procure these pretty significant amount of megawatts of utility scale solar, we do it with the customer in mind. Right, that we don't incur in unnecessary risk that could really end up costing our customers more than it should. So it takes time and learning, and we are committed to making this project work.
Yeah, and I appreciate you adding that clarity, Javier, and I just want to reflect. I'm reflecting a little bit on, you know, this being a theme not only in this meeting today, but we've had multiple conversations about a variety of different issues, and I'll cite the block rate discussion that's lasted a year, where, you know, at its inception, as we get going, we feel like we know what's in store and what's in front of us, but as we go, we're learning, and that's really important. That we learn and adjust and take into account, you know, the factors that are happening both within our organization, but perhaps more importantly, the ones that are happening outside that we can control. In this case, you know, some of those things that are happening outside of our control, we're working to influence some of the federal policy that could help us accelerate this work down the road. But I just want to acknowledge that while, you know, I think this board, maybe I'll just speak for myself. Like, I think I am motivated to go. I'm motivated to see progress, but this course of action, this learn and adjust is really, really important so that we get these major, long-term, very expensive decisions right when it's time to go. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Okay, Director Williams, I see your hand now. Do you want to make a comment now?
Yeah, briefly. I mean, as we look forward, the cost of renewable energy continues to decline, and at some point, what's referred to as unsubsidized clean energy will become cheaper, if it's not already, than any other new build or any existing assets. And so the fact that the transmission interconnection challenges because of a PPA are a big hurdle for us. I mean, at some point, I think we do need to give a very serious look at if the ITC is not viable because we can't get an interconnection, then OPPD looking directly at owning the assets and admitting it might be a higher cost than an ITC subsidized solar project, but it is a project that we can build on a timeline that's necessary. I think that's a path that we need to very strongly consider. And I know that we are looking at all kinds of options moving forward, but this is why I was so concerned earlier about the federal legislative process related to the CEPP, because the ITC being converted over to direct pay would allow us to directly apply for interconnection and avoid PPAs. And that was a huge number of acronyms very quickly because it's late in the afternoon and I had a lot of coffee. But several things we've talked about today had a very direct influence over each other. And as we plan moving forward, I mean, we've got the 2022 IRP coming up, and then in a couple of years, we'll do another IRP. And by that time, I expect that we will be looking at significant additional increases in renewable energy acquisition. And we need a pathway by which we will not get stuck under a year or two of analysis only to find out that we have private developers unwilling to shoulder the risk and the project can't move forward. So I appreciate the comments from others. I appreciate the work from staff, and I appreciate the forward-looking direction to say what's going to be necessary to achieve our goals and the best long-term outcome for our customer owners, even if there are things that aren't going to be viable. So again, I know that's a lot of acronyms and a lot of stuff I've already covered, but thank you for the update here, and I appreciate knowing where we're going forward.
All right, Javier, do you have your hand raised? So.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. Really quick, just to respond to Director Williams, absolutely. I think on the ownership piece is certainly one that we're looking, and this is one of the reasons why the sourcing strategy is taking a little longer, because I have asked the team to really consider the ownership option. That presents its own complexities of how we source, how we go out for RFPs. There are different RFPs, whether we do a PPA or we own. But you're absolutely right. That has to be part of the discussion, and that will be part of the strategy. Leveling the playing field from a federal perspective with ITCs and some form of direct pay would be a gigantic welcomed news for public power, because it would really unlock a lot of the potential that we have been waiting on the sidelines for. So I fully agree with you, and I wanted to double down on the ownership. It will be something that we will look very seriously for this second round. Thank you.
All right, what's next?
All right, I will pass it over to Danny for his update.
All right, thank you, Courtney. I'm going to just provide a real brief update on the ongoing Sarpy Southwest Transmission Project. So since we've last presented to the board, we've recently held our public hearing. So this public hearing was held October 5th, and as you just heard from Lisa in the SD13 monitoring report, it had some unique challenges, both in a virtual and an in-person format. Proposed some additional challenges for our team that they had to overcome, but by all accounts, a very successful hearing. In this public hearing, we primarily focus on education of the directly affected landowners. And really what that means is that, this may be the first time that a landowner has had to, do an easement or work with OPPD in the easement acquisition process. And so we really want to take this opportunity to educate these landowners on what the easement acquisition process looks like, what rights the landowner may have as part of the negotiation process as we get into the easement and the compensation. What construction is going to look like, what they can expect maybe during the totality of the project, as well as what it looks like for the long-term operation of this asset. OPPD is going to routinely have to get onto these properties to provide inspections and maintenance and other things on these projects, and so we want to make sure that we educate these landowners on all those different aspects of the project. The meeting itself was very well attended. We had approximately 30 directly impacted landowners that were invited to the project. Those that will, have an easement on their property is what I mean by directly impacted landowners. And as you can see in the slide, there was approximately 27 that attended the overall meeting, 23 in person, 4 online. Now that doesn't necessarily mean we had, high 90% attendance of all the landowners, but what this does mean is that we had a lot of representation in the attendee set of folks that were there. Some of them were landowners, husband and wife teams that came in to talk with us. We also saw tenants, property managers, and additional stakeholders that just live adjacent to the project and want to know more about it. I wanted to just highlight that we had excellent participation by all the stakeholders that were in attendance at that meeting. They covered almost all of the major topics that we would normally see at some point in time during the negotiation process for easement acquisition. So they're very engaged in the process. They identified several opportunities that we're going to be able to explore more in one-on-one settings as our right-of-way agents reach out to these landowners in the next steps. So far and away, a very good organized audience, very well educated and engaged, but respectful in the process too. They allowed us a great opportunity to repeat their question, for those that were attending in the online format, allowed us to repeat those questions, address a response, and then be able to have some opportunities for questions and follow-up. So great audience in this case. Next slide, please, Mo. So the map that's shown on the screen is slightly different than the one that was last shared. The final route announcement that was shared in May of 2021. This is the route alignment, and subtle nuances, but where we showed the transmission assets maybe going down the middle of roadways and down the middle of property lines was corrected on this version to better depict the final decisions that were made on which side of property lines, which side of roadway, and other changes that we made from the routing phase to this phase. So this final route alignment was actually sent out with the certified mailing invites that went to the directly impacted landowners. And although some of those changes are very subtle, we went through some of those things more in detail as part of the interface that we had with the landowners that were in attendance at the public hearing. Since the public hearing was held, all content has been uploaded to OPPD Community Connect. The recorded meeting, as well as the presentation content, as well as this map, are all in there and available for others to view at a later time. And we're going to continue to engage these landowners with any questions that may come up. And then our next step in this overall easement acquisition process will be starting the actual easement negotiations somewhere in the early phases of November, given about a 30-day period from the public hearing until we start that negotiation for folks to really come up with any other questions and be prepared for when we finally start the negotiation process. So with that, any questions?
Right now, I do not see any questions from the directors. Does anyone have anything? All right, we can keep going.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we
Okay,
have...
if you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
Yep, ready. We'll move on to Pathways to Decarbonization. We wanted to bring you probably the last update for the year, just to give you an overview of where we've been and where we're headed. And I have asked the team to try to get us to stay on schedule and be complete by 5 p.m. So they have welcomed that challenge, and we will try to get through this content with quality by 5 p.m. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Ryan Stiggy, who is the Program Manager for Pathways to Decarbonization, to kick us off. Thank you. Ryan?
All right, thanks, Mary. Just quick audio check. You guys can hear me? Perfect. All right, well, good afternoon. And thanks for the opportunity for us to provide you an update on all the amazing work that the Pathways to Decarbonization team is performing. So joining me today is Mary Fisher, our program sponsor, Colton Kennedy, the Energy Portfolio Project Manager, Paul Fortney, the Customer Project Manager, and Jamie Wagner, who's part of the Community Project team. And before I move on, I do want to give a special shout out to Mary. Thank you for all of your guidance and support and leadership as our program sponsor. We will miss you, so thank you. All right, so today really is focused on providing brief updates on each of the 4 decarbonization projects and our stakeholder outreach efforts. So Colton Kennedy will be providing an update on the Energy Portfolio Project, Paul Fortney an update on the Customer Project, Jamie Wagner on the Community Project, and I'll wrap us up with internal operations as well as our stakeholder outreach efforts. You want to go to the next slide, please? Before we move to the updates, though, I think it's important to reflect for just a minute on how all the strategic initiatives are collaborating and positioned as part of the broader Powering the Future 2050 North Star, and really what that looks like from the decarbonization perspective. So the strategic initiatives are really pushing for collaboration across and between each of them in support of transforming OPPD for the future. And from the pathways to decarbonization perspective, as our initiative progresses, we may identify, pathways that include future generation portfolios that might have more renewables, storage, thermal generation, demand side technologies, among other options. And, these really require alignment between the strategic initiatives. So our electric grid will need to evolve in both structure and technologies. The way we interact with our customers will change with changing technologies and customer preferences. Our internal technology platforms will need to continue to advance to provide adequate technological backbone to maintain our secure, reliable, and resilient system. And, a lot of these changes will require new skills and adaptability from our workforce. So really each of these 5 strategic initiatives and the collaboration across them is essential to successfully leading the way we power the future to 2050. And I think it's really motivating to see how this vision is coming together. And I just want to take a moment to thank the board for your support of these initiatives, as well as our executive leadership team and the strategic initiative teams for really all the work and planning that goes into transforming OPPD as we travel towards our North Star. And with that, you can go to the next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Colton Kennedy for an update on the Energy Portfolio Project.
Thanks, Ryan. Can you all hear me all right? Very good. So as Ryan said, I'll be providing an update on the energy portfolio work, including the status, current, and upcoming activities. So as we approach the end of the year, the team has completed significant foundational work, really in our understanding of the fundamental drivers, of the fundamental aspects of planning for a decarbonized economy and a decarbonized utility. So it started with the multi-sector modeling work that the team undertook, really first of its kind work for OPPD. We conducted that in partnership with all this work with E3. That modeling sets the view of how the rest of the economy uses electricity as it pivots towards net zero. And so it underlines the importance of beneficial electrification and significant advancements in energy efficiency to be able to achieve kind of the overall goals. It also sets the tone for the importance or the reliance that we'll have, increasing reliance that we'll have on the electric system. And so the team conducted, focused a significant amount of attention on developing a robust modeling framework for resource adequacy. And so I can say that the approaches, really the quantitative technical modeling approaches that we've used for evaluating the resource adequacy contribution of renewables is on par with any planning organization in the country. It's really, I would say as advanced as it gets. And so our view here is really being shaped by long-term, what are the right mix of resources to be able to support a reliable grid? It's not based on just a near-term look. It's really based on the long-term work. And so really this is all foundational. We're currently in the midst of the portfolio optimization. And actually that work is shoring up fairly soon as we get towards workshop number 5, which will be October 27th. So this is where we're really using the results of those previous planning efforts or modeling efforts and feeding them into an optimization that includes the declining costs of technologies and optimizes for pathways, different technology pathways for OPPD's energy portfolio to meet the net zero goal by 2050, and a variety of scenarios that accelerate that goal to 2035, that do it in a moderated pace, that explore changes in technology costs, et cetera. And so as we've gone through this, we've included significant stakeholder voice as they've been able to ask us questions in a series of workshops, as they've been able to provide the scenarios that we're including. And so as we go through the optimization, as we finish that up, we'll also be looking towards a risk analysis to understand the dependence of those portfolios on factors like changing technology costs or fuel costs, And then by the end of the year, we'll be wrapping that up in a final report. Next slide, please. And so as I mentioned, our current activities are really focused on this portfolio modeling. And so, all the information that really we've gathered, assembled to date is being, culminated with, a diversity of portfolio sensitivities to create a range of pathways. And so that's what we're planning to share with stakeholders on October 27th. And we're in the process. We've been through a process of significant validation of the results, and we're packaging them up for consumption at this point in time. Again, that'll be a large range, and I think that I can say there will be some interesting findings, maybe some that are not as surprising as you might think. So definitely encourage folks to tune in for the public and those interested in engaging in that workshop number 5 to see what those results look like. Next slide, please. And so as I mentioned, we're finishing up, or we're getting towards the end. There's still meaningful work that needs to be done. We're going to share the initial results. Our ears are going to be open for stakeholder feedback on additional scenarios or comments or modifications that may need to be made. Even then, there's subsequent work that needs to follow as we get definition on what those pathways look like. Things like operational flexibility modeling, perhaps transmission power flow modeling in particular circumstances if there are concerns, this detailed economic and risk modeling, and then a thorough resiliency review based on identified risks that the team has identified. We'll be sharing the final results in workshop number 6 on December 9th, and all of those results will be translated into OPPD's IRP filing due in February 2022. We'll be creating a draft of that and publishing that in January. So that's the update on the Energy Portfolio Project.
Directors, any questions or comments? Well, I'll just say thank you to the team for continuing to provide us an update on where we stand with this. We are eagerly waiting the results of this because, as we've talked about many times, we recognize this as one of the big dominoes that will fall and create a lot of other projects at the district in order to get to our end goal by 2050. So thank you so much. All right, I don't see any hands. All right, is there anything more we need to talk about today?
Yeah, we can finish the presentation, move to customers.
Okay,
Paul,
sorry.
if you would jump in.
Thank you.
So just as a reminder, the customer work stream is really focused on creating a product strategy and then a continuous repeatable process. So let me say that again, it's a continuous repeatable process for evaluating product ideas and helping our customers reduce their carbon footprint. Our key deliverables are a decarb focused product strategy, initial prioritized product roadmap, and then an acceleration plan. And you can think of an acceleration plan really as just a roadmap that would help us get all of the work on the roadmap done in an accelerated fashion. Think about a 24 or 36 month time frame. It would include things like budgeting and resources that might need to be dedicated to that effort in order to get that acceleration and product delivery. To date, we've completed the development of the process that we've used to govern the evaluation of those product concepts. We created product evaluation criteria to ensure that we're doing an apple-to-apple comparison of product concepts. And we've also created some different scoring models. The intent of these tools is really to allow us to take a data-driven approach to these ideas. And while all the product concepts may have decarbonization in common, they may be hard to compare objectively. So if you think about comparing residential rebates for HVAC tune-ups to white roof conversion for businesses, or to mass transit electrification, or our mass transit electric vehicle adoption, you know, again, they're all very disparate ideas. So how do you compare those objectively and then rank them based upon their merits? So again, we wanted everything to be data-driven and remove emotion or personal biases as we were looking at those product ideas. We then piloted that framework, and in phase one, we did a really high-level evaluation where we explored 228 product concepts covering all aspects of decarbonization. Think demand-side management, energy efficiency, electrification, customer-owned generation, distributed energy resources, environmental programs, and even behavioral and rate-based solutions. Our thoughts in phase one was that everything was possible. And then in phase two, our research and evaluation, we really narrowed down. We took the best 26 ideas that we found in phase one, and we did a much more detailed analysis. And we're using that to inform our product roadmap and also complete the acceleration plan. Lastly, we conducted customer research and outreach to further inform that roadmap, to get that customer feedback, to really understand what was important to them. Next slide, please. This slide is just really intended to give you a little insight into the evaluation and scoring criteria we use in that initial evaluation phase and the second, more detailed evaluation. The goal was to have consistent research and data points across all the product concepts to allow for a fair comparison of scoring so the best ideas could be identified. Again, we wanted it to be data-driven and remove personal biases. You know, key components of phase one evaluation, including understanding if there was a good product market fit based upon customers and OPPD's goals, taking a 3 to 5 year view of the product, weighing the risk of OPPD pursuing the product concept and whether it was a fit with our core competencies. And then lastly, you know, really evaluating the carbon reduction opportunities with each concept. In phase two, we took the best scoring ideas from phase one and we got much more granular and much more exact. We defined potential product designs. We benchmarked similar products at other utilities. We used their experience to evaluate product scale, market penetration potential, and to calculate carbon savings. Another key item was understanding the implementation resources that would be required to implement, as well as annual run budgets. I want to reiterate that reducing carbon and achieving scale were really kind of the main focus of what we were looking at. So ideas that accomplished those two criteria probably scored higher than others. Next slide, please. So here's a sample of some of the ground we covered in both phase one and phase two. As I mentioned, phase one was high level. We had a large number of concepts to cover, but we still included some of the industry benchmarking, product designs in order to identify what successful programs look like. Our focus was to cover and vet a wide range of ideas to ensure all customer segments were considered. And some of the ideas vetted in phase one included everything from net zero construction to white roof conversion, fuel cells, composting, solar coins, solar and battery storage. In phase two, as I mentioned, we got much more granular and we created pseudo mini white papers, if you will, for each product we evaluated. The top 10 scoring ideas from phase one are listed, but they're not in any particular order. We believe those products have scale based upon our research and benchmarking. And again, one of the initial motivations was to get as many customers involved early in the effort as possible to get them thinking about other ways that they could reduce their carbon footprint. We're currently completing our analysis on our customer research and outreach, and are going to use that data again to inform and complete that final roadmap. I want you to keep in mind that the concepts on a roadmap don't automatically get a green light to be implemented. They still need to go through internal prioritization process, and they need to be weighed against other product concepts that may be on other product roadmaps. Think demand side management and distributed energy resources that we also continue to look at where we can put products in for those areas as well. You know, the roadmap is not something that's set in stone, and it's not a commitment to build each item. It's a point in time. It's part of a continuous ongoing analysis. You know, as the world changes around us, as customer needs change, as technology changes, you know, as OPPD's core competencies and capabilities change, that roadmap will also continue to evolve. You know, and I'd also like to point out that, you know, even if there's a product idea that you may champion and it doesn't currently appear on this list, that doesn't mean that it's not or will not eventually be on the roadmap or isn't being researched and evaluated in one of the other product roadmaps that are out there. I'll use residential rooftop solar as an example. It doesn't currently show up in the top 10 of the decarb roadmap, but it is highly prioritized in distributed energy resources roadmap. And we're actually looking at a potential incentive program to help incent residential rooftop solar. So again, just because it isn't currently in the decarb roadmap doesn't mean that it won't be listed someplace else or that it's not being covered within a different product area within our organization. Next slide, please.
Apologies. Can you clarify that? You mentioned a particular example, residential rooftop solar, and then you talked about it in another product line that's separate from what's being covered here, the DER. I guess, yeah, that I didn't fully understand the separation you were talking about between the product offerings that you have listed here and other product offerings like demand management or residential solar with a potential incentive. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Yeah, sure. Let me talk about that a little bit. So, you know, we really kind of had our decarb blinders on. So as my group has looked at product concepts, we really weighted things that showed up on, we weighted our scoring model as well as the ideas that will eventually be on our roadmap to decarbonization and helping our customers reduce their carbon footprint, right? So when you look at scale of something like maybe residential solar, it's great on a per widget, on a per customer basis, but you know, can you get 5,000, 10,000 customers involved? And so that's where some of that scale goes in. So that's one reason you probably don't see it currently in our top 10. I will say it made it into our phase 2 evaluation, so it was in the top 26. I don't know where in that list, but it didn't make our top 10. But within the product development and marketing organization, we have other people who are focused on other programs, one of those being distributed energy resources. And rooftop solar is something that is currently prioritized on that roadmap. And so, again, we're working on a program to help incentivize that. So I just wanted to point out the fact that if you don't see something in the decarb roadmap, it doesn't mean that the product organization is not looking at or prioritizing other products. This isn't the only roadmap that exists for the product development organization is what I'm really trying to say. So again, just because it didn't pop on top of the decarb roadmap, again, doesn't mean that as we work across the product organization and try to prioritize all of our efforts and try and figure out how to accomplish
Oh, it looks like we may be losing Paul.
Did we lose Paul?
It looks like we lost Paul.
Do you want to pick up, Ryan, for him, or do you want me to?
I mean, if we want to elaborate on that topic anymore, otherwise, I believe the next slide actually Colton was going to talk to.
So why don't we go? Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, are you elaborating on the answer to the last question or where Paul was going, or is this a new direction?
I'd like for Paul to get back on and let him elaborate if that would be okay.
Okay.
So we'll cover this slide and then go back if that's okay with the board.
Yeah.
Okay, while we wait for Paul to return, we'll go over this slide. So I wanted to draw some of the connection between the customer project and the energy portfolio project. So as we kind of get to these last stages in the energy portfolio work, I think, I said some of the results are not so surprising. Obviously, what's not so surprising is that there's a significant need for energy efficiency and large amounts of renewable resources. And so as we look at that need and we look at it relative to the customer initiative, I think, there are significant opportunities, I think, for both energy efficiency and behind the meter solar. We'll look at the modeling on October 27th and sort of identify the total amount of those resources selected in the modeling. I think, the point here is that there's going to be a significant need for those technologies. And I think the question will be in the future is, what's attainable from different sources.
So to elaborate a bit, and I don't know if Paul's going to be able to join us back, but I just want to tie these two thoughts together. Paul was indicating that we have other roadmaps within the marketing area of OPPD where they have different priorities than the decarbonization. The decarbonization is definitely a priority for this team. Having said that, we know we need to bring these two things together, and we need to come up with what is the best overall path forward for energy efficiency and DER. And as I spoke a little bit about earlier today, similar to when we've said that we're looking at the energy portfolio, but that's not a decision making. That's not at the end of this. It's not the decision. We need to go out and do transmission and reliability studies once we look at what the overall recommendations are for the energy portfolio. On the energy efficiency and DER side, this is not the end of that either. What we wanted to do was to try to identify through the modeling what level of energy efficiency and DER were necessary to help us get to meet our goals of a pathways or several pathways to decarbonization by 2050. And to that extent, these items, both the energy efficiency and the DER, and the roadmaps that Paul was alluding to, will be key components. In addition to that, we need to go out and do some studies that tell us what the potentiality is for new products and services to meet those goals, as well as customer adoption rates. So there's more studies and more work to be done once we identify the level of energy efficiency and DER that are required to meet our pathways to decarbonization, and then discussions once the products and the adoption models are put together, discussions on the affordability and how it is that we weave that into the final decisions that need to be made for how we decarbonize between now and 2050. I hope that was an elaboration that's helpful and is responsive to the questions both Director Yoder and Director Williams were asking.
Did I ask a question? I did. Did I?
Okay.
Wait, so here's my question. You're anticipating. So I don't want to push this at the end of a day, but I do want more time on it, is the bottom line here for me. Colton, you an earlier slide you pointed out, and I think quite rightly asserted the high level of quality that is going along with the modeling that has been done. I have no doubt. I just am still thinking about NPPD went to two different consultants, and they did different models and they got different results. So I know that models depend a lot on some of the assumptions and some of the filtering that's done. And I would really like to dive into that a little bit more. Is one thing. And then Paul, he's not here, and I'm sorry he's not here. When he had his different stages, I have it's not just the assumptions that are made within the model, it's the model itself. And the element that he talked to was about helping customers lower their personal carbon footprint. That means change. And so I'm curious as to what his model of change is. Not, what the attributes are. Well, yeah, I want to know what factors are included in that and how we intend to tweak those. So he talked a lot about data, but I didn't hear what his model of change is for that. So I think and then it's surprising to me, quite frankly, that that the list that we got is the list that we got. And Paul has said during the last public decarbonization thing that there were many white papers that were done. And I, if you're not opposed, would certainly like to take a look at some of those. And so I don't know when we're going to get time to do that. I would be happy to put in the time for that. I'm hoping that that's something that we have an opportunity to do.
Thank you for those comments, and we'll definitely get with Paul and have you have a discussion so that we can continue to answer your questions, Director Yoder. I appreciate them. I don't see anyone else. Maybe we can move forward with the presentation and turn it over to Jamie Wagner. Oh, I think let's go on past this.
Yeah, I think the next slide is, there we go.
There we go.
Thank you, Mary.
Jamie, there you go.
Thanks. I'm Jamie Wagner. I'm part of our stakeholder and community outreach team. I'm very proud of the SD13 results that were shared earlier, and even more proud to partner with my colleagues on this work. I get to focus on our community pathway. I'm part of that team led by Emily Muth. And our goal really is to make sure we position OPPD as a recognized subject matter expert on decarb and environmental stewardship so that we can lead community initiatives towards a low carbon future. Obviously, our focus here though is on that community scale strategy, all of those strategies that go beyond those that are traditionally considered by electric utilities. And on this slide, you can see and may recall, we completed a study and shared quite a bit of that a little while ago. I don't want to bring you up to speed and give you some reminders about how our purpose was to understand community decarbonization. We identified and cataloged community scale decarb strategies, and that's what we were talking about, that CAP catalog, that Climate Action Plan catalog referenced earlier. We wanted to develop an evaluation framework so we can really work with the data scientifically based on three main criteria: greenhouse gas reduction potential, OPPD's degree of influence, and then those co-benefits. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we took all of that and prioritized potential decarb strategies where OPPD is positioned to lead change. And also recognizing the link, as we've heard before in previous slides, to the customer and energy portfolio work, as well as our other strategic initiatives. So just acknowledging there's quite a bit of overlap here, just as you've heard before. Mo, if you could go to the next slide, please. To gain a better understanding of community decarb, we compared regionally relevant, recent climate action plans for benchmarking purposes. And Lisa mentioned this with regard to our stakeholder engagement research. We wanted to obviously look behind and ahead in all of our strategy planning, but also decide and see what our peers were doing. And you can see the 6 utilities entities that we compared with for those purposes. Mo, if you'll go on, please. So our next step was to evaluate and prioritize. And this was a heavy lift. There were 66 shared decarbonization and adaptation strategies that we looked at. And we used that evaluation framework to use, and we applied those priorities that I talked about. The greenhouse gas reduction potential was the degree of influence that OPPD could have, and then anytime there were co-benefits. And we organized more than 900 individual strategies into 8 shared decarb and adaptation categories. And there were 27 subcategories. Next slide, Mo. So what are the 4 opportunity areas where we think we can get the most benefit? And we analyzed the following: Oh, and actually the results, the evaluation framework come up with the following: advocating for advanced energy codes and green building standards. We've done the work to see what opportunities are here, and we're still identifying what our role is in that. Accelerating the EV transition. You've heard about this a lot with the customer pathway. There's a ton of overlap, as I mentioned before, and this is huge. We've done a great deal of work here. There's more to come. Mary touched on our fleet conversion. We've got the grant that my colleague Carissa helped us obtain for $600,000 in EV chargers. So much going on in that path. Addressing the energy water nexus. So we want to improve things like building water use efficiency and water conservation techniques at facilities. There's so much overlap and reciprocity with energy and water. And then supporting, distributed generation. So those are things like our community or rooftop solar projects, combined heat and power, and things of that nature. So these are the 4 that we honed in on. And it's really important to note that we're keeping in mind these other work streams, as well as the other strategic initiatives. So things like the EV transition and distributed generation are going to be parlayed with our work towards the grid modernization, the Tech SI, and CEF. So that leads us to our next steps. As you know, thanks Mo, last month we completed a joint stakeholder workshop with the customer pathway. And we got together with our stakeholders and engaged them the way that we enjoy doing. And we conducted analysis of how OPPD supports these 4 areas of opportunity. So we're going through and we're cataloging areas of success and any potential gaps, because we know that we'll have opportunities that we need to address and figure out the best way to engage. And we're going to make recommendations on how OPPD can lead change in these areas. So we'll take those recommendations and identify some really actionable targets. We're going to come back to ELT and the board and ask for your help to make it happen. We know that you're going to have input and we want it, and we want you to help us take these out to the community so they can have the biggest impact. And on the bottom, you can see we've got some potential pilot projects that we're already working on and in tandem with all of the other work that's going on for the decarb pathway, looking into some ag sequestration and carbon market pilot project for carbon capture, working with the city of Omaha. I think Director Williams mentioned that earlier, helping with their CAP plan. When we were examining all the other CAP plans, we would love to have had Omaha's feedback in that. They weren't there yet, so we're helping them get there. And then we're just continuing. We have a ton of established partnerships where we know that we can lead the way for what we know best. We can work with our community partners like UNO and Bellevue University, Osprey within Common. We have an event coming up with them early next month. Habitat for Humanity, Omaha, Heartland Bike Share, just to name a few. And I think that was my last slide, Mo. I can send it over to Ryan, unless there's questions in particular to that.
I just want to jump in here and thank Jamie. Emily Muth, who is leading this effort, could not be with us today, and Jamie volunteered to jump in and actually give her part of the presentation. So I just want to recognize you for doing that, Jamie. You've done a wonderful job, and I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Question? I see none. So Ryan.
All right. Well, thank you. So I'll briefly touch on our internal operations project. So the internal operations team, their first task was to create a standardized carbon accounting framework. And they completed that task and based it on the World Resources Institute Greenhouse Gas Protocol. They then applied that accounting framework to produce the base year greenhouse gas inventory, which was 2018. And that forms the basis for monitoring our progress towards net zero carbon. They've also since then completed 2019 and the 2020 greenhouse gas inventories. You want to go to the next slide, please? And so this is just kind of a graphical representation to kind of help show what's in the scopes. So the accounting protocol calls for all Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions to be part of OPPD's inventory. And those include things like direct emissions from our generating assets, vehicle fleets and facilities, as well as indirect emissions from transmission and distribution losses. Next slide, please. And this slide, it just gives a little more breakdown on what's included in Scope 1 and 2. I mentioned generating assets already, but other things that are in scope include our coal piles, refrigerants, and fire suppression systems. Then you see the box down on the right, Scope 3 emissions. So those aren't part of our inventory. However, we do still track them. And those emissions include things like purchased goods and services, business travel, and employee commutes. Next slide, please. So here you can see our Scope 1 and 2 inventories for the past few years. So our base year, 2018, you can see we had a greenhouse gas inventory of approximately 11 million metric tons CO2 equivalent. And the vast majority of that comes from our combustion processes to produce electricity. And right now, the team is working with an outside vendor to externally validate our 2018, 19, and 2020 inventory data, as well as our inventory management plan. And as we work through this process, we're utilizing our lessons learned to help improve and optimize how we collect the data and how we report it and integrate that into our business for 2021 and beyond. Next slide. So that was the end of internal operations. I can pause there briefly for questions.
So, Brian, this is great. In 2020, how did our Scope 2 CO2 emissions jump from 84,000 to 272,000?
Scope 2.
Scope 2 from 2000.
Oh, sure.
It's like took a big jump.
That is an excellent question. I don't have the breakdown in front of me, unfortunately, but I can pull that up later and follow back up with you. Another note is that we are currently validating these, and so there is a possibility that we had an error in our reporting, and we'll find that as we're going through our audit. But I'm making myself a note. I can go back and double check that and dig into that data.
I guess in a similar vein, can you just remind me what caused the Scope 1 reduction from 2018 to 2019 and then the subsequent increase again in 2020?
Well, I'd have to get all that, but the vast majority of it comes from our combustion. And so some of that depends on load as well as outages. So 2019, if you remember, we had the flood. And so that was a big impact, as well as an extended outage at Nebraska City. So that's where you'll see probably the vast majority of that impact on our Scope 1 emissions.
Okay, so when we're looking at Scope 1, it's only about the generation that we are operating. It's not then about the subsequent purchase to offset anything that we can't generate but we still need. Is that right?
Yes, I believe.
I'm seeing a lot of heads shaking.
Go back
yes.
and look, but I believe that the purchase power is in Scope 2.
Okay. That might be. Oh, okay.
That could be the impact on our Scope 2 in 2020 as well.
Gotcha.
Good question. Any more questions for the internal operations portion? All right, maybe we can skip ahead a few slides here and we'll hit our last category, stakeholder outreach. And I know you guys have heard a lot about this already, so I will try to keep it brief. But one thing, and I think you've heard this from Lisa already today, is bringing our stakeholders along with us, both internal and external, is really a major emphasis, not only for the decarb project, but for OPPD in general. And one of the major outreach activities for us has been these energy portfolio workshops, and they've really provided a deeper dive into our planning process, as well as how the energy portfolio results will inform our 2022 IRP. And we put a lot of work into designing those workshops to be interactive and help gather input and feedback from our stakeholders. And we take that feedback and we evaluate that And we've actually utilized some of that along the way to help improve our process. So, and I think you saw from Lisa as well, the post-workshop surveys and sentiment has really been positive. Let's go to the next slide. And so we've had 4 workshops to date with a 5th interim modeling update, and we're actually preparing for the initial modeling results on October 27th. So next week, that's exciting. And we've had approximately 100 unique people attend, and that combined for about 400 total attendees across the workshops. And one of the other interesting, positive outcomes that really came from these is that we've had requests to the Speakers Bureau for us to provide some more focused presentations to groups such as Green Bellevue and the Sierra Club. Let's go to the next slide. And so just as we kept our stakeholders up to date on the energy portfolio work, we also had an engagement session to update and interact with our stakeholders around community and the customer project as well. And one of the major themes that I like to make sure we catch here on our outreach efforts for these workshops and engagements has really been, that we're coming to them at points where we've done enough work to show them progress, but we're still in a place where we can take their feedback, evaluate it, and incorporate it as necessary to improve our process. Our approach has really been to take and bring our stakeholders along while we're in flight on the projects, and I think that has really helped with the reception of how we're approaching it. And I just want to highlight and thank the project teams that have worked and put together these workshops and engagements. They've spent countless hours preparing and presenting and analyzing content and feedback. So thank you to all of them. Let's go to the next slide. And one more thing that's really been helpful for our engagement has been OPPD Community Connect. So we've really been able to utilize that platform to increase interaction. We actually have 8 project pages dedicated to decarbonization. And those pages showcase project and workshop information. And they include recordings and presentations, polls, surveys, as well as the ability to reach out to the decarb team. So that platform really is the one-stop shop to find information and updates on the projects. All right, next slide. All right, so before we wrap up our update, I just wanted to take a moment to look at where the decarbonization initiative is and where we think it's headed. So each of the projects, as you've kind of heard today, is nearing the completion of some major deliverables, including wrapping up modeling and studies and providing recommendations and operational integration for the future. As we move into 2022, I think we see another story kind of developing, and we've touched on this already today, but we're taking these findings and recommendations and really pursuing them further. And for some of the projects, that really means more in-depth modeling, right, and additional studies. So we're identifying areas where we need more study to really push forward. And I think the other thing here is we're working to integrate our findings and our recommendations into the processes of our everyday work at OPPD. And this is really kind of a multi-year journey for decarbonization, as well as, it's a key part of transforming our key business as we lead the way that we power the future to 2050. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, that was the last slide. Perfect. I'll open it up for questions and discussion right at 5 o'clock.
All right. Oh, there's so much to discuss here. So, I don't see any questions right now. I know that I'm sure a few board members will send some follow-up emails with questions, and I know also that this is not the last time that we'll hear about this. This is just a snapshot in time. So I think unless anyone has a burning question that they haven't raised their hand yet to ask, I think that we probably should move forward with adjourning this meeting. I'll going once, going twice. I'm not hearing anyone. So thank you so much for this great presentation, and we look forward to more dialogue on this in the future.